Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Suit it up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
This isn't just a battleground. It's a canvas where dreams are made. Destinies unfold. It's a symphony of dedication, hard work, and sheer determination.
Now it's time for the decider. Just raining down help.
It's a journey through the dreams, struggles, and triumph of these warriors. Celebration of unstoppable passion and energy. A dream in the past to living it today. This is the era of everyone. This is the dream. This is Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy.
3 दिन 16 टीम्स 18 मैचेस और सिर्फ एक चैंपियन।
इन टीम्स के निशाने पर बस एक ही चीज, बीच में रखी वो ट्रॉफी, और अगर आज निशाना चूका तो कल कोई याद नहीं रखेगा।
Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Final Day। जैसा कि वादा किया था आप सबसे, नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम के इस अरीना में 3 दिन एक्शन, इमोशन, ड्रामा भरपूर। दांव पे है पूरे 1 करोड़। पहले दिन OGs were at the top, Day 2 आइकू सोल was at the top, लेकिन आज जो टॉप पे होगा ये ट्रॉफी वही उठाएगा। Hello and welcome everyone, I'm Kunal Saluja and that's my friend very famous in the gaming community, aka Warren John. What's up, brother?
I mean, I'm having an amazing time over here. मजा आ रहा है क्या जनता?
मुझे जरा एक बात बताओ, इस साइड वाले क्या लगता है आइकू सोल जीतेगी
या ओजी ट्रॉफी लेकर जाएगी
या फिर रेवेनेंट बाजी मारेगी?
Or is it going to be blind?
Come on everyone, make some noise, make some noise, make some noise! It's the BGMI Final Day! So are you all ready to welcome the top 16 teams? बुलाएं?
Let's go!
तो जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए our top 16!
Coming up on the stage is the team at number 16. It's Team Gen X FM Esports.
नए प्लेयर्स थे इस अरीना के अंदर, लेकिन जब यहाँ से वापस लौटेंगे, they will be called veterans. Gen X FM, ladies and gentlemen.
Next on stage is the team at number 15. They are Gujarat Tigers!
इन शेरों ने अग्रेशन भरपूर दिखाया है अपने मैचेस में, लेकिन क्या आज इनका कमबैक देखने को मिलेगा?
On number 14, it's Global Esports!
लीग स्टेजेस में किया सबको इम्प्रेस, but will the man with the golden hand walk away with the gold as well?
It's time to see the gods in action. Give it up for God's Reign!
ग्लैडिएटर से बनी गॉड्स रेड, लेकिन आज इस जंग के मैदान में लड़ना तो इनको मरते दम तक पड़ेगा फॉर दैट गोल्ड.
On number 12, it's Team WSB Gaming!
Another lineup filled with young players. लैंड तक का सफर तो तय किया, लेकिन क्या ट्रॉफी तक का सफर भी सक्सेसफुली ये टीम तय कर पाएगी?
They have the muscle. They have the power. They are Hydra Official!
Never say die एटीट्यूड के साथ आती हुई हाइड्रा ऑफिशियल, और इनकी नजरों में भी आती हुई इस स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज की ट्रॉफी.
Alphas अनेक, Omega सिर्फ एक. Give it up for Carnival Gaming.
ट्रॉफी काफी अपने नाम करी, लेकिन अब वक्त है स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज को अपने नाम करने का.
On position number 9, it's Kemen Esports.
इन यंग ब्लड्स ने दिखाया कि जस्ट नए हैं, इसलिए जल्दी हार नहीं मानेंगे. लीग स्टेजेस डोमिनेट करने के बाद क्या केमिन इस लैंड फिनाले का लास्ट डे भी डोमिनेट करेगी?
Never, ever, ever mess with Team Forever.
टीम में जब ओवेस जैसा खिलाड़ी हो तो किसी के सामने डर नहीं लगता, और इस वक्त इनको भी बस इस स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज को अपने नाम करना है.
On position number 7, it's Team Entity.
इस स्टेज पे मौजूद सबसे खतरनाक टीम्स में से एक, लेकिन क्या होगा इस टीम का आज स्टेज पे? राज, हियर कम्स एंटिटी लेड बाय द आईजीएल सोमराज.
Make some noise for the team led by Robinson. It's OR Esports.
इतिहास गवाह है कि इस टीम ने बीजीएमआई में कितना नाम कमाया है, लेकिन आज वक्त है इस ट्रॉफी को अपने साथ घर लेके लौटने का.
Currently on 5th position, it's the team Blind Esports.
प्लेयर्स के नाम का टैग भले ही बदला हो, लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस में बिल्कुल चेंज नहीं आया. लेकिन आज क्या इस ट्रॉफी की रेस में ये फर्स्ट आ पाएंगे, ये हमें पता लगाना है.
only team to do 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Give it up for Team iFlix!
डे ऑफ कमबैक्स की असली विजेता टीम कल के दिन 2 बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर निकाल के इन्होंने अपनी वापसी कराई है ट्रॉफी की इस दौड़ में। लेकिन क्या ये ट्रॉफी सही में इनके हाथ लगेगी?
Here's the team on number 3, led by Sensei. Give it up for Team Revenant!
ट्रॉफी की भूख कितनी ज्यादा है इस आईजीएल को हम सब कल देख चुके हैं, लेकिन क्या आज ये भूख पूरी हो पाएगी?
From the jungle to the arena, they are deadly, man. They are orangutan.
और एप आर्मी का सामना करना बिल्कुल भी आसान नहीं है। अभी भी मौका है इस स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज की ट्रॉफी को साथ लेके घर लौटने का।
You know who's coming. Give it up for the table toppers. Soul!
सिर्फ नाम में ही सोल नहीं, ये टीम इस बीजीएमआई सर्किट की भी सोल बन चुकी है। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, शोर मचाओ नोएडा की जनता।
Come on, come on, come on, people. Make some noise for the table toppers. Soul!
Johnny boy,
Yes,
but I'm just loving the energy on day 3. It's mind-blowing.
of course. I mean, क्या crowd है, क्या energy और teams full focused.
It's my first time in BGMI and I haven't seen such an amazing crowd. जनता, जरा अपना फोन निकालो, फ्लैश लाइट ऑन करो, अपना जोश तो दिखाओ. Everyone, phones out, phones out, phones out, phones
Let's
out,
go.
phones out, everyone. Turn on the flash light. Yo, people.
इस साइड थोड़ी कम
हो
लाइटें नजर आ रही है,
जाओ।
सब लोग शुरू हो जाओ।
इस साइड वालों, दिखाओ अपना जोश. Okay, okay, okay. When I say left, we go left. When I say right, we go right. On my count. Left. Right. 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 Make some noise. Okay, hang on. All the जनता जो हमें घर से देख रही है, अलग अलग स्क्रीन पे देख रही है, जो भी जनता यहाँ ऑडियंस में आई है, आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप इस फाइनल डे पर हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। लेकिन इस फाइनल डे को आगे कैसे बढ़ाएंगे जब तक हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स हमारे बीच में नहीं आएंगे। मेक सम नॉइज फॉर अभी बुलाऊं कि
नहीं नहीं अभी नहीं, अभी मेरे को ना प्लेयर से बात करने का बहुत मन है क्योंकि मेरे को जानना है फाइनल से पहले क्या चल रहा है सबके
मैं
मन
सोच
में।
रहा था यार भाइयों को बुलाता पहले।
तो भाई इंतजार करेंगे थोड़ा।
ओके, तो आइए सबसे पहले बुलाते हैं हमारे टेबल टॉपर्स को। मेक सम नॉइज फॉर ऐश फ्रॉम नंबर 2 पोजीशन, ओजी। ऐश फ्रॉम ओजी, कैन वी हैव यू हियर ऐश?
और वहीं पे लीडर बोर्ड के टॉप पे बैठी टीम आई कुछ सोल से बुलाना चाहेंगे उनके IGL मान्या को। मान्या, could we have you on the stage?
Come on, make some noise for Ash and Manya! Come on, everyone! Hands up in the air, hands up in the air! That's my people. How are you guys? How are you guys?
बहुत बढ़िया है।
It's the final day. Day 1 you were the table topper. Day 2 you are the table topper. But आज जो table topper बनेगा वो मायने रखता है Ash. My question is to you, my friend. Day 1 बहुत बढ़िया गया. Day 2 पहले 2 मैचेस बहुत अच्छे गए, बट उसके बाद जैसा कि बहुत सारे एक्सपर्ट्स का और सेंसाई ने भी कहा था that Day 2 और Day 3 पे आके OGs फंबल करते हैं, वो गलतियां करते हैं, 3-4 बार गिरेंगे, and that exactly happened. पिछली सीरीज में भी एक बार देखा था, 1 पॉइंट से चैंपियनशिप हाथ से निकल गई थी. उसको आज कैसे रिडीम करोगे?
मतलब हमारा फर्स्ट डे बहुत अच्छा गया था, बट सेकंड डे एकदम हमारे बेसिक इधर उधर हो गए. तो वी विल जस्ट फोकस कि आज वो बेसिक्स क्लियर रहें. हम लोग, हमारा कम्युनिकेशन प्रॉपर है, फाइटिंग एंड पे हम स्ट्रांग रहें, तो हम निकाल देंगे.
ऑलरेडी मान्या, मेरा सवाल रहेगा आपसे. ये जनता ऑलरेडी आपको विनर मान चुकी है. आज आपकी पीठ पर है वो टारगेट जो कल ऐश की पीठ पर था. How will you face this pressure and how will you lift the trophy?
लाइक प्रेशर तो कुछ नहीं है, हमें अपना नेचुरल गेम खेलना और फोकस अच्छा खेलने पे ध्यान देना होगा. और हमारा बस यही फोकस है कि हर मैच पॉइंट निकाले और लास्ट तक कंसिस्टेंट रहे, जैसा अभी तक रहे. बिना चिकन के भी जीत जाएंगे.
And that's the most amazing part. एक भी चिकन डिनर नहीं है, but they are the table toppers, my friend. That is so damn cool. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for both the players, Ash and Manya. जोरदार तालियां इन दोनों के लिए, everyone. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. अब बुलाएं मेरे भाइयों को.
हाँ, अब बुलाते हैं.
आइए, तो अब बुलाते हैं उन्हें जिनके बिना ये सफर आगे बढ़ाना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल. Give it up for our experts. It's Maisie and 8-Bit Thug!
As the sun sets, the darkness takes over, and then the wait begins for the sun to rise back up and conquer the battlegrounds. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the last day of the Grand Finals of Snapdragon Pro Series, where I'm going to be hosting Castro Necro, and John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Shai Shanu. Before we continue this show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, and Monster Energy Unleash the Beast. With that being said, yesterday, Revenant Sensei made a prediction saying that OG will probably choke a couple of games, maybe 4 or 5 games, and the prediction came true exactly at the same time.
So Maisie, I have a question for you.
Yes, it is a very problematic situation for Orangutan, but there's still one more thing that I am pretty focused on, and that is going to be the fact that, yes, that was not a good day, but you still have one more day to redeem yourself.
Yeah.
And for the audience out there, you can also see the amount of people are there who are waiting to take the entry. And if you really want to try and get a chance, you still have a little bit of a time left, right? We've got 6 games lined up.
I'm not gonna lie, the vibe that I'm feeling right now inside of the arena is a vibe I've never felt before. It's so electric, it's so hyped up.
True.
Man, I just can't wait for the games to be started, and I just can't wait for Aiku Soul's name on top of that screen, just eliminating the teams left, right, center. Because of course, there's a lot of Soul fans in the overall crowd sitting.
You know, you really want to just hear the crowd go wild, right? That's your
Of
main
course.
motive. I knew that. But yes, I'm also expecting Team Soul to do that exact same thing, because we have seen they tend to be very aggressive,
Yeah.
specifically on the last day whenever it's about the championship. And it's just as Manya said in the interview, they do not have any pressure.
Exactly. But another factor that can add on a lot of that pressure is going to be the prize pool. Let's move on and look at the prize pool and how much money exactly is on the line. 1 crore rupees, ladies and gentlemen, will be there, from which the first spot team will be getting 25 lakhs. But then we cannot forget the special prize pool too. Every chicken dinner you get will be giving you 50K in the pockets.
That is true, but you know the most fun part about this entire scene is that yes, as you have already mentioned about one thing, that's the special prizes. You also have the fact that every single finish you get will give you 2,500 bucks in your back pocket. Along with that, apart from the single chicken dinner 50,000, if you get consecutive, you are going to receive double the amount. That's 2 lakhs.
And exactly, that's what we call double chicken dinner. If you get 2 chicken dinners back to back, you will be getting 2 lakhs in your pockets. Now, as we do move on forward towards the prize pool accumulated, so far, Team iFlix is at the top because yesterday they got 2 chicken dinners back to back.
Yes.
And iFlix, they astonished every single person in the arena, not just in the arena, even the chat.
I mean, seriously, I did make a prediction mentioning that Sanhok would potentially be the game where iFlix would be taking that lead from every other team, and they doubled it up as well on the map of Vikendi. So yes, surprised all of us, and with that, we also have the overall ranking. We are seeing Team Aiku Soul on top without a chicken dinner.
Exactly, but OG is not that far away, my friend. The Apes are looking for a revenge, and the Apes are looking forward to conquer that throne once again. You move on forward to the latter half of the board, and you're going to see a lot of upsets. Some of the big names not being able to perform. God's Green and Global Esports is one of those. But now it's time for us to find out who have been the finish leaders inside of the grand final so far. It's going to be AKOP from OG. He's played in total of 12 matches, and he's gotten 28 finish points.
That's like almost more than 2 finishes each game, and yes, it is a pretty solid number seeing how he's got 40.58% finish contribution. But I also want to focus on Harsh, right? Because he's not that far behind, 25 finishes for himself. That brings us somewhere around 2.02 of that KDA. But at the end of the day, I also want to see Blind going to perform really well.
Hey, but you know what? We had the pleasure to talk to the players of OG, so let's move forward and look at this clip.
AKOP जो है बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं AKOP को, बट जो अंकित शुक्ला है उसको तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है. उसका भी एक ड्रीम था जो कि अभी भी है, ट्रॉफी जीतना, ई-स्पोर्ट्स खेलना. और क्या करे, डिवाइस का मारा था उस टाइम, पेरेंट्स से सपोर्ट नहीं था, स्कूलिंग चल रही थी. फिर कैसे कैसे करके पापा ने डिवाइस दिलाया, फिर हमने खेला. फिर बाद में एक एस्टेक करके एक टीम थी जिसमें एक डिवाइस स्विच हुआ था, तो दूसरा एंड्रॉयड डिवाइस आया था. तो एस्टेक के जो ओनर ने मुझे डिवाइस दिया था, मैंने उनसे सैलरी वगैरह कुछ नहीं मांगी थी क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली डिवाइस दिया, तो आई वाज वेरी ग्रेटफुल. और अभी भी हूँ क्योंकि वहीं से AKOP का जो ग्राफ है वो ऊपर गया है. फिर उसके बाद परफॉर्म किया अच्छा, और फिर बहुत सारे ऑफर्स आए, बट आई चोज द भगवा रंग. राम भक्त है. जय श्री राम.
AKOP has been sort of like the main face of this team because he's been performing up to the mark. But we cannot forget how much Ash contributed as well, not just in the IGLing factor, also in the elimination brackets.
That is absolutely true because he's one of those fragging IGLs we've been talking about, and that man's 1v4 against Team Aiku Soul on Sanhok. That is a clip you're going to remember for almost your entirety of the life.
Exactly. But you know what? We've been talking so much about the games and the teams. We need to figure out what the schedule is going to look like for today's day. Let's move on and look at the schedule. It's going to be the classic map schedule. Nothing really out of the ordinary. We're going to get things off with Erangel. Then the second game is going to be Miramar. Third one, of course, Erangel once again. Fourth one will be Sanhok. Fifth, we'll be back on the Icy Lands Vikendi. And then as the cycle repeats itself, we're going to end things off on Erangel.
I have seen so many teams because I was also doing some of my homework, and I have noticed the fact that if we're talking about a specific team, that's Revenant, wherein Sensei, yes, of course, you can say that he is the one who predicts what is going to happen. We saw that yesterday happen. He said OG would be the one who will not be able to perform, and that is the exact same thing that we focused on in those last 4 games. But if you're again talking just about Revenant, they have been the one to focus and perform really well on that second half.
Hey, but you know what? Someone's downfall can be the uprise of someone else. And for this time, it was the uprise of Soul. And Soul, they've got some work to say. Let's move on forward and look at this clip.
मैं एलिजिबल नहीं था ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स वगैरह खेलने के लिए, तो मतलब मेरे को बहुत अंदर से ये था कि खेलना है खेलना है खेलना है. भूख एक अंदर से बहुत थी क्योंकि मैं मेहनत करते आ रहा था कि मेरे को जब पता था जब मैं एलिजिबल होऊंगा, वो एलिजिबल होने के बाद मेरे को डिस्ट्रॉय करना है लॉबी को टीम के साथ. लेकिन वो चीज़ नहीं हो पाई क्योंकि जो मेरे स्टार्टिंग के 2 मेजर लैन इवेंट्स थे, BGMS सीजन 2 और BGIS, दोनों में मैं नहीं कर पाया, जिसकी वजह से जो डिसीजन गलत था. बट मैंने ऐसा नहीं लिया कि ये डिसीजन नहीं लेना चाहिए था, मगर वो डिसीजन से मैं सीखा जो मेरे को आगे काम है, क्योंकि मैं भरोसा किया कि भगवान ने ये सीख मेरे को बहुत जल्दी दे दी कि जब मेरा करियर स्टार्ट हुआ प्रॉपर, वही वक्त पे भगवान ने ये कर दिया कि तू एक बार हारने का भी एक सीख ले ले. उसका एक चक ले मजा कि कैसा होता है, जिसके बाद तू कभी मेहनत कम नहीं करेगा और तू सिर्फ जीतने पे ध्यान देगा। तो मैंने उसको वो तरीके से लिया कि मैं वो चीज़ को आगे आगे अच्छा कैसे करूँ, ना कि ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली जिसकी वजह से बहुत ख़राब हो गया। तो मैं पॉजिटिव रह के मूव ऑन करते करते यहाँ तक आया हूँ और आगे भी ऐसे ही जाने का प्लान है।
S-Power, the man that backs up Team Seoul with so much firepower, right next to Ronnie, definitely had some choice words to say. But you know what? Seoul sitting at the top, as expected. We expected IQ Seoul to be there, and they've finally gotten that throne. But as I mentioned, the Apes are also quite jealous.
Yes, they are definitely jealous, and that's exactly what even Johnny mentioned, right, in the pre-game segment, that yes, you have Seoul performing really well, but they are being closely trailed by the orangutans. But again, at the same time, I would really want to focus on the rivalry that will be brewing up as well.
God.
I know, and you also mentioned that previously.
Well, this is going to be a fun one. There will probably be a lot of changes, including the drop locations. But you know what? Enough of speculations. Now it's time for us to make the predictions. Which team do you think is going to kick things off with a chicken dinner in the first game of Erangel?
Orangutan. I'm going to go with Orangutan. The reason, because again, on day number 1, they performed brilliantly. Even on day 2, they had pretty solid performance in first and second game. So I'm going to go with OGs.
I'm going to go with Blind Esports, considering I feel like they have learned the lesson yesterday, and now they would want to iron and loop pretty much around the corners a little bit more, because Blind Esports, they've been known for their aggression, but now it's time for them to patch things out a little bit more and focus on those placement points too.
Absolutely true. And also, people out there, you can also make your predictions, right? All you need to do is just open the comment section and type who do you think will be getting the win. I mean, the arena has already told us who they think will be the winners, and they are shouting, hooting IQ Seoul on top of their lungs. And I think so, yes, a lot of those people out there might predict the same thing. Yet again, here we are as casters choosing entirely different stuff.
And not just that, the best part about IQ Seoul being at the top is that they haven't gotten a single chicken dinner.
True.
And that just adds on a little bit of more astonishing factor to this entire overall standings. The storyboard is shaping up perfectly. Yesterday's games was super intense and super entertaining as well. Soon enough, ladies and gentlemen, we will be jumping inside of the first game of the day. My bets are locked in on the Blind Esports. Your bets are locked in?
Orangutans.
On the OGs, the Apes themselves, and both these teams are quite close to each other. So this will indeed be a super intense battle, especially in the first half of the board in the top 8. If you're somewhere else on the latter half of the board, you will have a chance to play your role as well, but maybe as the spoiler.
Absolutely true, and I really want to spoil a few things for the audience out there, but alright, I'm gonna keep those surprises for the later on stages, because just as I mentioned, we might be seeing some rivalries brewing up on the map of Erangel itself. Yet again, at the end of the day, you mentioned Seoul, OG, only 2 points apart. That's the only difference between them, but they are being closely trailed by none other than Revenant. And we can hear the music in the background, so you already know that we will be getting ready for the map.
Exactly. Entity Gaming getting locked up too. You can see the IGL having a couple of words for OG yesterday. 4 games were choked out, but hopefully today the same thing's not going to be repeating itself.
True.
Because maybe you can't say the bad luck's now out of the way. It's only uphill from here.
Absolutely, because we've seen OG facing troubles on 3rd day. Might as well just take those troubles down on the 2nd day, and still being on that 2nd place, I am really hoping for them to perform up to perfection, but also I'll be looking on to the team iFlix. They have been known to perform in the 2nd half from the map of Sanhok, but I really want to see things changing up on Erangel itself.
iFlix, an underdog team that came in and astonished all of us, but now the question remains, will they be able to pull off another upset for the fan favorite teams? Or will iFlix choke themselves? They are the underdogs. They do not have a lot of experience to back themselves up, but they do have an experienced coach that helps them improve inside of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to step our foot on the first game of the day. As the plane's gonna be high up in the sky on the classic grounds of Erangel. A lot of teams, the fans are cheering for them in the chat, not just in the chat, even in the arena. There's a lot of fans of IQ Seoul. Will they be able to kick things off on a great note in the first game itself? The question still remains, but here we go. The plane's gonna hit the skies as the plane flat path starts all the way from Seville. Fernie towards down south fair and pier. This plane fly path is not that cruel.
Yes, this is one of the most default-centric plane fly path that we have ever seen, at least in the finals. I'll be brutally honest, not any kind of hardship. So most of the teams would be able to, if not all, be able to drop in their normal common locations. Global Esports down in Severny. We'll see Revenant in Milta, Hydro Official in Milta Power. Over towards Georgia Paul, we'll be seeing Gen X FM. Even Orangutans will face no difficulties. Ferry Bear literally on that fly path. God's Reign, the team that we were not expecting to see so down in the leaderboard, over towards the military base island, will be taking their leave as well.
GT moving towards their drop location too. This time, things will be a little bit switched up. Or at least that's what I want to see too on the board. Entity Gaming dropping in towards Pachinki, and just to let you guys know, once again, Pachinki used to be the drop location of WSB2. Now, there might be a little bit of a hint I'm trying to give you guys, and hopefully you guys are able to latch onto that hint as quick as possible. There's a chance you might see something else brewing up, either at the end of the day, or either at the mid-pack of the day.
I mean, you may never know, right? Because, again, WSB are at a no-lose position. The only place for them to go from that point onwards is going to be directly up. But yet again, alas, we're not going to see any kind of drop clashes. WSB will be taking their spot in Primos. But we have seen it, and the history says the exact same thing. Even in the previous 2 days, WSB dropping onto those awkward locations have been facing troubles in their rotations, in their fights. They do not feel comfortable, but we were expecting a change. We are seeing one from Gen X FM taking super northeastern part, maybe towards Kameshki and all that area. But over towards Yasna Apollana, yet again, we are seeing the truce between Kemin and OR.
Circle is quite weird in my opinion. But it's a circle I've seen quite a lot of times still. But it really comes down to how it's going to end though. There can be a lot of these hard shifts. Yesterday was the day of the circle itself. The circle was the biggest MVP for all the entertainment that we witnessed.
True.
But today, is it going to be the same thing, or will it be the classic grounds for all the teams? Because once again, for the players, they would want it to be the classic circle shift. For us, as entertainers, we want things to be a little bit more spiced up with those hard and curveball shifts. But do you speak of things being hyped up? Off the bat, it's a battle brewing up between two teams. Hydra, Blind, and Revenant Esports in the mix as well. Unfortunately, Equinox gets knocked out, and off the bat, Blind starting things off in a fantastic note. Skips, runs over Equinox too. Revenant Esports getting taken down from the game. And Blind Esports, what a great start they've got so far. They haven't even lost a single man inside of the fight.
And they still have 3 more possible flushes as well, right? Yeah, Fierce is just praying for his life at this point because he's the only man remaining from Revenant. That is a massive, massive start for the side of Blind, and they will try to follow up with more. Spray God's been flushed out, and maybe they're going to try and take their leave at this point. They're like, all right, we've got 6 of them, and that's all we need. Bye-bye.
And this is why I'm a big fan of Blind Esports' play style. They play so fearless that they put on a show for every single person that's currently in the arena. And I'm pretty sure even the people that are at the home, they're having a great time. Off the bat, seeing such a fiery start. You can see Fear scared for his life because he's the only man left alive. And for Revenant, they're on the 3rd spot in the overall standings. Every single point they get matters. And for Hydra, they're fighting for the pride.
I mean, Fierce has been reduced down to fear. While on the other end, Starboy has been reduced to a draw of Starboy. These are the only situations that these players could potentially now try to escape from. And again, the plain fly path, we were expecting these teams to be able to go on to their draws, but they got a little greedy, you can say, for the vehicles at least. They wanted to find some path, and they all ended up in the vicinity of Blind. And you know what? They took all of that with such big arms. And that's the exact kind of start you really wanted to see. You predicted that Blind would be the ones who would take the chicken home. And if this is the way they're going to start, I'm only waiting to see what's going to happen, because we are also seeing Team Forever down south in Milta.
Yeah, Blind with a pretty confident statement on the elimination board off the bat. But as I keep on mentioning, there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence.
Indeed.
And when you step that, you pretty much start forgetting what are the good fights and the bad fights. And hopefully, the same thing does not happen with Blind. We've seen them fall into so many traps in the past, and at this point, I'm also concerned for them.
because it's not the first time that they've taken this aggressive approach. Even on the map, previously on Erangel itself, when they dropped in somewhere around the area of Hospital, I remember they quickly slammed into Carnival Gaming, where Carnival lost Akshat. But they were just not able to convert it into a big win or a game with so many finishes after that. And since we're already talking about a team not being able to convert a game into a big one, WSB in front of us in Primorsk. But one thing that they can definitely do is try the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra with the Snapdragon processor, because they give 120 FPS.
Imagine buttery smooth experience for you guys. And even some precise touch. Who wouldn't want a device like that? 120 FPS? I mean, that's the type of FPS you usually get in PCs. And now you can get that in the palm of your hand.
Sheesh. Sheesh. That's, of course, something you would really want to get your hands on. But also, on the other side of spectrum, we're seeing the audience as well being pretty hyped up right now in the arena, even though there's absolutely no action on board. And I can only imagine what's going to happen in those last 2 or 3 games, man.
I mean, it's the content creators hyping the audience up, pulling out their phones, starting the camera. And yeah,
That's
just
all
having
we
a good
need.
time. Everyone's enjoying their time in here. And still, there is a chance for the people who are still sitting at the home. If you guys are living anywhere near Noida, make sure to come to Noida Indoor Stadium. The tickets are still available in the venue itself. So what are you waiting for? If you're living around anywhere here, just be over here, man. It's such a great experience, and I'm pretty sure it's an experience you guys will never forget.
Once in a lifetime indeed, because the first LAN event of 2024, the major one indeed, that too in which you've got such a great audience, so many great players. What a crazy arena. Even if you're talking about that stage itself, right? We saw that in the pre-game segment. Haven't really seen this kind of stage being set up, and it is beautiful.
Specifically for GT, even for them, the game's sort of done. At this point, a lot of these teams will try to fight for the pride. They've got no other option left anyways. And I would say, you might as well try to go out with a bang. Revan Esports, unfortunately, quite a bad start. But now the last man, Fierce, who's supposed to be the man to lead the pack for that team inside of the firefights. Now Fierce needs to play much more safe and sound, needs to play for the placement points. You do not see that happen often. But Entity Gaming on that quick move inside of the map.
Now, since the circle has been taking the southeastern shift, we will be seeing most of the teams going in for the rotation. But I'll be honest, whenever we see this kind of circle, and if it's somewhere near the shoreline, we have seen a lot of those teams preferring the shoreline location. Even previously, yesterday, we saw Revenant taking that exact same area under their control, and they were able to get that chicken. However, this time around, they only have Fierce left, just as you mentioned. But on the other side of the table, there is also Team Forever that we haven't really been talking about a lot, because they have not shown us very shiny plays as they did back in the challenge season. But I'm really hoping some big numbers from this team, because they have got that superb experience in terms of aways. And they've got some amazing firepower. Mafia, Omega, Flock, they've been making a stark statement. In the challenge season, they did. But in the finals, they have been fairly kept quiet. But you know, one of the dangerous teams is always the one that's in the middle of the pack. And guess where Team Forever are? In the middle itself.
I would say you're wrong in that. I would say one of the most dangerous teams is the team that's got nothing to lose. And is the team that's at the bottom.
True.
You know which teams I'm talking about.
Of course I know.
And I'm also going to put another deadly team's name on top of that. Godsfried. They've got nothing to lose as well. Still, they've got 6 games, though. If they do pull off 3 chicken dinners in today itself, then things can be different. And the funny part is, we know they're capable of doing so as well.
True.
But the stats speak something else inside of this tournament.
In the challenge finals, yes, indeed. In challenge season, they were speaking something different story. But yes, I would definitely agree with you. There's also one more team that has been known of making a comeback on the last day. Starts from G.
Global Esports?
Exactly. I'm hoping.
I don't think so. For Global Esports, I mean, guys, do not get me wrong, but this tournament was sort of like the testing waters.
True.
Mavi being the IGL, he's leading a complete new, tweaked and tuned Global Esports. They've got the firepower, Ninja Boy, Beast. These guys contribute quite well. And Mavi with the IGL, we've seen him perform pretty nice in the challenge season. But that conversion in the finals wasn't there. But hold on. OG with a chance to strike. The advantage they can find. All they need to do is open things up in a great node, maybe pull out a nade, cook it to perfection, and toss it inside of that wall.
Double nade?
And that's what they're trying to do as well. Mavericks in the vehicle. The nade's been cooked up to perfection. It's being tossed, but it just does not find any knockouts, and that's the problem. iFlix, Mavericks will live to see another day. And now the gas station's going to be pumped up with a lot of nades. It's better to just back away, Moksh. But instead, it's OG pulling out of that situation, maybe.
I would still say a good decision because, again, their backs are entirely open. Any team who's towards farm could potentially make their way after hearing all this commotion. And yes, there are only two players here right now. Ash, Wizjord, and Wizjord is also making his way, at least getting ready in the vehicle. But as you've said, Moksh in a pretty precarious spot. I wouldn't really want to be there. However, he will be having the cover from his teammates, Crypto, Madrek, Insidious. Because again, you really cannot get inside this compound from the angle OG is until and unless you create a way with those smokes. And I don't think so they would want to really use those smokes for going in for this kind of push.
OG, these two players in the front lines, the fight is being escalated for too long now. It's elongated for way too long. It's better to just move away from this spot and focus for the future. And OG Summer down line, their future is in this spot itself. Another man backs away. It's all Wizjod all by himself. I'm not exactly sure what OG are trying to do.
They're just making sure, I believe, that iFlix are not pushing forward.
Maybe.
And they are kind of showing that they've got this presence. But again, if you're looking at the map itself, look at the position of Madrek. Look at the flank that he is trying to create. And he can potentially catch the members of OG off guard. If they get one knock, all three players will be pushing in to try and get that pincer. If that happens, that's going to be a disastrous start for OG.
And once again, keep one more thing in mind. Godsreen, they haven't moved out of the military base just yet.
Oh, true.
They're still looking forward to rotate. iFlix can be caught within that rotation itself. So iFlix, they need to play a little bit more concerned, more cautious. Genix FM, a team that's got nothing to lose, all the way at the bottom of the overall standings. Genix FM, definitely they were sweating for the first 2 days, but now I hope the jitters are going to fade away.
Hope.
Oh, the Lamborghinis, they look so nice, especially when the sun just is right on top of them.
True that. I really hope that I get one too.
Oh, you don't have a Lamborghini?
Really want to. Who does not? But again, the same could be said about the trophy itself, right? All these 16 teams want that, but only one is going to receive it.
iFlix, OG. Man, this stalemate has been elongated for way too long, and I'm a little bit worried for Vizgod now. Imagine if iFlix, they just send it on top of Vizgod for some reason, and he gets caught. He would regret for staying in this position for too long. And it's still sitting there. That's the funny part. Just sitting in the vehicle, chilling in with the AC.
True. And you know, this vehicle, it also blows up pretty quickly as well.
Yeah. We call it the delicate darling.
Understandable why you would call it that.
Aiku Soul, I like the split they've got. 2 players in this warehouse, 2 players in the outskirts, in the compound right next to the warehouse. So somewhere down line, they're also going to provide a little bit of a cover fire to each other, and they've also accumulated a lot of this landmass.
True. Acquiring that real estate, it always is super crucial. We even saw that yesterday from the side of Revenant itself. That the more landmass you acquire, the less of a space your opponent has to work with. Drigger is just trying to find a lucky connection. PS was low in that HP. But again, the more shots you fire, the more opponents will know your position. You might as well have to play safe. As for how things are going for Revenant itself, I really wanted to see at least 5 to 10 first aid kits on Fierce, but that's 0. And I feel really bad for him at this point, because all he could do is potentially go for a heal battle until and unless their opponent make a mistake and give him the 1v1s that he need with the DBS.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is he baiting someone?
I'm not sure. But hold on. Talk about bait and Godsreen. They instantly bait and switch. Destro in the back lines is being caught, but no issues. All the shots missed. Was a little bit too far away. Insidious, he spots out the entire rotation of Godsreen, and they're also going to make it quite smooth. No man left behind, and Godsreen, they're looking quite good with that rotation. Team iFlix, all they can do is just watch him fizzle out. While Moksh is now trying to inflict some pain and hurt on the players of OG. Vizjot still there in the back lines. He's being resurrected just now. Ash in the clotheslines too. Looking for to toss up an 8 for OG. This fight matters a lot. If they take too much hurt, it will all come tumbling down, not just in this game itself, but also in the overall standings, because as I mentioned, your downfall can be the uprise for someone else.
And as we were talking about, right, even Vizjot's vehicle is about to blow up, so they would have to go into Ash's buggy, and that's not the best vehicle to carry the second person. Way too out in the open. Any stray bullet can literally connect onto it, and Vizjot is still sitting in the back. Now, I'm not a big fan of it, and I'll be brutally honest, the only reason why Vizjot is still in the lobby is because God's Reign were making their rotation from the bridge. That got the attention of the members of iFlix away from OG and Vizjot's presence there. Otherwise, this would have been a full-fledged push. So OG should be lucky.
Pretty much. I mean, for iFlix, at this point, survival is the key point. And they're also in quite a decent position. We know the circle's going to be an absolute chaotic one in the end.
Menace.
If it does end near farm, we're up for a show. If it ends somewhere right above Milta, where the hill is and the rice fields are, we're still up for a show. So in general, this is probably going to be an entertaining game.
One thing is for sure, Orangutan's positioning has every single time been like this. Playing almost at near the edge on the southwestern areas. And the next circle shift is almost 95% being taken away from them. And I'm not quite sure how well their rotation would look like. Not going to be pretty at all. Because even if we are looking at the other parts, Ikusol will be making the rotation from the northeastern area towards that prison. Might take the entry directly from the eastern parts. Global Esports directly in the southeast. Will also be taking their shelter in some of the urban areas of Milta itself. Yeah. North is again where I would love to see some conflicts brewing up, because Blind, OR, as well as Gen X FM, all of them could potentially collide at any point.
Pretty much. The team in the yellow on the minimap, Revenant Esports. Right next to him, God's Reign. You got to give it to the players of God's Reign, man. The rotation they pulled off. That is quite a gutsy move, I'm not going to lie. Usually teams won't try to go from that spot, especially when you know the circle is also taking over the Brit side. And yeah, it's going to end right on top of the side of Milta, so that means we are going to be up for a show, my friend. You can see instant adjustments from Team Forever 2. They pull back, they reunite, because they know a lot of teams are about to hit the spot where they were.
You called for it, Necro. You called for it. There could two potential rotations be of that circle. And the second one was on spot. But again, show is what we love. And Shogun from God's Reign will be the one to show that to us. That's a lot of show, I said.
Look at God's Reign, how well coordinated they're playing. I guess somewhere down the line they have realized that they were looking too lost inside of the games, and now it's time for them to communicate a little bit more better and make sure that every single person is going to be within the link. God's Reign, all the 4 players in that Powerhouse, GE inside of the house, Ninja Boy and Slug. This might not pan out that well. Starboy quite close to Mavi as well. You can see at the top. That fight might be brewing up soon.
What?
And it's going to be Starboy taken down. Hydra eliminated from the game.
I was really not expecting that to happen. I thought maybe Starboy's position is unknown to Mavi, but the man, the IGL, and the legend is just smart. We've been talking about fragging IGLs and how important it has been for the IGL himself to go in for those frags. But since we're talking about frag, there we go. Blind and Kemin.
Oh no, Kemin Esports. Altu gets caught. Even Fury follows up. 2 players instantly just getting deep. Dived in. And Blind Esports, as usual, they once again start things off in quite an aggressive note. They've been put deep in 6 feet under. And now for Blind Esports, even they're catching a little bit of hurt from the side of our Esports. Pros taking some shots onto Hirsch. And Blind Esports, you can see instant callback from them too. Another team taking a rotation right next to him. Even OG moving away from that spot. Blind Esports, they're screwed up massively. Or for them, it's a feast. Served on his golden platter, and they're here to grab all the meal. Venom, even in the back lines, he's trying to make a rotation as safe as possible. Once again, it's just vehicles moving around all across the board. I am getting deja vus here.
Indeed, that is true, but it just seems that Orangutan learned from their mistake from yesterday, and they just took away from this fight. Admino taking a few shots head on, though, just behind that buggy, should be able to maybe get a spot on Dark Lord. Fires a few extra shots as well, but Dark Lord will be taken down by Pukar. Entity's third party coming in at clutch.
Blind Esports, they're no way out of this situation.
They're done for.
Yeah, they're pretty much screwed up. Last man Adi gets sniffed out too, and that's it. Blind Esports, a big threat neutralized from the lobby. Yesterday, we saw the downfall of 2 teams, OR and OG. And today, even OR is on the path for vengeance. They're here to claim that spot back on the 2nd spot in the overall standings. That's where they were at the start of the day yesterday. And look at Ninja Boy finding 2 massive frags against God's Reign. And somewhere down the line, even God's Reign on the verge of getting eliminated towards Milta. This is not good. And that's it.
That's it. Just 1 potential member remaining for God's Reign. Really want to look at that fight. And yes, Zestro, Justin as well, super low in that HP. You might as well count him out unless he's able to land in some nasty DBS shots right onto the skulls or even on the chest of Beast, Slug and Ninja Boy. Even Mabi as well trying to create the off angle. That's Justin taken out of the picture. Finished off, only Destro remaining. Oh my god. The amount of goosebumps this man would be getting.
Inside of that little trail, what can he do?
Nothing.
For how long it's going to provide him that cover. This crate won't be cleared out, but once again, the problem for Destro is that he needs to move in the circle, so he needs to leave that crate as soon as possible. And going for the med strat on this map, no. So you've got no other option than to move in.
That is true, but again, at the same time, even Global Esports would need to take their entry. And down south, there's just a massacre as for now. Carnival Gaming looking a little too claustrophobic.
Oh, Carnival Gaming not looking too comfortable inside of this little spot they've got. It's way too small and compact.
True.
Not a lot of places to move. They might just suffocate to death. But another big fight brewing up on the screens. It's the Table Toppers versus the 2nd spot. And OG for now, it does seem like they might prevail in this fight. Even Ronnie's quite low. But even OG, they're taking a lot of hurt. Nothing taken away from that. OR can be the one to snatch the elimination points away too if they want. They get third party, but the nade tossed to perfection. And OG, they've got some more problems brewing up from the back. OR, they might just go for the third party, and that's what happens. Drigger and AK, they fall down, and last man cannot stand a chance. Iku Soul, they get that unwanted support from OR.
But my, oh my, this is far from over as well. Because on the other side, we were also mentioning about Global Esports. They've lost a couple of members, and Gujarat Tigers will be trying to take some things away from them. But before that, S-Power, he can fire in some shots. No, will not be able to win.
S-Power kicking things up once again for Iku Soul. It's time to prove your worth, ladies and gentlemen. And Ronnie and S-Power, the deadly duo, are the only ones that can make it happen. Ronnie gets caught by the beautifully placed nade, but S-Power, the reposition is perfect. And now it's down for 3 players from OR to make the push happen. 3 players at the same time pushing up against S-Power. S-Power trying his best to stay alive around that smoke. He goes for the jump shot onto one. The 2 players, they fall down, but that's all he's gonna find. OR Esports, their game has been spoiled because even the wall of death is now moving up.
The judge dropped the first hits for Robin now, and all he could hope for is to play for that survival. 9 teams still remaining, make it 8. As Troy just finishes off WSB Global Esports facing the Wrath of the Blue. Problems are just brewing up, but not for Gujarat Tigers because they are looking super strong along with Team Forever down south.
Gujarat Tigers showcasing a lot of patience, completely playing on their position. And Clutch God just trying to spot out anyone from the back lines. He's got a little bit of a hunch that there might just be someone in the blue. Clutch God, shots against CG. As I mentioned, CG, they just do not really have a lot of maneuvering ability for now. They're just trapped in that one single wizard tower. And you cannot really be too mobile in that small amount of space. It's too compact. And CG, that's why you see them tossing out the smokes, but they're just catching too much hurt. Goblin gets caught, the main link already being shut down, and GT on the march for victory against this fight against CG.
Hector, he's still inside the smoke. Clutch God might not have an idea about it.
Striking advantage for Hector, and Clutch God might just get caught, and that's what is happening. Almost Clutch God could have been knocked out at once. He pushes up and fights a 2K. CG, they're about to be dismantled. Clutch got the rat to stop for now. Hector's position compromised as well. Mixkey pulls out the shotgun in the hand, and Hector gets shut down too. GT about to spoil the hopes and dreams in the first game of CG.
Seems way too close for any comfort. Akshat, the only man remaining, the man who still needs to win this fight. Shadow, OG, along with Mixkey. They've got to take this. They would not be able to survive it otherwise. Clutch God has also been finished off. We were talking about Gujarat Tigers, but they are in just a horrible spot. You can say the same thing for Akshat with just 1 first aid remaining. That's going to be Gujarat Tigers finished off. And it is Team Forever who will be taking the chicken dinner. Akshat will not be able to find anything apart from some lucky consolation. I was about to say how Team Forever could win given their position. But oh my God.
Team Forever just coming in out of nowhere, and for them the patience paid off perfectly. Always and the boys getting a chicken dinner finally on the name, and Always definitely will be quite happy. It will be a massive sigh of relief, but for them it means a lot. They might just have a solid positioning in the overall standings too. They might just be really close to breaching inside of that top 5.
I am really hoping for that to happen because I'll be brutally honest about it. I did mention that Team Forever would be looking to claim that spot in the top 5, but I'll be looking forward to if they'd be able to do that in game number 2 itself.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really hyped up and excited to know what exactly was going through the players' mind when they were so close for that chicken dinner, because for Team Forever, even they have got a solid chance of coming out on top and maybe be the potential champions. Already they have started things off in a great note with the chicken dinner. One more chicken dinner to back it up, and they will be super close in the top 3 itself. Team Forever, with all the eyes on them now, being locked up, I want to see how well Always can handle that pressure. Let's move on for the interview on the stage.
हिसाब से हम गेम कन्वर्ट करते हैं।
देखो पहले 2 दिन बहुत कंसिस्टेंट रहे, 91 टोटल पॉइंट्स थे आपके। आज पहले ही शुरुआत चिकन डिनर से हो गई है, टॉप पे जा सकते हैं, ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है। व्हाट आर द प्लान्स फॉर डे 3?
प्लान्स तो ऐसे ही है कि जैसे अभी तक खेलते हुए आए हैं वैसे ही खेलेंगे। बस 2 दिन हमारे गेम कन्वर्ट नहीं हो रहे थे, हम बहुत क्लोज जा रहे थे बट गेम कन्वर्ट नहीं हो रहे थे। बट अभी हमारे गेम कन्वर्ट, पहला ही गेम कन्वर्ट हुआ है, तो होपफुली ये मोमेंटम को कैरी करेंगे और नेक्स्ट गेम पे फोकस करेंगे।
Like they say, never ever ever mess with team forever. Let's head back to our experts. लेकिन experts के पास जाने से पहले मैं आपसे सिर्फ एक और सवाल जानना चाहता हूँ। एक कोई ऐसी टीम जिससे आपको लगता है ये टीम बहुत खतरनाक हो सकती है हमारे लिए?
एक टीम तो नहीं है वैसे, 2 टीमें। सोल भी अच्छा ही खेल रही है और ओजी भी अच्छा ही खेल रही है और आरएनटी भी अच्छा ही खेल रही है, तो तीनों टीम से ही है।
ओवेस ने अपनी उन टीम्स का नाम ले लिया है जिनसे इन्हें थोड़ा सा खतरा लगता है। आइए चलते हैं एक्सपर्ट्स के पास और उनसे जानते हैं क्या है उनकी राय।
Well, makes a lot of sense. Revenant, Soul, and also OG, they have been performing at the top of the echelon, but you cannot forget, even yesterday I was noticing one thing. Team Forever, they were having some insane rotations.
True.
Always was able to help his teammates get into some of the good spots. Unfortunately, the conversion wasn't exactly there, and that's what Always was mentioning too.
Yes, and they just needed that one conversion, and this is exactly what happened. Because when it was stage 3, I believe, I was about to mention that looking at the positions of all of the teams, Team Forever's position looks pretty solid, given the fact how you also mentioned about those 2 circle shifts. So I was saying, I guess Team Forever would have a chance of good rotation. I mean, in the midst of all the guesses, I was not able to mention it. But at the end of the day, they are the ones who came out on top.
Of course, Team Forever, for them, this was a long-awaited chicken dinner that they needed, and they finally got that in their hands too. Another team that got super close to this entire affair was MJ and the boys. I thought that GT might be actually the one to steal the chicken dinner as well. Unfortunately, the fight against CG sort of did not pan out that well. But if GT did win that, it would have been another big, astonishing affair. But as we do see the IRL highlights on how exactly the day started off, the crowd was super riled up. They were super pumped up. The players, they were feeling the intensity. The players were quite nervous too. You could see it on their faces. Even some of the confident teams, they were not looking too confident themselves. But one man just never changes any type of emotions. It's going to be Sensei. He was confident as ever before. He said that, yes, my team will be the one to take it home.
Really hoping so if they'd be able to do that or not, because a lot of Revenant fans and Sensei's fans himself want him to lift that big trophy. Even yesterday in the video, we saw him saying that exact same thing. They've been winning a few tournaments, but this big tournament by SPS, that's what they're focusing on. That's the trophy that they want to lift up.
One more thing I want to mention, that 1v3 clutch could have came through from S-Power.
True.
He almost got 2 players. The third one got the trade instantly.
True.
If there would have been any sort of delay between those trades, things would have been messed up for OR, and maybe they could have been 1v3 by S-Power. And of course, it would have been the highlight of the day. You can clearly see the highlights of the previous game too, and how exactly the action unfolded in front of us. S-Power, he was definitely quite a crucial piece for the puzzle for Aiku's Soul, and he did his job quite fantastically. And then Clutch got pushing up all by himself, getting these 2 crucial knocks against CG, really helped GT to come out on top. But still, it's all about the third parties in the final few moments, right?
That is indeed true. I was really hoping Hector in that smoke to possibly be a spearhead for his team. But alas, the opponents were just Achilles and the Trojans, and they were not able to survive on the back of it. At the end of the day, I really love that chicken dinner from Team Forever. I love the comeback from Gujarat Tigers as well. And if not for that scrappy fight, yes, they might have had to duel it in that last. We might have seen a very clutch moment. But at the end of the day, it was a fun game to start things off.
But the question still remains, who's going to be the MVP? And well, I guess the producer's going to reveal it in front of us. It's going to be Amino from the side of OR Esports with 4 finishes and 44% finish contribution. OR Esports, even they need to claw their way back up, because at the start of yesterday's day, OR Esports, they were on the 2nd spot in the overall standings.
Absolutely true. And I love the fact how Sins, just with 4 finishes, he also has 44% team fight contribution. Clearly shows that his team might have somewhere around 10 finishes. And seeing OR on that aggressive end, that's what you love to see. Because normally we would see them playing in so very safe. But at the end of the day, the team who's got the chicken also has the highest points. It's 20 for Team Forever.
Not a lot of points, unfortunately, accumulated from that game itself. Usually you do see more than 25 points on the first game itself. But for Team Forever, they are one of those teams that likes to play safe and sound. They do not really want to go for those extra bit of fights or extra bit of elimination points. So it makes a lot of sense that Team Forever does not really have those elimination points. As long as you're going to keep yourself consistent in the overall standings, especially considering it's the last game, every single team needs to go huge. Be it IQ Soul, they need to go huge to maintain that cushion. Be it OG, they need to go huge to claim their throne back from IQ Soul. Every single team, they just need a nuclear performance inside of the top 8. But you know what? It's time to break the ice. It's time to move on with the overall standings and find out how the top 8 is looking like.
It just could potentially be the gap between Aiku's Soul and Orangutan might have increased even further. But on the other side of the spectrum, I'm also hoping to see Team Forever breach into that top 5 position, given how Blind's game was just ruined up by not one but 2 or 3 different teams out there. They were able to stop Kemin Esports, and that's still a pretty solid move, but did not anticipate the aggression of OR coming in from that north entry. But I am really hoping for them to realize how OR loves to go for that north entry rotation and be ready for them on the next map of Miramar, because yeah, let's be honest, I love to see how Blind plays on that map.
I mean, yeah, the viewers, all I can say, there's a lot of beauty amongst the VIPs.
True.
And of course, they're having a great time, fantastic time enjoying the game too. But as we move on forward with the overall standings of the entire Game 1 that we saw a while ago, you're going to find Team IQ Soul still at the top with 140 points, only 2 points separating them from OG. That means it's going to build up a lot of nerve-wracking things for the future.
True. But again, I love to see Team Forever now breaching on that 4th spot. I did mention that Blind could be thrown down, and that is exactly what happened. 111 points, 111.
Somewhere down line, we knew this was coming too. Somewhere down line, I had a little bit of a hunch. A team will just breach in that top 4 and be a big threat for all the other teams.
True.
Now it's time for Blind Esports to step things up. Unfortunately, yeah, the first game, you guys got a little too hyped up. You started taking the fights that you should not have. And then you got caught outside of the zone, which was not a good planning at all. But hopefully in the future, the same things are not going to repeat up.
Hopefully and hope, yes. Let's hope it does not turn into a copium at this point, because I'm really expecting to see a blast match. Specifically talking about the last 2 itself. You always need to have that best for the last. And since we're already talking about the maps, right? Might as well have a look at the schedule.
Exactly. You know what? Let's look at the schedule once again, because we know the upcoming map is going to be the deserty lands of Miramar. And I always say one thing about Miramar. It's easy to rotate, but tough to sustain.
Yes, tough to sustain, and that's exactly what even IQ Soul and Orangutan need to do. They need to sustain their top 2 spots if in case they really want to stand a chance of winning on that next one.
Exactly. But you know what? Miramar being one of the biggest maps that the entire BGMI competitive pool has to offer, I would like to know your predictions, my friend. Which team do you think is going to be the one to come out on top in this second game of the day? And keep this thing in mind, for a lot of the teams, this Miramar can be their lifeline.
That is true. And I was also looking at how teams were performing on that map itself, right? And seeing iFlix the perform in second half, I don't think so they'll be the one. Seeing how IQ Soul has been very consistent, and if I'm not wrong, they were the team who got that second position on day 1 itself on the map of Miramar. I'm going to make a prediction of IQ Soul getting that chicken on this map.
Interesting. IQ Soul, you said.
Yes.
One of the safest bests, you can say. But you know what? Jokes apart, there's still a couple of more teams that we need to be looking forward to.
True.
And it has to be Carnival Gaming too. Because Carnival Gaming, unfortunately, in the previous game, they did get taken down, which was an unfortunate affair. But keep this thing in mind, they were also quite close to winning the game. And speaking of Carnival Gaming, let's move on forward and look at this clip.
Like मेरी टीम में मैं बोलूँगा 5 की जगह 4 ऐसे लेजेंडरी प्लेयर्स हैं. मेरे अलावा चारों बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर्स हैं. तो ऐसा होता है कि कभी-कभी ऐसा अंदर से फील आता है किसी प्लेयर्स को, जैसे डिवाइस शिफ्ट होते हैं लैन वगैरह पे. तो एक लैन था रिसेंटली, उसमें ऐसा था कि अक्षत को कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आ रहा था उसके डिवाइस पे कि मेरा हाथ सेट नहीं हो रहा है. तो हमारी टीम में 5 प्लेयर्स और कोच मिल के बैठ के ऐसा डिसाइड करते हैं कि किसको ऐसा कंफर्टेबल नहीं लग रहा है कि अभी मान लो मेरे को थोड़ा सा अजीब लग रहा है, मेरा बाहर की चीज़ें बहुत चल रही हैं या कि मैं नहीं खेल पाऊँगा, वो अपना 100% नहीं दे पाऊँगा. तो एक तो ये रीज़न हो गया. दूसरा ऐसा होता है कि किसी प्लेयर्स को एज अ पनिशमेंट भी यूज़ करता है हमें से. जैसे कि अब मैं कोई चीज़ 3 बार कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को तीनों बार बोला कि तेरे को ये चीज़ नहीं करनी, मेरे को 3 चांस दिए या 2-3 चांस दिए. ऐसा होता है कि ये चीज़ अपनी तो सुधार, अगर मैं फिर भी वो चीज़ नहीं सुधार पा रहा हूँ तो उसको एज अ पनिशमेंट भी यूज़ करते हैं हम कि हाँ आगे के लिए अच्छा होगा तू अभी बैठेगा। तो ऐसा हमने अभी रिसेंटली गॉब्लिन के साथ किया था एक टूर्नामेंट में, तो उसको कम्प्लीटली बेंच रखा था। जब हमें लगा कि वो हाँ अपनी चीज़ों पे वर्क कर रहा है, कुछ प्रोडक्टिव कर रहा है, तो हम वो चीज़ उसको वापस ले ऐसे। तो ऐसे ही आगे आने वाले इवेंट में एक और अच्छा सरप्राइज़ मिलेगा, बहुत अच्छा।
That was the IGL of Carnival Gaming Omega, and keep this thing in mind, Omega's one strong slogan has always been that best defense is the best offense, and that's how Carnival Gaming likes to play as well. They're one of the most defensive teams inside of the entire top 16 teams we've seen so far in the Grand Finals, and it sort of works out for them too.
Sometimes I would still say yes, it could work out quite a few times for you, but if you really want to claim that first spot, if you really want to stand out of all of your opponents, you need some ace up your sleeve. Sometimes you need to break that defense and turn yourself into that Trojan horse and insert yourself in the enemy's defense and breach it from within.
I mean, look, now we've spoken too much about Carnival Gaming, but another contender that can have a solid shot at the trophy is going to be Sensei and the boys, which is Revenant Esports. But you know what? Another team that we thought could have had a solid chance of lifting that trophy, which was God's Reign, who's currently all the way at the latter half of the board, is definitely quite a massive upset. And I would like to know what exactly God's Reign, they've got their own thoughts in the position they've got, or maybe what were they thinking before the tournament even started. Soon enough, we are going to be looking forward towards the clip. But you know what? Let's move on and look at that clip.
तो लाइक ये सवाल तो बहुत लोग पूछते ही हैं मेरे से भी, लाइक आपके इतने एच पे ड्रॉप्स हैं, मिलिट्री उतरते हो आप, जोन कहीं भी आपसे दूर चला जाता है, तो लाइक पॉइंट क्या होता है आपका और मतलब कैसे खेल पाते हो आप? तो लाइक सीन यही है, 2 साल से मैं उसी ड्रॉप से खेल रहा हूँ, तो मैं यूज्ड टू हूँ उस ड्रॉप के, और उस ड्रॉप से खेल के मैंने अच्छा किया है जितना भी किया है। एंड रही बात आपने जैसे बोला कि अभी तक हमारे लीग स्टेजेस में परफॉर्मेंस इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी, तो लीग स्टेज में अगर सब हम अपना दिखा देंगे तो फाइनल्स में क्या करेंगे? फाइनल्स में आपको मालूम चलेगा लाइक हमने क्या छुपाया था। वेज भाई जब से टीम में आया है तो मेरे ऊपर जो वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी थोड़ी सी कम हो गई है, मैं थोड़ा ईज पे हूँ अब, थोड़ा अपने गेम पे फोकस ज़्यादा कर पा रहा हूँ, टीम को भी मतलब एक बंदा मिल गया है संभालने के लिए, तो ओवरऑल हमारा डुओ काफ़ी अच्छा चल रहा है अभी।
Now, pulling off anything in the last day of the Grand Finals can be tough, but you might as well try to go out with a bang. And Destro is one of the IGLs from the side of God's Reign, and we know what he's capable of too. We know the caliber that he possesses inside of the team. Unfortunately, for some things to not click in well, God's Reign was not able to perform inside of this tournament.
True, and that is pretty heartbreaking, and not just for us, for also the fans, even Destro himself, because I'm really hoping for him to make a comeback. If you did not have a good start, did not have a good mid, but you have to have a great ending to the story.
But the teams that are currently in the top 3 will be facing a lot of issues.
True.
And a lot of jitters too, because their mental is going to be filled with a lot of the thoughts, and they will be under a lot of pressure. They're ever so close to claiming that trophy, 5 more games away, and if they do perform consistently well enough, they might just be the one to lift that trophy right there off the Snapdragon Pro Series. But it takes a lot. It takes a lot of mental fortitude, and that will be tested today itself if you're somewhere in the top 5. All it takes is one single game to make that difference, and I'm pretty sure Revenant Esports' Sensei will have a lot of words for that entire thing. Let's move on forward and look at that clip.
देखो मुझे लगता है मेरे अंदर जो क्वालिटी है जिससे मेरी टीम हमेशा मतलब साथ में रहती है, मेरे मानना ये है ना कि गेम के अंदर भले तुम टीममेट हो लेकिन गेम के बाहर तुम ब्रदर्स की तरह रहो। तो जितने भी मेरे टीममेट्स रहते हैं मैं सबको एक भाइयों जैसा ट्रीट करता हूँ कि भाई है, मैं ऐसे नहीं कि एक आईजीएल की तरह उन्हें ट्रीट करता हूँ कि तुमने ये गलत करा तूने ये करा। मैं उनसे बात करता हूँ, गेम के बाहर बहुत घुल मिल के रहता हूँ, बहुत मजाक मस्ती करता हूँ, आपको तो पता ही है। तो बस यही सब चलता है जिसकी वजह से वो मतलब बहुत कनेक्टेड रहते हैं मेरे से, जो टीममेट्स है गेम के बाहर भी। तो मुझे लगता है कि यही मेरी खास बात है।
Sensei is one of the most friendly players that I've met so far in this arena, and is also quite calm, cool, and collected. But don't get me wrong, when things get heated up, Sensei will always be the one to be with the fuel.
And yes, he is going to ignite that fire in his teammates. That's the best thing you always see about Sensei, not just in between his teams, right? Sometimes to the opponents as well, because yesterday we saw him mentioning that Orangutan are going to choke, and that's exactly what happened in the last 4 games. 11-12, 11-12, those were the positions of OGs, and only on the back of it we are seeing them on that 2nd spot right now. So of course that run for the trophy is going to be crucial for their side, but at the same time for Revenant itself, 2nd half is where we normally see them perform, but Right now, in the grand final itself, they need to start to build things up right now in this map number 2 of Miramar.
Hey, but we cannot forget about Team Forever.
Oh,
Another
true.
team that's going to be in contention. Now that they're on the 4th spot in the overall standings, all eyes are going to be locked up on them as well.
Right.
You talk about teams having a target on their back. Team Forever will be one of those teams too to have a big, massive cross on their backs. Now Team Forever, they need to play ever so passive and disciplined and also quite defensive. For them to be consistent inside of the game, placement points has always been their good friend. Will that happen once again on the map of Miramar, where positioning matters the most? We'll find out soon.
Only time will tell, and the map of Miramar takes a lot of time. But here we can hear the music in the background, so you already know the plane will be up in just a little while it gets locked and loaded up with those players. But at the same time, I really want to see some kind of cheeky plane fly path, right? And I know you love those zones towards Los Leones whenever it's an urban finish just because of how chaotic it could get. But chaos is where this audience thrives in. Chaos is where the BGMI Esports thrives in. So I'll be really looking forward for a very chaotic game.
You're looking for a chaotic game, but the players are looking for a well-behaved and a disciplined game. I am looking for entertainment. Give me a fiery start. Some drop collisions to top it off, especially from teams like Genix FM, who've got nothing to lose. Maybe add God's Reign in the mix too.
WSB?
Even that can be another good mix. WSB's firepower has been immaculate in the challenge season, but the transfer wasn't there in the grand finals itself. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourself pumped up, because the second game of the last day is going to be on your screen soon. Miramar can be the dream maker for a lot of these teams, and they also can be the dream shatterer for a lot of these ones. As the plane's going to hit high up in the sky, just like the sun is right now in the land of Miramar, the plane flat path starts all the way from El Pozo towards Puerto Paraiso. This plane flat path is quite balanced. So far, the BGMI gods, they haven't been cruel.
Yeah, that is true, but you could not say the same thing for Hydra in the previous one, and maybe for the teams who would really want to end up directly up north towards Torre Ahumada. Aiku Soul, one of them that loves to play in that area of La Cabrera, Torre Ahumada, as well as Global Esports. We sometimes see them going up north. But again, Orangutan, OGs, Apes, they love to play in El Azhar. But this time around, I think so they'd be having to take a long journey in those parachutes out there. Maybe with those amazing skyboards that they always skydive with. But on the other side of the spectrum, God's Reign, the team we've been really talking about, will be dropping down an Impala without any problem. But Carnival Gaming, the team that came second in the previous game, 18 points, only 2 short from the table topper Chicken Dinners. They'll be making their entry in Picardo without any problem. But I might potentially be looking forward for a fight between Entity and GT if they would really want to show us something.
Entity and Blind Esports, a drop collision towards El Pozo. Two
Lovely.
big mammoths might just collide against each other, but somewhere down the line, these teams do know each other's boundaries. They know what compound to step in, what compound to not. So they know exactly how it works. But ladies and gentlemen, I guess we're facing some technical issues here, and soon enough we will be getting rid of those. But for now, this previous map of Miramar will be rehosted.
That's unfortunate because again, this plane fly path looks very decent for almost all of those teams, but we've kind of got a spoiler about their drop locations, right? So maybe the predictions are not going to remain as predictions, but do not worry, ladies and gents, we're going to be getting rid of those jitters quickly in the lobby itself. We'll be rehosting the game, but at the same time, it gives us enough time for our own predictions because we did not talk about that. You did not ask me who I think will be going to get that chicken dinner, or maybe you did. I did say Aiku Soul, but what about you? Who do you think will get the CD in this one?
Now look, I was about to say God's Reign. I wanted to be a believer, but then I saw Destro's face in the camera, and he was looking disappointed with himself, with his entire team, and with how things are going like so far in the overall standings, because Destro knows when he stepped in this tournament, he was really confident with every single statement he made, because he knew that he was going to be the champion, but for some reason, the script just completely flipped. But you know what? A team that's been having a blast so far in the tournament is OG, so let's move on and look at that clip.
कोच का सबको पता ही है, अभी गॉड्स रेन में कोच कर रहे हैं, और उनके जाने के बाद हमको थोड़ा सा ख़राब लगा कि कोच जो मेंस एंकर थे वो चले गए, बट उनने हमको इतना इक्वली सबको इंडिविजुअली इतना अच्छा ट्रेन कर दिया है, ऐश को आइजल इतना उसका शार्प कर दिया कि वो एक भी गलती नहीं करता है उसकी आइजलिंग में, ड्रिगर को इतना, ड्रिगर का पहला थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट गेम रहता है, लेकिन अब वो ऐसा है कि वो खुद घुस जाता है, खुद मार देता है, लेकिन वो टीम को कंट्रोल रखता है। जहाँ पे अगर मैं और विज ओवर एग्रेस करे, वो संभाल लेता है, वो पीछे बुला लेता है। विज गॉड उसका स्किल्स में उसको इतना इम्प्रूव करा दिया। पहले थोड़ा सा गेम सेंस उसका कम था, अभी भी कम है, बाकी उसको भी गेम सेंस में इम्प्रूव करा दिया। मैं पर्सनली इतना, मैं बोलने लगूंगा ना तो फिर पूरा ये वीडियो बन जाएगा इस चीज़ के ऊपर, लेकिन उनने इतना हेल्प किया ना मुझे, ऑलवेज ग्रेटफुल।
There's just this charm about the players of OG.
True.
With Jod, one of the young talents they've got. AKOP, one of the guy who loves to talk a lot as well. And these guys, they always have a smile on their faces, no matter what the circumstance is. And that's what I love about these players too. They're quite good outside of the game. They're quite good in the game as well.
That is true. And you always see this team maturing over time, because back in BGMS, if I remember, when I was having a chat with the players, they always used to wear those dang spectacles whenever they get that chicken dinner, right? Those black ones, if you remember. Yeah,
Hey.
sometimes. Yeah, they always kept it on their table at least. So on the chicken dinner, they would sometimes wear it. But this time around, we're not seeing that. But at the end of the day, we're still seeing some changed hairstyles out there. And of course, some changed gameplay from day 1 to day 3.
Maybe none of us has given them the idea to do so.
Oh, I guess so.
Maybe we should have let them know that you guys can wear some swag glasses if
Yeah,
you guys do want that. But I guess last time what exactly happened in BGMS also makes sense why they're not trying to show off too much. Just that one single point separating them from that champion. But you know what? Now currently there's a team that is sitting at the top of the table. That is Team Seoul, and only 2 points separating OG from conquering that throne. But you know what? Team Seoul, they must have got some choice words to say. So let's move on forward and look at this video clip.
तो जैसे आपने अभी पूछा कि लोग चाहते हैं कि एस्पावर का गेम प्ले देखे, एस्पावर जैसे खेलना है, मेरा एक सिंपल रहा है कि आप किसी को देख के उसके जैसे बनने की ट्राई मत करो, क्योंकि अगर आप वो बनने की ट्राई करोगे तो आप वो लेवल पे कभी भी नहीं जा पाओगे। उसकी जगह आप अपने पैशन पे ध्यान दोगे, हार्ड वर्क, डेडिकेटेड, डिसिप्लिन रहोगे, तो आप मे बी उससे ऊपर और उसके लेवल पे, दोनों लेवल पे पहुंच सकते हो। लेकिन उसके लिए आपको वो बंदे के जैसा बनने की माइंडसेट नहीं रखनी होगी। जैसे जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था तो मैं स्काउट भाई को देखता था, मोटर भाई को देखता था, बहुत डायनो भाई वगैरह सबको थे। मैंने ऐसा सोचा नहीं कि मेरे को उनकी तरह बनना है, उनके जैसा स्ट्रीम करना है, उनके जैसा नंबर्स कमाना है, वैसा कुछ सीन नहीं था। बस मेरे को उनको देख के मज़ा आता था, और मेरा एक पैशन था कि हाँ, मेरे डैड को स्पोर्ट्स में करना था, वो कर नहीं पाए, तो मैं बोला कि ई स्पोर्ट्स कर लेते हैं। तो ई स्पोर्ट्स में मैंने मेरा पैशन फॉलो किया इन शॉर्ट मैंने, जिसकी वजह से मैं यहाँ तक आया हूँ, और वही गोल माइंडसेट रख के मैं चल रहा हूँ, डेडिकेटेड, डिसिप्लिन, हार्डवर्क, जिसकी वजह से मेरे को कॉन्फिडेंस है कि मैं आगे भी ऐसे ही चलते जाऊँगा जैसे मैं।
S-Power, the essential piece of the puzzle for Team Seoul, always has been the man to lead the pack for his team. He's been the one to go for the head-on-head collisions against anyone that stands against him, because his role as an assaulter, he does a perfect job improving himself.
True, even in the map of Erangel, we saw he almost pulled that clutch off against OR, that 1v3, but hey, he was not able to get all 3 of them, but at least was able to ruin the game for the team that took his entire team down. And at the end of the day, that's also one of a big win, right? Because not letting your opponent take a lot of those points is also one of the way that you can keep moving up in that leaderboard. That's probably what we're going to see from the teams who might be down in that bottom area of the position from 6th onwards till 16th. I'll be hoping for those teams to try and find an opportunity to ruin the game of their opponents. You always love to see the chaos. I love and I thrive in that chaos. But the one who's going to come on top of that.
You can hear the crowd just getting riled up.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, it is a big day for these guys, isn't it? And of course, known personalities as well. Just hear the chants, and we're going to stay quiet for a moment.
Oh.
Yeah, well, the crowd's getting hyped up for their favorite content creators, Goldie and Regeltoss. It's, of course, a pleasure to see those guys.
There we go. There we go. As soon as they came on camera, they're, oh wait, we're on the camera. Cameraman's also doing a very good job, man. Shout out to the cameraman.
He's doing a great job capturing these couples just sitting right next to each other.
True.
So yeah, soon enough, ladies and gentlemen, keep this thing in mind. The game's going to be loading up on the screen. So that will be an interesting affair.
Oh, God's Reign fan.
Yeah, they've got some of the God's Reign banner. Unfortunately, guys, your team's not doing too hot.
But Seoul is, and here we go. The
Even
Entity fans.
Entity fans we like to see a little bit of a disparity. We like to see some variety.
Indeed. And variety is what we are going to get on the map of Miramar itself. It started in such a way. We saw the variety in terms of Team Forever, who was able to get that chicken, start things on a solid note. But of course, there's going to be a reset on this map. There's going to be a change of pace, a change of play entirely. Some IGLs are comfortable on this, some not so much. But we're going to be witnessing how that is going to pan out. Because again, I'm still waiting for the music. Spoiler alert, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting that lobby ready. Everyone is, and we might be seeing that fly path in just a few more seconds.
We will be jumping inside of the game within a minute, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, you guys can hear the music queuing up too. Get ready. Get packed up and loaded. I hope the players are ready, focused up on their screens, because the map of Miramar is booting up soon. You asked me for my prediction a while ago.
Yes.
And I will go with Kemet Esports.
Okay.
This team has been quiet for a long time, and I want to see the top 5 being a little bit more variety.
Indeed.
But now, as we're going to step inside of the map of Miramar, the second game of the day is going to be on the way as the plane flight path starts all the way from Oasis towards down south, Minas del Sur. The plane flight path, it's not that great for a lot of these teams, considering Revenue Esports, they like to go towards Las Leonas. LSR is going to be out of contention too. So that means you will need to drop on a temporary drop location, get your hands on some basic loot, and then go for the vehicle, and then maybe go towards your drop location.
And even for God's Reign, right, the team that was loving the previous plane fly path, Impala seems to be out of reach. But on the flip side though, for Global Esports, as well as for Aiku Soul, they'd be having a fun time. Specifically dropping in Tore Ahumada as well as Aiku Soul dropping in a pretty spread out drop.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I want to see some more intensity.
True.
In the overall standings. I want to see Entity, Kemin, Blind, CG, right next to each other, and then OG and Soul, of course. Imagine these teams right next to each other in the overall standings. The point standings way too fragile. One single good game and one single bad game can be the difference maker. That will be the perfect storyline for the grand finals. This sounds like a fairy tale ending, but with some demons who come out on top.
Man, you're cooking some crazy matchup, that is for sure. And Fairy Tale could potentially be for also one more team, that's iFlix, that was able to get a couple of chicken dinners yesterday.
It's not a Fairy Tale, it will be a Cinderella run.
Yes, a Cinderella run indeed, and also a Fairy Tale ending for them. If in case they come out on top, I'd love to see that happen. However, this is a circle that you will love to see. Los Leones, not dead in the center, but at least we will see it stay on for a couple of more circles. Unless, of course, it decides to take a very hard shift directly up northwestern part, which we might not see. But since we're talking about northwest, Entity, Blind, no drop collision. I was honestly hoping for some early action.
There is a drop collision between Revenant and Hydra, which will be brewing up soon. These two teams are right next to each other. And I want to see this drop collision come through as well. I mean, Revenant, they did not have a good start to the day at all, considering it was all Fierce by himself. Off the bat, because Blind Esports, they played a big spoiler. They were with the third party in that situation.
That is indeed true, but there could potentially be something brewing up. I am still not quite sure if OR Robin would be left alone if it decides to drop in towards Slab and Ditta, because Gujarat Tigers are as well in a few of their own vehicles, just a little bit north of that area. So could potentially spot him if in case they're vigilant and might be able to take that fight onto him. Carnival Gaming, of course, looking for that exact same action. Oh my god.
CG, they've already tasted the blood off the players of OR.
Oh!
And it tastes quite testy. But unfortunately, OR, even they're going to make sure that the players of CG, they will be hurt if they do try to move up close and personal towards this compound. Omega with a shotgun in his hands. He's looking forward to pump some lead into anyone's chest if they do try to make it close and personal for OR Esports. Even they did lose out on a man a while ago, but the resurrection's going to be there soon enough.
That one knock that came in from Pro, it was so very crucial for the survival and revival of Admin out there. That was literally one of the most important frags. And also he was firing a few extra warning shots with the SKS. For now, we are seeing the shotgun that not a lot of people love, but at least if you're up close and personal, one shot would potentially help you out get that pick, along with the Winchester in the hands of Omega, and they will be driving away. Oh.
This is what you call a tactical retreat.
I'm still not a big fan of it. I wanted to see some action. Yeah, I'm getting
Yeah,
greedy.
for us, it's not a good thing, but for the players, it's a good thing if you think about the future. CG,
True.
they're quite close for the championship too. Not a lot of
True.
points separating them from that first spot as well. It's way too fragile. As I mentioned, one single good game or one single bad game can be a massive difference maker.
True.
And for OR Esports too, this game matters quite a lot.
Mino is smiling out there. He knows that his life has basically been spared because it was a 4v3 affair. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, yes, a tactical retreat because we know it was a 4v3 and not the members of Carnival Gaming, and it's better not to touch the Lions.
Interesting. Entity Gaming, they've got quite a massive spread.
Yep. They're not looking to take any fights as of now.
Yeah, I think so. It's 2 players inside ruins, 2 players near El Pozo. Interesting. I flicks towards water treatment and Hacienda del Patron, Kemen Esports in San Martin. Power grid area is completely empty, so that's a little bit weird. But the crowd's chanting something.
Yeah. I'm not quite able to understand what they're chanting right now because of all the chaos that's happening, but yes, they definitely are. If you understand it, do let me know about it. But I mean, yeah, seeing all these streams dropping air left, right, and center. You know what, people? You can also try and drop in Nordindo Stadium if you're somewhere around this area. Might as well check out the vibes that are all happening out there, and also maybe say hi to a few of the players and your favorite content creators. But again, as it's the map of Miramar, we know we're not going to see any major actions now apart from the one that was potentially brewing up early on. Yet, at the end of the day, the circle kind of centric. Most of the teams would be able to take their entry. And currently looking at the position, Carnival Gaming Red in the center should be pretty happy.
Hydra official. As I mentioned, for them, it's going to be the fight for the pride. The crowd's enjoying their time inside of the arena.
Yep.
And you guys have still got a chance to make it over here in Noida Indoor Stadium if you do live anywhere near the spot. If you do, come to the arena, get yourself a ticket booked up. It's for free, completely free of cost. And there's still a decent amount of tickets left over. So what are you waiting for?
Come by and say hi.
It's drop by and say hi. Come on, man. You gonna steal that line and not even say it properly? Come on,
That's
dude.
your variant. You know, I'm just copying the homework in my own way.
That is cheating, my friend.
Tactical copying.
What? What? Oh, man. Okay, well, I'm speechless about that. But keep this thing in mind. Now it's time for the zone to move up too. Wall of Death is going to start to close in. First stage will be ending soon too. Teams that are still in the outskirts, including Aiku Seoul, GE, which is all the way towards Torre Muda and Cruz del Valle, OG towards El Azhar. It's time to move in the zone.
Indeed. And also, I want to see the result of what's going to happen between Blind and Entity as well. It's, yeah, mostly a stalemate, but you may never know if Entity would love to try and get a few extra picks. During the rotation of Blind, they will be hearing those vehicles, that's for sure. But seeing how they are very vastly divided in a 2-in-2 split, that's kind of unnatural. Though, of course, towards the center is where we will see most of these teams go. And I love to see how Team Forever are sticking with their game plan. In the previous game, they occupied the center. In this one, they are doing the exact same thing, including WSB. There's a cluster forming around Carnival Gaming they need to be pretty worried about, as again, Omega is quite close to Hector.
Interesting. This might be deceiving though, right? CG's IGL name is?
Omega.
Team Forever's player's name is?
Omega.
So what if they think it's the IGL? And what if it's the imposter among us?
But again,
I'm just messing around, guys. Come on. Trying to create some entertaining stories because so far nothing spicy is happening on the board. You know, Omega's there. But for CG to find a striking advantage, it will be a little bit tough. Before they even try to make a move against Omega, it will be tough to get the confirmation stacked up. Team Forever, they're quite spread out. The same thing can be said for CG too.
Forever has got no idea that there's Hector on their 6.
Yeah.
And that is one of the reasons why Omega was not rotating. Yeah, that's the Carnival Gaming IGL. And the reason why I said that is gotten multiple A's at the end. Just to make some fun.
But still the spread out approach that we're seeing.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of that. It
Even
feels
I'm
like
not.
they're a little bit disconnected. You need to attack together. Unity is going to be the power. And for Team Forever, that's what has been playing the power positioning so far.
Yes.
But I'm not a big fan of always being so separated. Even WSB now, they're currently in the radar of Team Forever. And I would just suggest one thing for Team Forever. That is going to be stay safe and keep on playing the playstyle you guys have been playing so far.
Yes, that's what you would always love to see. On the other side though, iFlix now up close and personal to the members of Gujarat Tigers. And again, I'm not a big fan of this position as well because they could potentially be open for a third party from their 6 where Kemin are currently stationed, and also a very spread out approach coming in from iFlix themselves. 1 and 3 split. Madrek way too far away. Insidious, Crypto, Mooks all together. While on the other side, Gujarat Tigers as well. Pretty spread out though, all 4 almost near to each other. But Pro is the man I'm currently focused on. He's got that open position on the rooftop. And he could potentially find one pick, specifically on Shadow, if he's rotating close and he does not notice. But wait! It is Pro who actually falls down. Wixkey was aware about the possibility. That is brilliant.
Yeah, GT, good knockdown onto Pro. And now it's time to make the push happen.
He's
Pro
gone.
can hear all the vehicles just running around him. Even Clutch God trying to approach Pro. They just want to get this elimination point stacked up, right?
He's
That's
gone.
2.5k rupees right there.
Come on, please focus on Clutch God. I love to see how he's struggling to jump on that door.
Yeah, he's just not able to make that jump. All right, Clutch God. You know, sometimes...
Oh, thank you.
Oh, no.
Oh,
He
my
vaults
God.
on the other side.
Again.
Finally, now, he will do it. I believe it. Come on, Clutch God. Oh, no. Now he can, 100%. Oh, yeah, there we go. It's Wixkey. Athletic movements. And Wixkey made it at the top. Gujarat Tigers. You know, Tigers are not really known to be that athletic, so I would say it's fine.
Oh, come on. They are pretty, you know.
I thought leopards are the one that are the athletic ones.
Yes, that is true. Leopards can also climb over onto those trees, but for now, we will potentially also see Gen XFM trying to climb over onto Blind.
Oh, Blind Esports. Oh, Current taken down as well. Gen XFM, this is not a good news. It's the Grim Reapers knocking on the door. And Gen XFM, what? Blind Esports.
What?
The game has been spoiled. This is not good. Hirsch, all by himself in the compound. What exactly is going on with Blind? And even Hirsch gets taken down with that nade. Gen XFM, they wipe out the entirety of Blind. What is Blind trying to pull off inside of the final day? I don't understand. Focus on the placement points a little bit more, guys.
My God. No way. Where was this Gen XFM? This is the Gen XFM we saw in those challenge season as well, when they were able to take those chicken dinners, steal them away. But they were kept quiet for so long, and now they're finally starting to roar. But I don't think so how long that roar is going to last in front of the three-headed dragon of Hydra, who are now lurking as well on the uphill. Spray God, Dura, Starboy. All of them just having that high ground position could potentially try and spoil the game of Gen XFM even more. There are only a couple of players that's Skillful and JD, and they've got no advantage.
JD and Skillful, as you mentioned. The two players in the same house. I'm not sure how well it's going to work out. But Blind Esports, getting eliminated on that 16th spot with only 1 point accumulated. One single bad game can be the difference maker, and I guess that already has created a lot of difference in the overall standings. Now in the upcoming games, Blind Esports, they will need to play flawlessly. For GT, they've already dug the graves of OR Esports for the future, because OR Esports, they did lose out on one player a while ago. And now to continue on this wrath will be even tougher. And it's the Grand Theft. It's the chase for that elimination. And OR Esports, they will be escaping this entire wrath of God's Reign. Shogun's gone for the shots, but none will connect.
Shogun had the shotgun in his hand, so had to switch to Skarel, which gave some crucial time to Edmino to hit that pedal and run from the harm's way. OR has been playing with such a split. Even since the starting, we've been seeing them when Robin dropped away, only to try and play for survival. Now, I'll be brutally honest. Yes, that's the kind of play style you can play on for most of the tournament, but when it's during those end phases, you'd want to have the numbers, and numbers is what Hydra has as they jump in directly into the home, into the compound. Gen XFM, they're the ones who start things off. First gets taken down. Dura pretty low, will also follow the trail. As it's down to just Skillful. He needs one more pick, and this time it's going to be Spray God.
Gen XFM, Spatterjaw. A nade in the hand, will toss it to perfection, or at least that's what it looked like. But the players are in the outskirts of the house.
Wait a second.
And yeah, Spatterjaw's catching too much hurt. Hydra, they might just have the advantage inside of the fight. Duo OP is indeed knocked out, but still, this entire fight can still be recovered. And the nade sails into the perfect point. And he finds the confirmation. Now it's time for Entity to knock on the doors and be the Grim Reapers. Will the third party come through?
Yes, it does seem to be the case, because I really want to see this is the best time to pounce. A couple of players were knocked down, so they might not have enough time to fully heal. And that's the smoke wall being created. Hydra, they've got the time to run away. Starboy was on the guard duty. An Entity deciding to take that retreat. They do not want to risk it.
Yeah. Makes sense. There's no point in risking it for the Biscuit, because the Biscuit is ever so close for Entity Gaming. And one single misstep can actually cost him that Biscuit, which is, of course, the trophy that I'm talking about.
That is indeed true. I think so they kind of missed out on their window. Specifically when a couple of players of Hydra were knocked down and only one from Gen XFM was remaining. That would have been the best time for them to pounce upon. But again, the circle going away from Los Leones but towards Picardo, and that is the dream circle for Carnival Gaming. And this should potentially be their game to grab, because all the other teams, apart from, of course, CG, are almost playing on those outskirts, and it's going to get super chaotic. Specifically, I'm talking about the edge on the southeastern part as well as northeastern part, where there are so many teams, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Orangutan near Gujarat Tigers.
GT right next to each other. OG in the outskirts. It's like a field being set up.
Yes.
Before the war commences.
It's going to be a world war. OR are slowly making their way in the background of OG as well.
If I'm OR, I will try to run away from all the smoke. I just do not want any fights against anyone. Just stay away, stay back. You're already down to a three-man squad. You're handicapped. It just doesn't make any sense to go for the fights for now. So forcing any type of duels or forcing any type of engagement will actually work up against them.
True. Maybe they could try and find a timing on the back of a third party, because right now Gujarat Tigers' attention is being diverted. They're firing a few shots onto the members of Revenant as well, which are, of course, down south of them. On the other side, they need to be worried about OG. But as you mentioned, OR will be taking their leave. They will be rotating away, but not away from combat, but potentially right in the clutches of God's Reign.
GT, Witsky on the top, the athletic man. The leopard amongst the tigers.
Like
the Tigers are down there. But Witsky just looking forward for that one single moment to pounce on top of the prey.
Okay.
While Fierce, taking a fierce approach in this fight will not be a good option. So yeah, just back away. He heard me.
Hey, you're there giving spoilers, man. That's what I did as well a few seconds ago when I mentioned OR are now jumping into the clutches of God's Reign. though they will be shying away from that fight as well. I'm not a big fan of OR's maneuver. They can't find an entry in the circle now.
I don't think so. OR will go up against God's Reign for now. And I understand why they're showcasing so much Hold on. Shogun's still in the back. OR, they're waiting for too long. I'm not sure what the game plan is now. They're showcasing too much patience.
They're confused.
They do seem a little bit lost here. Yeah. OR showcasing too many patience, even the wall of death now running over them, engulfing them. So they will be taking a little bit of damage, which is not a problem at all. Global Esports, as usual, they like to play from the higher point, and that's what they're doing. Kemen Esports this time is the one who's got the highest of them, but still, for Global Esports, it's something they will be happy with. They like to accumulate a lot of info in the early stages of the game, but now as the circle shifts away from them completely on the southern side, it's going to brew up a lot of problems.
Specifically for the teams who are up north, just as you mentioned, Kemen Esports, Global Esports will have to take a long route or a long maneuver, and again, it's Team Forever and Carnival Gaming who are inside that circle, and specifically Team Forever having an advantageous position as well. But Hydra, they've just lost one of their member. They are down in that southeastern edge. We'll be having the cover of those few important compounds, but not the man advantage they were hoping for. Wisjot in the meantime finds an opening on the members of iFlix, and this fight could be the make or break fight.
Exactly. AKOP finding the knockout on the player. And for OG, they've already kicked things off here. The battle's commenced, and iFlix, they were a little bit too late to the party, so that's why they will be punished.
Crypto will be flushed out as well. That's a big move from orangutans. The apes are now slowly starting to rise in their own planet. Madrek as well, the last remaining member for iFlix, will try to play for survival. That's the best he can do. No way he'll be taking that entry from that northern part. There's Carnival, there's Global Esports. Kemen will be making their way. Orangutan, they've already flushed out a lot of players. But again, that's southeastern part, and the eastern part is where I will be focused on. That's the area that's going to be in a heavy fire. It's going to be hellfire there between three teams.
For Hydra,
there we go.
It is indeed the three-headed dragons, because the fourth one's missing. OR Esports. The bounce comes in. This time, it's the players of OR with some OJ in the hand, looking forward to just shut down the players of Hydra. But this OJ is filled with a lot of assets. Molotov tossed in, looking forward to vacate a couple of rooms, force out the players from their comfort zone. The entire floor is going to be lava, and one man collapses. He gets burnt down to a crisp. And even Spray God gets caught. OR, beautiful utility utilization from them, but then Entity has heard all that commotion, and maybe the demons are going to be on their way to collect these few extra bit of elimination points.
I was hoping for them. This could potentially be a lost opportunity. But nonetheless, OR have not lost anything. But look at the circle shift. Taking a hard north shift as well. This is yet again a dream for Carnival Gaming. On up north as well, Global Esports losing their members. Madrek out there. He is just playing a mad spoiler.
Two crucial pieces next to each other. Soul and Entity. Gujarat Tigers in front of us, and they're surrounded by a lot of teams too. In the elimination feed, WSB is getting dismantled by Kemen Esports. Even Team Forever is also taking a little bit of pop shots against WSB. So WSB, I guess they've been pincered.
Yep.
But on the screen, you see Revenant Esports taking a fight against the players of GT, and Clutch God gets strike down. Mixkey is also getting chipped up a little bit. This entire spot you see, it's the death area.
The area of death, indeed, perfectly mentioned. We've only yet seen just 4 teams being eliminated. iFlix, Blind, WSB, Genix FM.
Oh my God, the circle is showcasing so many hard shifts. Inside of this game, the circle's going to be the bigger MVP. Another circle that shifts up north and favors the players of CG because they've got the solid compound in their hands. But Revenue Esports, in that same spot, they're still stuck. OG, look at the spread they've got. They control a lot of that terrain, but still moving it inside of the circle is going to be the main point. And OG, they haven't moved in just yet, but the battle breaks out. The Warhounds are going to be blown up as well. As God's Reed, they're getting dismantled slowly and steadily. They're being stopped in the tracks. Fierce is being knocked out.
Justin?
But not confirmed just yet. It's a 1v1 between Justin and Blaze in the front, and Blaze being the supporter. This time, he needs to turn into demon mode. He needs to eliminate the last remaining opponent who's got full HP, and Blaze is going for the patch-up. He's patching himself up slowly and steadily, tossing all the utilities that he can, but this utility toss from Justin can be the deal sealer, and even the Wall of Death is now doing too much damage, and Blaze will collapse to the Wall of Death.
He missed the first hit, did not realize about the Wall of Death. Even Soul has been taken down.
Oh my God. So many big names getting kicked out of this lobby. This game of Miramar has been super fun so far. OG, the big dog still in here. Apes, now they have a chance to conquer the first spot once again in the overall standings. And the Apes looking for to shut down Carnival Gaming. This time, it's not a good festival at all for Carnival. Goblin strike down 2 more players in the close contention. Omega holding the close quarters with the DBS, just waiting for the players to flood inside of that warehouse. But Omega has also got troubles brewing up from the back lines, and OG, they're catching too much hurt as well. But overall advantage is still stacked up in the court of OG. Even Omega gets strike down. Carnival Gaming, a 2v4 comeback is needed as Ash as well falls down and hits the floor. And OG, now even they've got 2 men left alive.
AK giving revival to Vizjord. He needs to patch up as quickly as possible. That was a much needed frag from Carnival Gaming.
Oh my God. A 2v3 in the making. Strigger's trying to back away. It's impossible to do so. He gets confirmed.
What a massive mess up by Orangutan.
These 2 teams griefed the game for each other, but they had no other option anyways, too. They needed to make this push happen. Apes, for them, this is the only opportunity to make it back on the first spot in the leaderboards. If they mess this fight up, they will still be on the second.
Hector survives.
He does. AKOP, those pop shots are definitely hurting. They're fiddling around with the enemy's mindset. And now OG looking to back away inside of the zone. They just want to make their step in. But the lands are quite exposed too. And now Team Forever, they will take the matters in their own hands. Mafia in the outskirts. With the off angle, he can definitely be the spoiler, but always the vehicle gets blown up, and he gets blown to smithereen with the vehicle still. Hector gets caught from Carnival Gaming. Kemen Esports, that an intentional support for the players of OG is going to mean a lot.
Yes, indeed, that is true, but Kemen seems to be the one having a prime position along with Team Forever. Alto will also fire in a few extra shots, but this dip is helping the members of OG survive the collision between Kemen as well as Team Forever. One of the best chances that OG has had to enter in that top 3. Carnival still surviving with a couple of teammates. Omega will be taking heavy fire. Another vehicle gets blown up, but that is a good thing. He will have a hard cover now.
The top 5 is going to be ever so interesting because now it's going to be Kemen Esports to make their mark once again. Oh, the overall standing storyline is being shaped up to perfection.
Carnival can be a major spoiler in this one though.
Oh, but the push comes in from Venom, and this is where it's going to be a massive table turner. Getting rid of the Apes is going to be the big play point for them, and that's what they're doing. UMP 45's in the hand, and the Apes might just collapse right now. Wiscott is still in the back lines, is still somehow keeping himself up and alive. But for how long, that's the real question. He's playing around now, single monster truck. Pulls out the shotgun, shuts down the man. He grieves the game for CES. But still, it's a 3-man squad up and alive, and now they need to face off against CZ and Team Forever.
I was hoping for Carnival Gaming to play as a spoiler, but their defensive playstyle has landed them in top 3. But I would still say a massive comeback for Orangutans, though it is Team Forever who will be wiping Carnival Gaming, and now only 1-4 remains. That's Kemen, but the zone will be their enemy.
It's done. Omega is not gonna let the players of Kemen Esports get their hands on this last elimination points. 2.5k tonight right there for Kemen Esports. What a march in the top 5. This was desperately needed for Kemen Esports. They looked like they were fading away from the top 8 itself, but now this chicken dinner is gonna bring them back the momentum that they needed. And they've still got 4 more games to capitalize. Another challenger approaching for the potential championship slot.
That is indeed true, but I'm not quite sure if they will be breaching in that top 5. That is a big question. That is just a massive play. And yes, Necro, I know you are super happy about it. You predicted Kemin will be taking that chicken, and that is exactly what happened.
I'm not gonna lie, that was such an off pick too, and it actually came true. So now I feel like a god. I feel like I'm someone who can predict the future. So hey, if any teams, you guys need a coach, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around. But you know what? Kevin Esports, a solid, needed chicken dinner. They got that in their hands. They were desperate for this one, but now they have finally found the key that was needed. But let's move on towards the stage for the interview.
जिन्हें फाइनली एक जीत मिली 2 दिन के बाद सोशल मीडिया पे हर जगह आपके जो फैंस हैं या फिर जो दूसरे वाले भी फैंस हैं उनका कहना है कि परफॉर्मेंस बहुत खराब था। आज ये जो कमबैक किया है इसके बाद उन हेटर्स को क्या कहोगे आप, क्या जवाब दोगे?
बस यही कहना चाहेंगे कि होता है, चोक थे 2 दिन, अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो स्टार्ट चाहिए था वो मिला नहीं, बट ठीक है आज ये पहला चिकन है, इतना अच्छा तो लग नहीं रहा क्योंकि ये लास्ट डे पे आया हमारा पहला चिकन जो कि होना नहीं चाहिए था, बट ठीक है अभी बचे हुए 4 मैच है, अपना बेस्ट देंगे, देखे जाएंगे क्या होता है।
लाइक यू सेड 4 मैचेस बाकी हैं, डिनर जल्दी मिल गया डे 3 पे, ये अच्छी बात है। दूसरे मुकाबले में कौन सा स्पॉट टारगेट कर रहे हो, एकदम जेन्युइन अगर रियलिटी पे बात करें?
टॉप 3
टारगेट कर रही है केमिन ईस्पोर्ट्स।
यस।
और आगे के लिए क्या करेंगे हम उसके लिए?
बस जैसा खेलते हैं वैसा खेल रहे हैं। कल 2 दिन से जो चीज़ें हो रही थी वो चीज़ें वही आज की है, बस वही है। चोक ज़्यादा हुआ था कल, आज पहला चिकन आया जो कि बहुत पहले आ जाना चाहिए था, तो जैसा खेलते हैं वैसा ही खेलेंगे।
चलिए केमिन ने अपनी बातें बता दी, चलते हैं हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स के पास।
Well, Kevin Esports, the desperation has finally been answered.
True.
And now this might just be the sigh of relief they needed. But still, there's still another Herculean task in front of them to climb on top of the mountain and conquer that flag. Will they be able to do so? Only time will answer.
Yes, indeed, that is true. But for now, we're going to see the journey that they had back in these highlights as well. I love all the preparations that's happening. And I know you also asked me to focus on the arena as it is filling with the players, fans out there. So if you really are a big fan and you're somewhere around Noida, just make sure you hop in the stadium, and tickets are absolutely free. You can get them right at the venue, Noida Indoor Stadium. Make sure to mark that location. You still have 4 maps to witness. As again, the one that we witnessed just now, you were also mentioning that this was a much needed chicken for Kemin. You predicted it perfectly that Kemin will get their own chicken, but the job is not yet done. They still need at least 2 more to make sure they are in the top 3. But if they focus in the top 5, I think so getting 1 more decent game should help them out. They started the day with 89 points. Well, on the back of this, they will be entering over that 100-pointer mark.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you guys know that with how things looked like for Kemin Esports in that game, I'm not gonna lie, the patience they showcased till the end, it panned out quite perfectly.
True.
And for Kemin Esports, the big factor for them in the final few moments were all 4 players alive and also a decent positioning inside of the circle. They were able to sustain that spot quite nicely. Another factor that I really could have thought could have went wrong for Kemin Esports was the fight between Revenant. Even Revenant could have been the possible massive contender for that chicken dinner in the previous game, but unfortunately for Revenant, they got pincered between a couple of teams, and they just couldn't really come out on top in that fight between Blaze and another man which was there alive. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got an interview lined up with some of the CCs. Let's move forward and look at that.
You know, you guys have huge fan following. Rega, I'll start with you. It's been 4 years. You've been a creator. क्रिएटर की जर्नी पे चले गए, उससे पहले आप हार्डकोर गेमर थे। अब जो गेम इतना इवॉल्व हो गया है, इसके बारे में क्या लग रहा है और कहाँ जाएगा?
भाई जब हम खेलते थे तो 6 महीने में एक टूर्नामेंट होता था, अब हर एक महीने में एक टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है, तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है देख के कि इतना ज़्यादा इवॉल्व हो गया कि हर महीने टूर्नामेंट आ रहा है। ई-स्पोर्ट्स के लिए अच्छा है।
मामा, you have a मामा आर्मी ब्रो। इस मामा आर्मी का इस ई-स्पोर्ट्स के एवोल्यूशन के बारे में क्या कहना है?
डेफिनेटली अच्छा ही लगता है कि जिस तरीके से जितने फ्रीक्वेंसी से टूर्नामेंट होते हैं, जितने भी गेमर्स हैं उतना ज़्यादा कनेक्ट करते हैं बीजीएमआई स्पोर्ट्स कम्युनिटी के, उतना ज़्यादा हम लोगों को भी अच्छा लगता है कि हम लोग अपना स्ट्रीम, अपना स्किल सेट, सब जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं, जितने भी अच्छे अच्छे ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर हैं, जितने यहाँ पे टॉप 16 आउट ऑफ इंडिया हैं, सब लोग आए हैं तो अपना शेयर कर पाते हैं, उनका भी एंगेजमेंट रहता है ऑडियंस का।
ओके रहेगा, इफ आई आस्क यू, आपके हिसाब से टॉप 3 कौन होने वाले हैं? I'll make things easier for you. मैं इन ऑर्डर नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ, रैंडम टॉप 3 कौन हो सकते हैं?
सोल, ऑब्वियसली, ओजी, और शायद TF.
Rega says Soul, OG and
शायद TF.
what do you think, Soul? What do you think, Soul? Okay, what about you, brother? Top 3.
ऑब्वियसली आईकू सोल और ओजी बहुत अच्छा कंटेंट कर रहे हैं उस नंबर 1 के लिए. एंड मुझे लगता है कि जो नंबर 3 है वो थोड़ा सा डाइसी है क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग उसके लिए कंटेंट कर रहे हैं. बट हाँ, आई विल गो विद रेगा. टीम फॉरएवर, उनमें पोटेंशियल है, दे विल डू इट.
So come on, everyone. Last thing you want to say to the fans?
Thanks for supporting.
एक बार आईकू सोल तो बनता है.
एक बार सब लोग आईकू सोल बोल दो यार. लेट्स गो, चीयर करो टीम को.
Come on, ball baby ball, Aiku Soul. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being with us. Back to the experts.
Whoa, I mean, the crowd's quite hyped up, and of course, Erangel and Mamba. These two guys have been in the scene for a really long time, and also ex-professional players. So whatever they have said was definitely quite valuable, and Erangel Summer downline thinks that Team Forever will be in the top 3.
True, and with the way they have been performing, it clearly shows the same thing as well, right? Because I also mentioned Team Forever might bounce up, and that's what happened.
Hey, but it's time to focus on the previous game stats. Let's move on forward and look at the MVP of the previous game. It probably has to be someone from either Revenant. What do you think?
Could potentially also be someone from OG, maybe.
Also, I mean, in general, these teams have been trying their best to sort of come out on top. But
True.
Hey, I mean, soon enough we'll be taking a look at that. But in general, with how the game looked like for OG, even they have had a consistent finish. The
True.
only team that's currently concerning me is Blind Esports. For them, the previous game was completely down in the drain, and the same thing can be said for the game of Erangel too.
I would 100% agree with you on that one specific point, because Blind, it just seems that they are now crumbling under the pressure that we hoped them to kind of leap up against, right? Because they have shown the potential. If I'm not wrong, in one of the previous tournaments, out of the 15 games, this team was the one to grab 8 chicken dinners. Now that is not an easy task. It's like you're getting a chicken dinner in every second game, more than 50%. What else you need? You know the potential of this roster. But we've been talking about the chokes of Orangutan. We have been talking about the potential chokes of Revenant. But I mean, Blind is the one that is choking on the third day.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, things have not been looking that great. And consistency has followed up, considering there's a lot of pressure right now inside of the arena. The intensity is at the maximum, but the MVP of the previous game is going to be Altu from Kemen Esports. Wow, interesting. I thought Kemen Esports, they were playing quite defensive and passive, so maybe it's not going to be someone from them, but I guess Altu was the one who was putting up a lot of numbers for that team, and that's why maybe they came out on top. His companion's going to be Hector. He got 2 rescues and health restored to 130 with the survival time of 24, so that's quite nice. Match rankings moving up. Kemen Esports getting 25 points. That's a big number on the board stacked up. But Team Forever, consistency does not phase away.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. 8 points shying from Kemen Esports itself, but just 1 point behind them is Orangutan. So I would say this is the potential for them, because Aiku Soul only has 1 point and Necro. If I'm not wrong, the gap between these two teams was only of 2 points after that first map of Erangel. So this is again Orangutan taking the lead away from the sides of Aiku Soul itself. They could potentially have somewhere around 16, 15, 14, 13 points lead. I mean, I don't know if my maths is correct or not, but yet again, that's something we will find in the overall rankings, which will come on the screen in a while, or maybe not just in a while, in the next few seconds. Who do you think is on that second spot?
It's a really tough one to tell, I'm not going to lie, because Team Forever, they have been performing consistently. The previous game was not too bad for OG, but then you've got another possible contender approaching in the name of Kemen Esports.
True.
The top 5, no matter, it doesn't matter who's going to be on the second spot. One thing we know, it's going to be way too sensitive, way too fragile. One single misstep, and everything will come tumbling down. OG, they claim their throne once again on the first spot. Aiku Soul being kicked out to the second. Third one will be retained by Revenant Esports. Team Forever on the 4th. Carnival Gaming not that far away on the 5th. And Kemen Esports on the 6th. OR Esports still on that 7th spot. Entity phasing down all the way to the 8th spot.
Team Forever still need at least a 20-point chicken dinner, but at the end of the day, yes, I know you want to say something.
The crazy part is, top 6, they have an easy chance to win this entire championship.
Yes.
All it takes is one decent game. And once again, they will shoot themselves up at the top. Now, The big role will be played by the teams on the latter half of the board. If they want, they can go for the spoilers. But Blind Esports being kicked down from the top 5 all the way to the 10th spot in the overall standings. What a big leap down that was. Blind Esports, a big blunder brewing up. First 2 games not being played the way they should have been. And then instantly Blind Esports, they dropped down to the latter half of the board.
That is something I was not expecting at all, and yes, I cannot wrap my head around it either. Even iFlix, with the way they were making the comeback on day number 2, it just seems that the things are not going in their own favor. But at the end of the day, Orangutan, I was telling you they're going to make a move, and now they finally are. They're coming on top yet again, but that's not the stop. That is only a checkpoint.
That is true. As you mentioned, it's only a milestone that they're achieving. I'm not gonna lie, 2 games are done so far. The 3rd one's gonna be on the way. We will be back on the classic rounds. But keep this thing in mind, there's still a Herculean task for all the teams in the top 6.
True.
Because there will be other teams who will try to grief their games, and they will need to deal with all of those problems and come out on top. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of intensity, but the crowd's hyped up and they're feeling the vibe.
True. I mean, here's another thing, right? Even if we kind of talk about the previous few stats, we have seen Orangutan not attending quite a few important tournaments as well. We already know the reasoning about that. But on the other side, this is again the one after their long-awaited break, and they are kind of in the same place where they were in back BGMS.
And we mentioned now there's going to be a big role that will be done by the teams on the latter half of the board, and one of those big names will be by the name of Global Esports. So let's move forward and look at this VT.
ऐसा कोई सपना तो नहीं था मेरा, बट जैसे मैं अपने दोस्तों के साथ स्टार्टिंग में क्लासिक वगैरह खेलता था, तो तब मैंने थोड़े टूर्नामेंट्स देखने चालू करे, थोड़े जो T1 प्लेयर्स थे उनको देखा, तो उनको देख के मेरे को लगता था कि ये तो कुछ अलग कर रहे हैं जो मेरे को भी करना है। मेरे अंदर से ऐसा लगता था मेरे को कि मेरे को भी इनके जैसा बनना है। तो अभी जैसे मेरे अंदर उस समय आ गया था कि मेरे को अब ट्रॉफी उठानी पड़ेगी, वो मैंने देख देख के ऑब्वियसली मेरे अंदर आ गया। तो अभी जैसे आप ये नाम देख रहे हो ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स, तो मैं होप करता हूँ और मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी ज़रूर उठाने वाला हूँ।
The young lad from Global Esports, Beast, and even he has been trying his best to perform at the top. Unfortunately, the entirety of Global Esports' roster, they have been facing a lot of inconsistency issues. But hopefully, in the upcoming tournaments, we're not going to see the same Global Esports, and hopefully they will be much more matured up, and they would know exactly how to deal with these type of situations.
I was really hoping for them to make the entry at least in the top 8 on the basis of game number 1 and 2 on day 3. And it's not just back on these games, it's just because of the fact that we have seen them sometimes making those comebacks. But alas, that is just not how things are going. But there are pretty good things going in the arena itself, right? We're seeing the crowd time and time again, and there are a few empty spots. So again, we're gonna say it one more time. If in case you people live somewhere around Noida Indoor Stadium, make sure to drop by and say hi. Now I copied it perfectly.
Well, yeah, just copied it right to the point. But you know what? There's still a lot of problems that will be waiting on the horizon.
True.
And for a lot of these teams, have already faced all the problems and they've got nothing to lose. And one of those teams is actually God's Reign. And I'm pretty sure Destro, we had a chance to talk to Destro. So let's move forward and look at this video clip.
तो आजकल लोग काफ़ी बातें कर रहे हैं, कंपेयर करने लगे हैं बेसिकली। तो लाइक उनके लिए मैं यही बात बोलूँगा, 2019 से लेके अभी तक मैं इस सीन में हूँ। 19 में मैंने ट्रॉफी उठाई, 20 में उठाई, 21 में उठाई, 22 में उठाई, 23 में 2 उठाई, 1 में सेकंड आया। तो और जिसमें मैं सेकंड आया उसमें वो टीम फर्स्ट आई थी। मान्या की टीम बहुत अच्छी टीम है, नो डाउट। 2023 में उन्होंने ही हमें टफ फाइट दी है, बट जब मैं फर्स्ट आया था 2 बार, तब शायद वो सेकंड नहीं थे।
For Destro, he entered inside the arena with a lot of hopes and dreams, but unfortunately none of those will come true as his team's doing not that great in the overall standings. Let's be honest, they have pretty much lost the chance to even move in towards the top 5. All they can do is go out with a bang and maybe try and mix and match things up a little bit here and there. And they can use the last day as the testing grounds if they do want to. The intensity is still up, but Destro is in the driver's seat for God's Reign. They do pack a lot of punch. It's all down to implementing it to the perfect time. As we move on forward towards the schedule and find out which is going to be the upcoming map that will be played. It will be the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, things will be back on the classic grounds.
I mean, you know, I'm already scratching my head right now, scratching my eyebrows to find a way, any possible chance for the side of God's Reign you know, creep into that top 8, creep into that top 5, but it cannot happen until and unless they get 2 straight chicken dinners with a bare minimum of 25 points each. And of course, the map of Erangel is exactly where they can begin the things, because they've had 1 chicken dinner in this entire finals. And that could potentially help them move up, could potentially be, you know, that confidence gainer for them. Because yes, in their previous few maps, the performances have not been good. But looking back at how they used to perform, I'm really hoping for some good things from their side.
There's still a question in my mind. Does Blind Esports still have a shot at the championship? They're all the way on the latter half of the board on the 11th spot. They need 1 chicken dinner with almost more than 30 points. If they do get that, they will be somewhere in the top 6 or maybe in the top 7.
They could potentially have it. Again, could potentially have it. The only reason why I'm saying that is because this is a team that I remember back in challenge season put a behemoth chicken dinner with over 30 points. So I am expecting them to try and pull that off. But again, just 1 game is not going to cut it. You've got to consistently perform on the next 4 map itself, because every single point gained by Orangutan, gained by Aiku Soul, gained by Revenant Esports, and now also Team Forever, who's in the race. That is 1 extra point you need to have over your chicken dinner to try and close in that gap. So it's a long journey, a difficult one indeed, but I am still hopeful.
I mean, it's not just Blind that we've seen the downfall off. It's also Team iFlix. The Undergods, they came inside of the tournament making a stark statement, but unfortunately on the last day when it matters the most, they fizzled out. It's understandable too. Not everyone's going to be capable of handling the nerves in such an intense moment, and only some of the best and only some of the experienced one in the business can actually pull it off.
I'm really hoping, because all of these teams have got a lot of experience, and even if we are talking about iFlix, right, they previously played under the banner of a different team, and these all lads, they have had that entire challenge season to kind of brew up whatever they wanted to present right now today. But there we go, a lot of shouts out in the crowd, and you always love to hear
it. This is what we were waiting for. And well, finally we saw a little kiss cam.
And you could also see those smiles out there, right? We're being wholesome out there, and that's what
the crowd was hyping them up, right?
Yes,
it was cheering for them. We love to see that, right? Everyone just having a fun time, a great time in the arena. But ladies and gentlemen, keep this thing in mind. We're only 4 games away from finding out who's going to be the champion that will be crowned in that stage right there. There's still the trophy waiting to be lifted just by that 1 single team, by the 4 players. And who will that be? The question still remains. So far, we were really confident in Seoul maybe being the champions, but now that OG, they've retained that first spot once again, for Seoul, there will be a lot of sweat.
What are the chances that Mazy actually predicted Seoul might be the winner? I know.
Moving on,
that
I
face.
do not want a friendly fire here on the casting desk. Mazy is a good friend of mine, so I'm not really going to do that, guys. I mean, but this guy, his name is Shaishnu. You guys can give him all the hate if you want. But you know what? Ladies and gentlemen, the Classic Grounds will be on the screen soon. The players are locked in and loaded. This game matters so much for the teams in the top 8.
It's going to be super fun to watch indeed, because the music always hypes you up, and you always love to see that energy brewing inside of you. And since we are already talking about brewing things, I'm really hoping for this plain fly path to kind of brew some spices up for us as well. You would love to see some of the crazy fights coming in, specifically when we are talking about those drop clashes, because now is the time that I'm expecting the team who are on the bottom of the table to target the ones who are on the top of the table, to see that intense action, that intensity of those fights, and the fight for survival for the table toppers. Yet again, just as you previously mentioned, anyone in the top 7 could try and find their entry point to breach in that top 3, finish on that podium, and could potentially steal away the first position prize as well, which OG are looking the best contenders of.
Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. The top 8 is way too fragile, and things can be messed up just by 1 single point. And OG, they do not want to feel the deja vu. Oh, 1 single point, what's the difference between 1 crore rupees and OG? They do not want the same thing to repeat. Ladies and gentlemen, as the plane's going to be high up in the skies on the Classic Grounds of Erangel, this will be the Dream Maker or the Dream Breaker. And this map will also conclude the halfway point of the day. This is such a crucial map for so many fans and for so many players. And as we see the plane fly path in front of us, starting all the way from shooting range towards the Sanhok military base, this plane flat path is the classic one.
It's probably what we saw in game number 1 itself, but again, the teams who would want to drop towards Milta Power. I'm talking about Hydra Official. The team would want to drop towards Milta, Revenant Esports. They're gonna have a lot of problem because that is exactly where we saw the first fight brew up, and the game was spoiled. For Revenant as well as Hydra, only one member remained each, and that was Blind, which basically ruined that entire game for them. But again, at the end of the day, you will be seeing a lot of those teams dropping onto their common spots. Gen X FM this time deciding to drop in their Georgia Paul drop, wherein previously they went towards Stolper. Global Esports gonna have their own fun in Severny as well as Zarki, where Mavi likes to rotate in the later part of the game. Gujarat Tigers back towards Everest, Georgia Containers. On the other side, Team Forever will be taking their space towards the farm. In Pochinki, you will always see Entity, Carnival Gaming taking their drop as well towards Gatka. You would love to see the action.
WSP dropping out towards Primorsk. Once again, we're not seeing anything being pulled out of the box, which is going to surprise us so far. OG, as usual, towards Fairpier. Ash will go down south towards military base. God's Ring towards the military base as well. So this will be quite the classic start. I don't think so we're going to see any type of drop collisions.
No, but the way Kemin will take to go towards Yasna Poliana might matter, because OR have got their own vehicles in their hands and they are moving towards Yasna before them. So you will potentially see Kemin also rotating exactly there, and OR will be the ones who will have those guns. But oh my god, this zone is blazing fire at all those players, moving so far away from so many of those teams, taking a very hard eastern shift.
OR Esports are going to be the winners of the race to Yasna Poliana. The same route is being taken by the players of Kemin Esports too. And there's only one vehicle and 4 players sitting in that one single vehicle. And it's a massive red flag. One single spray, 30 bullets in the clip can actually seal the deal. And what is going on here? Duora OP. Omega's right in the front, and Duora trying to keep his position anonymous, but Omega, he spotted him out. Finally ejects out of that vehicle, pulls out the knife. This could have been close. Duora could have slit Omega's throat. That was way too close for comfort.
Oh my god. Stanging a few of those bullets, Omega will be able to run away. He is angry, he is frustrated. He was calling out for his teammates to try and help him out, take that one quick flush and finish. But the rest of the lads are nowhere to be seen. It's understandable, and the reason why this happened is because, again, just like how in the first map, Milta Power was unreachable. Even in this one, Hydra were forced to take their secondary drop. And Duora, the man who frags a lot for Hydra, was caught off guard, off position. Omega finding a good flush on him. Hydra are having the flashbacks of game 1.
Hydra, Spray God, Spurs, Starboy, Duora OP. The firepower now missing. What can they do to bring it back? What can they do to do anything? I would say just go for the fights and put on a show for every one of us.
You know, I still remember that one game of Erangel yesterday wherein Revenant took one knock. They were able to quickly knock one person off Hydra, and then instead of leaving their man behind, entirety of the Hydra decided, you know what, let's just take that fight. And they got 3 frags in that without losing a single member.
Interesting. Aiku Soul quite close. So for them to rotate to the center, it's not going to be an issue at all.
Yes.
They will have a clear pathway, at least for now. It doesn't seem like anyone's going to be disturbing them. Blind Esports towards the prison side. Kemin Esports and OR Esports, these guys have been having that beef in the same spot for a really long time, but these guys haven't collided so far. They know their boundaries, they know where to extend and where not to extend. And OR Esports, yeah, they should be able to get away from this entire spot harms-free.
True, but here's the thing, right? OG on top, 154 points. Trailed closely. Not that close, though, of course. There's a 13-point lead being built by Soul. Revenant Again, 10 points behind them. And then there's the gap that we see decreasing. Team Forever, 128. Carnival Gaming, 10 points away, 118. And then Kemin, OR, Entity. All of these teams, they just need one good game of 25, 30 points second dinner. 30 may be a lot to ask, but 25, highly doable. We have seen teams get 27, 28, 29 points chicken dinner for themselves. So I'm expecting something like that to happen. And as soon as you do that, you will be entering in that top 3. So maybe not directly the first position, but in this game you need to focus to breach in that top 5. And all of these teams have got a very solid chance. You have mentioned it previously, but I would also want to bring the attention back. Yes, there's going to be a stalemate in Yasnaya Polyana. We've been seeing that for the entirety of the finals itself. Kemin, OR, not going to overstep their boundaries, but Team Forever is where I will be focusing on, because they have made an early rotation and they are going directly towards the center. But that part is occupied by Blind.
Team Forever, 2 games consistent. Even the previous game, they were on the 2nd spot in the match rankings. So yeah, it's just perfect. So far, we've only seen 1 casualty. CG. Even they've got quite a solid approach. They're done looting. And now it's time for them to make a move on the map. Team Forever, they're really close to Blind Esports' territory. And keep this thing in mind. Blind Esports, they're like the hungry souls. At this point, they will try to lay their hands on top of whatever they can get.
They're again like, you know, the villains of this lobby. That have been
I don't understand
hungry.
what Blind Esports try to do, though. In the first 2 games, being overly aggressive. First game, understandable. Maybe those could have been some free points to be grabbed. But then in the second game, that was such a bad fight to be taken.
True.
And I guess sometimes Blind Esports, they really do forget to know which is a good fight and a bad fight. And they need to find a little bit of a disciplined approach inside of the game.
I would agree, because again, so many times we see these teams on those edges trying to find the timing for the last rotation, because they just want to catch their opponents off guard. Specifically, when they are rotating, they want to try and rotate on behind them. But again, another team being caught off guard. WSB.
Oh my God, Goblin. Carnival Gaming, they engage in a fight themselves. Omega, he already got 1 elimination point a while ago, but now Carnival Gaming, they might a couple of more in their hands. Raiden, he's pulled out the nade. It's going to be both the players just trying to force out each other with the utility utilization. Raiden misses the first nade, but Raiden should be dealt with. He's way too low, and WSP, they will be chewed apart.
Oh!
Yeah, Goblin, that was a heroic entry, but WSP, they just can't stand a chance. Carnival Gaming, a good start to this entire game. It's definitely going to uplift their confidence a bit more.
And they're facing so many troubles now, and all they can do is just tuck tails and run away with the players that are remaining, because Anuj is also done for. Hector will try and find him and also will get the confirmation on that flush. Omega says, all right, I'll do it myself. But yeah, Goblin takes the entry in a heroic fashion and then tries to go in for that flush as well, which Omega stole it away. Goblin is also being kept quiet, I would say.
Wall of Death moving up.
Yeah,
and now it's Global Esports. It's their time to rock the stage. So many teams making that rotation in the front. One of them is GT. And all the 4 players were spotted too. Slug, he took a couple of shots, but then he gave up, knowing the fact that they're way too far away, and he's only got a red dot on the M4.
I mean, if you've got a cracked aim, even the red dot could be the doom. And we already know a lot of the players on the side of Global Esports have got that potential.
Ninja Boy especially.
Indeed.
I mean, Slug, he used to be the ex-Kemin, not Kemin Esports, Insane Esports' player.
Yes.
And then Global Esports, they signed him up. Imagine this, right? Global Esports, they've got so much firepower. Slug being one of the good men. Beast, of course, adds in a lot of firepower. Ninja Boy, inside of the challenge season, he was outstanding. But Global Esports, for now, just roaming around like vultures on top of the players of GT. And a Ramen might just come through Clutch God is taking too much hurt. He's trying to back away, but he's way too softened up. MJ from the back with the vehicle 2 pulling up. This is such an awkward circumstance, and they collide against each other. Oh no. I mean, Beast is a young lad. He does not have a driving license, so I guess makes sense.
Neither does Slug though, but on the other side, Mavi as well as Ninja Boy will try to fill in that gap as well. Beast with that off angle.
Oh my god.
Potentially ruin the game for Shadow.
Global Esports, no intentions of stopping, no intentions of backing away. And what a beautiful run over that was. The confirmation instantly flows up. Shadow is definitely going to be pissed. Clutch God, even he gets taken down. What a beautiful way to engage inside of the fight. And within the blink of an eye, it escalates and finishes too.
My goodness, Slug is a man who got all 4 of them.
Yeah.
The first one with the vehicle, and then all he needed was a DPS.
The teammates played a big role in distracting every single player from the side of GT, and Slug was there to collect all of the eliminations away.
And GE are now going to roll out in style, but not far away from the crosshairs of Chenix FM. Though yet again, they will be playing directly outside in that blue. Should not pose a lot of problem, unless of course GE are very unaware of them. However, if you are also having a look at the circle itself, it will be coming up on the screen as well in a while. You can clearly see a lot of these teams rotating directly from the southwestern edge where OG likes to play from. So they need to find a new entry point to breach inside.
They indeed do. Spatterjawed has got his crossers pinned on this Slug. His hours might just be counted. But no. Yeah, the execution's not going to be there just yet. Hirsch, though, there's a fight between the players of Team Forever and Blind Esports. And once again, Blind on the classic note being aggressive. And Team Forever's not used to play this aggressive inside of the game. So they're just going to back away from this fight. And Blind Esports, they take over this spot so perfectly, beautifully done, asserting that dominance, getting a prime spot in your hands. I just love it.
Defense line being set up, warning everyone who are trying to roam around those edges to not step in. And they dare not. Because Blind, again, they've got nothing to lose. They're down at the 10th spot. Just a few points in their hands, but again, Revenant, they've got quite a lot to lose.
Blaze. Yeah, the man could have been lost. And as you mentioned, Revenant, indeed, they've got quite a lot to lose. Especially Blaze being the supporter. He needs to be alive. And Revenant being ever so close from snatching that trophy away, too. Now, let's be honest. Everyone is expecting Aiku's Soul to be the winner. Maybe OG to be the winner, but no one's talking about Revenant Esports snatching the trophy away.
True.
And if that does happen, Sensei will literally write down one of the best fairy tales for himself and the boys. But Fierce now getting bounced on top of it. I'm not a big fan of what's happening. And what a perfect eject that was. Heroic entry on the compound. Fierce all by himself. Up close and personal. It's going to be the duel of the shotguns. Spursh OP, Starboy next to each other, and unfortunately Starboy collapses. Spursh OP wraps up from the back and claims that elimination point. Revenant Esports, they lose out on Fierce in the return, and it's not worth it at all.
That is a massive pick from Hydra. We've been talking how important Dura has been. But again, it's Spursh who also comes out on top in some of those clutches. But again, at the end of the day, we still have an idea about how important Fierce has been for Revenant itself. He has been a pillar along with Aquanox. They are the ones who try and find those openings, the top 2 fraggers for Revenant itself. And it just hurts to see that he was taken down so early on. It was quite a chase, but that was one of the most funny entry that I have seen.
Hydra inside of the houses. Vishu from iFlix.
Oh.
He's got the entire compound pinned down. Spursh. Even he's there in the front. Spray God towards the doorway. Hydra, they need to play like they've got nothing to lose, and that's what they're doing so far. They're going for the fights. They're going for the engagements, and we're loving to see it.
Always do.
Still, though, 15 teams are alive. Some of these teams have taken the individual punches to the gut, including WSB, Hydra, Blind, Team Forever, Revenant Esports, the team that are on the 3rd and the 4th spot. They're looking handicapped big time.
Walking without any limbs like zombies out there, trying to prey on as many bodies as they can. Joining the game for a lot of them. What a zombie apocalyptic world this is. However, if we are again looking at the positions of a lot of those teams, because let's be really honest, nothing's going to happen between Hydra and iFlix as of now.
I mean, we're only in one rotten burger away from a zombie apocalypse, and now it's just the last of us in the Battlegrounds.
That is indeed true. I
top
always
16,
love that.
from which only top 6 are ever so close to lifting that trophy.
Also hoping for a lot of those teams to try and pave their way in the top 3, or at least near the top 3. Take down the top dogs. Take down OG, Soul, Revenant. Then we'll talk. On the other side though, again, as soon as I mentioned OG, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This seems to be a good game. Probably for Carnival or OR.
Netflix. Oh, Crypto taking some long-range shots with that Mini 14. And yeah, now you can see it's a huge wave of vehicles just moving inside of the circle too. So many teams going for the rotate at the same time. Probably a couple of them will be caught during that rotation. OG, the Apes themselves, as now they're back on the throne, they would be a little bit more cautious because they've already lost the throne once. They do not want to let the history repeat itself.
True that. But you know what I really love about OG is their aggression that they showed on day number 1 itself. That's the kind of OG you love to see, and the one that all of those teams fear. And as soon as they kind of drop onto their defensive style, they get picked off. Just like right now how God's Reign were in the possibility of getting picked off. Destro jumping back in his own vehicle, but no, as soon as he jumps out, he'll be brought down. Kamla Boy runs over him. Pukar is the one who's going to confirm it. Aiku Soul as well in the vicinity.
God's Reign right next to the players of Entity. Even for Entity, they were so close to lifting that trophy. A lot of people actually speculated that this trophy can be Samraj's.
True.
But with how the circumstances were looking like yesterday and today so far, Entity Gaming, they've been dropped down on the 8th spot.
Dropping down on the 8th spot indeed is not the prettiest one. But you can say the exact same thing for God's Reign, right? We saw a lot of those analysts predict that God's Reign would be the one who might potentially get the trophy, but that's not happening.
Look at Aiku Soul in the minimap, the team in the purple.
Yes, gatekeeping.
Yeah, they're playing the spoiler. They're going to be gatekeeping the Guardian Angels off the white lines. But Entity Gaming, they spot out the entirety of God's Reign in front of them. Gamla Boy, he did take a lot of shots. All of those shots connected to the vehicle, but none to the player where it mattered the most. So now Entity Gaming, it's time for them to call the Mayday and make the rotation inside of the circle where the Guardian Angels are going to be in the name of Aiku Soul. It will be tough to trespass that area within them, so that's why they're going to rotate all the way around from the opposite side of that road. Aiku Soul, they hear all the rotations, but just look at the separation they've got. It's a 3-1 split. From Aiku Soul, there's one man in center of the circle, and the rest 3 players on the edges.
I love the positioning of Knuckle, who you just mentioned is in the center, but also another team that's getting a little too claustrophobic. It's going to be WSB in that one compound. Robin could potentially find a good nade, but alas, he lacks all of them. Not even a Molotov, not a frag. Maybe he could just let his teammates know the position of the players that he just spotted, because he was being wary of them. And OR as well. We've been talking about how this team was playing so very well on day number 1, but fell down so hard on day 2. And even day 3, they had one good game, but in the second one, not so much. So we'll be looking forward to redeem themselves. However, another team that I really like the positioning of is going to be Carnival Gaming. But if the circle takes a hard south shift, you know they will be welcomed with some heavy fire from Global Esports, who are up north.
Pretty much. OR, 4 players playing quite in the close contentions. No separation from them because they've got a really good positioning in the first place. And it's probably going to be an urban finish. We are going to be up for a show, ladies and gentlemen. You guys know how chaotic the urban finishes can be because there's so much cover to hide in, and that just creates a lot of confusion.
If OG finds an entry from this point, the game should be theirs. But I highly doubt that. It's 99% chance that OG would not be able to get a lot of finishes until and unless they find an opening between iFlix and Team Forever where the fight might brew.
Team Forever, they've got a good compound. Or Esports, entity quite exposed. It's not a good position they've been pinned down from. Even Gamla Boy spotted, and now Pro's not going to let Pucar get away from the coop. He's hiding behind it. A smoke's tossed out to try and cross on over on the opposite side. And it's OR Esports' lead being pumped in the chest of Entity Gaming. On the rooftop, they're tossing some utilities in the front. OR Esports, they've got their own problems brewing up. They need to play a little bit more safe.
Entity need to drop in a few extra smokes. Pucar will try to run away, but Zap denies it.
Good find from Zap. Pucar strike down. There's Troy still there, and he can get the Reds up.
Throw a nade.
Another nade tossed, but the players are in the shack if I'm not wrong.
I doubt that. I guess they're just outside of it maybe, but we'll have to wait and see. They've got a lot of utilities in the meantime. They can just dump it out.
Only 4 nades, but they're going to be super crucial later on. So it's better to save them for the late game scenario where the battles can be much more close quarters. Global Esports, I think so they just eliminated Team Forever. Is that what's happening? I'm sort of confused. Aiku Soul 2 in a fight.
It is just as you predicted. Team Forever eliminated, but we are seeing OG one more time, but this time it's Aiku Soul up against them. And we are seeing one knock already.
Yeah, the team on the first spot going up against the team on the second. S-Power on top of the stairs is looking for to be the Guardian Angel and not let anyone breach in on the top floor. A beautifully placed Molotov's going to find the knock. S-Power with the opener. It's going to regain the possibilities of Team Soul to come out on top with the clutch. And this nade, if it's being placed to perfection, it might just be the difference maker. But Manya, he finds another man. Ash taken down as well. Oh, gee, they're losing out on man number left, right, center. And S-Power pulls out the DBS in his hands.
What?
And Westcott, there's a man right next to him. And what? His hands were too busy. And Westcott gets pounced on top of.
What a mess up by Orangutan. What a mess up. That was one of the most horrible result of that fight.
Playing Esports behind the tree. Adi with the nade in the hand. Hirsch was able to find a knockout a while ago, but you can see the entirety of Hydra squad rolling up like gangsters from the blue.
Vishu.
It's a util dump on top of the players of iFlix, where Wishu is way too low, and yeah, it's not going to survive to see another day. And now it's the players of Blind Esports. Yeah, just trying to run over the last man, and they will find Moksh actually. DBS in the hand, Hirsch just going for some blind fires. But Moksh is still not being spotted, and what am I seeing? Moksh is in the vehicle with Skips, and he's got no clue. What am I watching? Now he finally spots him out. But he still doesn't. What? They've got no clue that he's in the vehicle. Oh my God, what's going on? Blind Esports. Come on, there's no way. You guys have no clue that Moksh is in the vehicle with you. He finally snuffed him out. And Moksh is being taken down. What is going on in the game?
My
God.
He was pulling out a Ronnie 2.0, but just better. Blind was literally being blind for a few seconds out there nonetheless. They find the person, they redeem themselves, but again, you still are seeing WSB's couple of players in the center along with OR, who are in the circle. And this time it's Entity Gate keeping the members of Aiku Soul. Up north, you've got Carnival Gaming, along with Global Esports. This game could go anywhere, but it's OR who are trying to fight against Hydra.
Starboy taking so much hurt. WSB, this man is just firing around the corner, but he finally catches the first. Unfortunately, he's going to run out of bullets soon, and he runs out of bullets on the magazine, pulls out the M4, still going for the free, and he comes out on top. What? Armand, he plays a crucial role for the success of WSB.
Where was this WSB? But again, where are the members of Global Esports?
Ninja Boy all by himself. trapped with the players of CG. And yeah, they find him. Easy knock, and the confirmation will be following up too. Admino on top of this roof once again. OR Esports, they've got so much of a drone overview. They've got so much intel. And the circle does not exactly end in the urban areas. It's going to shift out in the open a little bit to the northern side. CG, they've got the dream position. They can be the pace dictator.
Definitely could be. But in the meantime, again, it's Aiku Soul who are facing a lot of resistance from Entity, who basically swapped the places with them. As I told you previously, they're the ones who will be gatekeeping, specifically all the teams who are down south. You can look at Revenant, you can look at OR along with Blind. Just on a little bit of the east, we are seeing the members of Kevin who need to breach inside this circle. The timing is going to be crucial as Blue will be moving fast. But again, this is the main fight.
Revenant Blaze sitting in that compound. Hirsch next to him. He's softened up. Admino in the outskirts too. OR Esports, it's their territory, and these guys have stepped in that territory, so of course it will be a big red zone for the other teams. Because OR Esports, they will of course dump a lot of lead in the bodies if anyone's going to be spot out exposed. OR, even they themselves need to move inside of the zone. The teams that are going to be the biggest threat will be Blind and Revenant, and we know Blind Esports, these guys are maniacs. They do not care about the outcome. Wall of Death moves up. Hirsch is taking a lot of hurt. Blind Esports, for them, the journey inside of this game might just end, but Skips, he makes it inside of the circle, but Genix and Van, they catch him. Skips down and dusted. It's Kevin Esports who get that elimination.
Indeed, and that should be it for Blind as well. One of the players was left outside in the zone. OR in the meantime was able to breach behind Entity. Now Entity is the one who's being pinched between Soul and OR, but Pro loses his life right away. Should be flushed out now, survives with a slither of HP.
Entity Gaming, they're making the march of death against OR, but will this actually come true? Troy, Zap closes the door on top of the face of Troy, and he turns around and slaps him down too. Zap, the young legend, what a clutch that was. Moves in the enemy territory and eats him inside out. Entity Gaming, there was an infiltrator who dismantled them.
But still, job is not yet done. Robin needs to be brought back on his feet, and Zap needs to be the one who needs to gatekeep everyone from Soul. Hector in the meantime taking a lot of fire as Carnival are trying to grab their attention from north. You mentioned about that, but another team came in. They're also in those outskirts. They've got a lot of cover from those ridges along with the smokes, but as soon as that utility runs out, they will be facing some trouble. But first one to fall down is Admino, and again it's to Kemin's members.
Carnival Gaming in a really good spot. Playing defensive ever so.
Oh my god,
OR Esports, yeah. Even they're facing a lot of problems now. Robin's knocked out. It's all down to Zap. Carnival Gaming, even they've been taking a lot of damage upon themselves. Goblin in the back with the high ground. He's got a lot of that land coverage. He can get so much visual information. CG, they started dig up against the players of Aiku Soul. And Soul, for now, it feels like they're not going to be able to stand a chance. Carnival Gaming, as I mentioned, they will be the one to dictate the pace of the upcoming moments. And that's what's happening. They're barely making it inside of the circle, and the next circle favors Kevin Esports. They might just get a back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen. And Kevin Esports, they're here to change the tide of the overall rankings. Oh my God, being graced by the BGMI gods. And so many ups and downs inside of the game so far. Aiku Soul, they were in the outskirts, but the Wall of Death will eat them alive, and now it's time for Kevin Esports to make the push happen up close and personal against CG, and they will wipe them out. 2 lakh rupees in the pockets, and 2 back-to-back chicken dinners by Kevin.
If iFlix can do it, then so can we, says Kevin Esports. What a brilliant game, a brilliant performance. They were outside of the circle for so long. They were on the far side of the zone as well. Blue was supposed to move quickly on them, but only because of the fact how Carnival was gatekeeping Global Esports.
What a perfect conversion that was from Kevin Esports. And imagine the amount of stark statement that's going to be made in the overall standings. Kevin Esports should be breaching in the top 3 without a doubt.
True.
That's a lot of elimination points accumulated from them, but a really good proactivity too. Good conversion. Yes, in the end, the luck was favoring them. The BGMI gods was favoring them. But still, it's about sustaining all the 4 players till the end. And for Kemen Esports, that defensive playstyle is working perfectly. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got an interview lined up on the stage. Let's move on to that.
करोगे 50,000, दो बैक टू बैक करोगे 2 लाख, बट यहाँ पर 2 लाख से ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है पॉइंट्स टेबल पे वापस वापसी हो रही है. हाउ यू फीलिंग ब्रदर?
बस वही था कि मोमेंटम की देरी थी, मोमेंटम आ गया और हो गया. जैसे जैसे मोमेंटम बिल्ड होता है वैसे वैसे हम मारते रहते हैं हमेशा.
अच्छा, ये पहले 2 दिन और आज में क्या चेंज कर दिया?
कुछ चेंज नहीं किया. कल 2 दिन से सीरियसली फाइट स्टॉक हो रही थी. प्रॉपर 4v4 फाइट्स में बीटी आ रही थी, कम्युनिकेशन में कभी कभार दिक्कत हो रही थी, लेकिन अभी सब स्मूथली हो रहा था. एक एक टीम वाइप हो रही थी, बस अपने पुराने वाले फॉर्म में आ गए.
अच्छा, ये देखो, अभी आपने मेरे को लास्ट टाइम बोला था टॉप 3, अभी कोई पर्टिकुलर एक नंबर बोलना चाहोगे?
अब मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा, आप देखते जाओ.
चलो, ये कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे, जानते हैं एक्सपर्ट्स क्या बोलना चाहते हैं.
Kemen Esports, they just coming out of nowhere and take over the overall standings by a storm. Even the stage, even the experts are, of course, astonished. And one team that will be astonished a lot will be IQ Seoul.
True.
And I'm pretty sure IQ Seoul, unfortunately, couldn't really get a lot of points accumulated, but still they were consistent. They finished things off on the 3rd spot.
But still, I don't think so. They've been able to rack up a lot of those LM points. I can potentially think of 6 that they were able to. And yes, on the back of that 3rd spot, should be able to get those 16 points. And that is enough for them to help them move forward. Until and unless, of course, we see OG with a few extra LMs for themselves. But we're going to focus on that later. Because in the highlights as well, we're seeing some sad faces, some aggressive faces, disappointments as well. But on the other side, a lot of happy faces on Kemen's area.
Entity Gaming, for them, the woes keep on continuing. I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with the boys, but hopefully they're going to get rid of those problems soon enough, because there's still 3 more games left in the court, and if Entity do want, they can go for a last-minute comeback. Off the bat, this is how the action kicked off in the Battlegrounds. Omega taking down one of the players, handicapping the team early off. Unfortunately for OG, this game wasn't that solid.
Was not that solid indeed, I would agree, because I told you the position that they were in.
Look at this. Oh my god. Slapping 3 players back to back with that DBS in the hand.
I know. That's like
this weapon is, oh my, I can't even say anything at this point. This weapon is just too OP.
Broken. You might as well say it. It's broken. Put it back in the drop, man. Put it back in that crate. That's where it belongs. Because
especially if you see it in the hands of one of the best assaulters inside of the game.
True.
And considering Slug used to play for Team Insane, and Team Insane was known for the aggression, so we know Slug is going to pack a lot of power with that gun.
Agreed.
Yeah, it will be detrimental for all the other opponents that will be standing up against him. But this fight too, Zap, look at him, just closes the door on the face of the player in the back, moves in the house, strikes down the player who was standing in the corner, and then instantly turns back, flips around, and he strikes down another man with the DBS.
That's the main part, right? That one smoke wall that was created. Rob was not able to spot that one person, but at the end of the day, I know there are quite a few things that we would like to talk about as well.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got an interview lined up with S-Power's parents, so let's move on to the stage.
Thank you so much, Johnny. जितने भी लोग इस वक्त मुझे देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे अपने घर पे, मैं आपको बता दूं, ये जो खड़े हैं मेरे साथ, ये हैं एस पावर के फादर. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए. Come on people. Okay, सर, मैंने ना आपके बारे में एक किस्सा सुना है. दुनिया जहान के माँ बाप बोलते हैं मेरा बेटा डॉक्टर बनेगा, इंजीनियर बनेगा, लॉयर बनेगा. आपने बोला मेरा बेटा गेमर बनेगा. ये क्या कहानी है? आपने उसे गेमिंग में डाला?
नहीं, मैं चाहता था क्रिकेटर बने, तो मैंने वैसे उस हिसाब से स्टार्टिंग में उसको ट्रेनिंग और ये सब कराया. फिर बाद में वो मेरा पैशन था. बाद में मैंने बोला तू क्या चाहता है? वो बोला मैं ई स्पोर्ट्स में कुछ करना चाहता हूँ. तो मैं बोला फिर तेरा पैशन फॉलो कर. तो दोनों स्पोर्ट्स कैटेगरी में, तो मैंने बोला चल ठीक है तू इसमें कर, अगर तुझे तेरी इच्छा है. मैं अपना कुछ फोर्स नहीं करना चाहता था. वो बोला पैरेलली मैं एजुकेशन करूँगा. मैं बोला ठीक है, जैसे तेरी मर्जी.
अच्छा, आपको पता था दैट ई गेमिंग इतना बड़ा वर्ल्ड है?
पता था, क्योंकि जैसे मतलब मॉर्टल नज़दीक में थे, नेबर थे, तो उसने बताया था. तो थोड़ा बहुत गाइडेंस भी इनिशियली उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि आप थोड़ा इसको एजुकेशन के साथ साथ यूट्यूब एंड ऑल करने दो, तो स्कोप है। तो मैं बोला ठीक है, उसको अगर मर्जी है तो करने देगा। बाकी मैं सबको देखता ही था, इतने भी गेमर्स है, डायनमो है, स्काउट है, मॉर्टल है, ये सबके तो स्ट्रीम में भी टाइम पास के लिए देखा करता था।
मेरी आंखों में आंसू आ गए जब किसी के पापा ऐसे ऐसे नाम ले। हमारे पापा तो हमें डांट दिया करते थे। सर आप इधर आओ मेरे पास। यहाँ सर ये रहा कैमरा। जितने भी पेरेंट्स देख रहे हैं उनको क्या मैसेज दोगे आप कि अपने बच्चों को ई स्पोर्ट्स में आने दे?
मैं यही बोलूंगा कि आपने अपनी जिंदगी जी ली, अब उनको अपनी जिंदगी जीने दो, बस।
थैंक यू सो मच। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए। लेट्स हेड बैक टू आवर एक्सपर्ट्स।
Oh, one of the coolest dads out there. S-Power is quite a lucky man to have a dad like that. I mean, as the host mentioned himself, I was not one of those lucky kids, man. My dad was not really a big fan of video games.
I'll be brutally honest. I am pretty lucky to have parents like that because they allowed me to do what I love to do, and that's casting right here. All these games, and man, oh man, when we are out in the arena like this, when we've got some amazing sponsors like Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, as well as Snapdragon and Monster Energy, you know it's going to be pumped up.
It is super pumped up, ladies and gentlemen. The arena is just getting riled up because we've got 3 more games to go. And you guys know, regarding the schedule, according to the schedule, the upcoming 3 games are also going to be quite the interesting ones. But for now, let's move on towards the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Kevin Esports' Fury with 5 elimination points and 38% of finished contribution. That means the rest of his teammates also got decent amount of eliminations.
Absolutely true. If I'm not wrong, they must have somewhere around 12 finishes, maybe 13. But again, when we're having a look at the stars of the match, finally, we're seeing the finisher, Venom, with one of the finish, that the last one. But we'll have a look at the match ranking as well. I told you, 28 finishes and 28 points. That's a massive leap.
That's a nuke being dropped on the last day. Usually teams, they crumble down on pressure. But Kevin Esports, they've been able to perform better under that pressure. So I guess that's a really good thing as a team, right?
True.
If you're able to deal with that pressure, deal with the intensity nicely, that's all that matters. And that's what the player from Kevin Esports said too. He said that the only thing we were really missing was the momentum, but now we have got that, and just keep on watching what happens.
I mean, they've already got 2 of those games, and again, we have been talking about how much prizes these teams have been catching. We'll also be having a look at that as well, because I know everyone out there is really, consistent about that, specifically talking about OG as well as iFlix, how much they've earned, but Kevin Esports are also breaching into those top charts.
iFlix so far, they've got the most amount of prize pool accumulated. Still, they will be having the smiles on their faces, even though they won't be getting the championship. That's a lot of money, I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
true.
Yeah, iFlix, they're doing quite good for themselves. Kevin Esports with $3,55,000 freaking. Not dollars, I mean rupees, but of course. But that's still a lot of money, man.
Yeah, understandable. But also there's Revenant Esports, OR. They're also earning quite a lot, above 2 lakh rupees. Yeah, you made me confused as well by saying those dollars. 2 lakh rupees, is that the mark that they have all reached again? But that's just one amount that Kevin has earned in the previous 2 games by getting those back-to-back chicken dinners. And also, that's a mark for all the other teams to try and focus on that chicken, but also those LM points, because they got 13 finishes. That's already over 25,000 rupees.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. 3 games are done. That means the halfway point of this tournament has already reached. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Kemen Esports, they come in out of nowhere and take over the overall standings by a storm and catch all of us off guard. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series. This is the last day of the Grand Finals where I'm going to be your host and Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Shaishnu. Let's move on forward and look at the map schedule. The upcoming maps are going to be the off maps, Sanhok and Vikendi. And then once again, as the cycle repeats itself, we're going to close the day off with an Erangel. And so far, as the stats say, you had something to say, right?
I always love to see how in the second half we see a lot of teams switching up their momentum, specifically talking about iFlix as well as Revenant Esports. They've been having some shaky starts, but I am now going to focus on the map of Sanhok itself because even yesterday we saw iFlix making their comeback on this map.
Now that's a really good point that you brought up. When I was casting BGIs, which is of course one of the official tournaments, Revenant Esports, for them, the turning point, the turning momentum point was a game of Sanhok where we switched them, where we saw them switch the complete playstyle. Usually Revenant Esports like to play completely passive, but after that game of Sanhok, Revenant Esports started playing super aggressive, and it was actually working out for them quite a lot because they gained the momentum and the confidence when they were taking down the enemies left, right, and center. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to lock the predictions, and also for you guys. Make sure to let us know in the chat section down below, which team do you guys think will be winning this upcoming Sanhok game? Is it going to be iQOO Seoul? Is it going to be Kemen Esports? Or is it going to be Revenant Esports?
It could be iFlix, it could be Revenant. But you know what? I am going to lock my predictions with Orangutan.
Okay.
I really think they might be able to come out on top in that bootcamp fight, but if in case they decide to avoid it, then that would be one of the most mature decisions that we will see from this team. What about you?
I would say they should try to avoid that fight without a doubt because they have been going for the same fight for the past 2 days. It's not been working out for them against GT because GT always deals a massive amount of damage against them.
Agreed.
And you cannot forget, there's always a third party from Team Forever. And recently, we also saw iQOO Seoul trying to take advantage of that entire commotion in boot camp. So it's better to avoid that drop collision and focus on yourself in the initial phase of the game. Because even if the drop collision does not come true, even if you do sort of decide your own territory, there will be a big problem because stalemates, I'm not a big fan of those in early game situations, and you know that.
Absolutely true, because even yesterday, as you mentioned, iQOO Seoul, we were discussing about the point. I mentioned that they probably wanted to have the advantage in the third party on OG and GT fight. You mentioned that they also wanted to avoid the fight that was unnecessary with GE because GE were on a nothing to lose scenario. And we also confirmed it from their players as well later on because these are those exact reasons. It's like shooting 2 arrows, shooting 2 birds with just 1 arrow. I intend to mess those things up. But on the other side of the things though, these teams, these players who are on the camera cannot mess even a single point from this point onwards.
Player cams on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, and they're getting quite locked up and loaded. This is where things can be flipped. This is where fates can be changed. There's only one goal for every single team that is currently on the cameras, and that is to lift the trophy, but not everyone can be as lucky as that one single team who will have the chance to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming game of Sanhok will proceed soon, as the plane's gonna hit high up in the skies, in the deserty, not exactly deserty, but the rainforest lands of Sanhok. The plane flat pad starts all the way from Kao towards Sami. And once again, considering Sanhok is quite a smaller map, it doesn't exactly matter where the plane flat pad's going to start from.
True.
You will be able to extend towards your drop location whatsoever.
Absolutely true. But again, I want to see a mature decision coming in from the OGs, from the apes themselves. They've been taking some heavy blows since the starting. Even in the second half of yesterday, we saw them facing those exact same problems. But I want to see a mature decision coming in from their side. But nonetheless, okay, Necro, you're going to love it. iQOO Seoul, Global Esports, we will see a collision in Temple because that's where I see both of these teams heading.
Are we going to see a collision in boot camp though? No, it's not happening. It's GT all by themselves towards boot camp, Team Forever a little bit towards the Brit side, and the circle's going to form on the bottom left island.
Yep.
Team Seoul, they are back towards the ground zero, towards Camp Alpha, but a no drop location between GE and iQOO Seoul. So GE will have that temple area all to themselves, and iQOO Seoul, they're going to take over the entirety of Camp Alpha. So in my opinion, over here, iQOO Seoul, the sort of win when it comes to the loot battle.
In terms of the loot battle, yes. But what's going to happen later on in those battles is going to be the main point. And that exact same thing could also be said for GT, iFlix, along with Blind, who are down south in Painan, because OG will not be able to have a good amount of loot in the location that they have dropped. I was really expecting to probably take control of Mognai, or maybe directly down south towards Docks, but alright, that's not the place they want to go at.
Now, that's the fun part about Sanhok, right? Sanhok already has the loot amped up compared to all the other maps.
True.
It has a lot of loot. It's a map filled with so much loot in even the smallest of the compounds. So OG, they're not going to struggle with that. And considering you're inside of the competitive lobby, the numbers also cranked up a little bit more. So the struggles won't be there. OG, for them, I guess they just want to get their basic loot set up and then maybe go for the fight against the opponents.
Oh, okay.
For now, into the gaming. Two players inside of the buggy. I guess they've spotted the man from Genix FM. They're on the scout. They're on the hunt to find that man. And he's hiding behind the tree. Skillful. He's not shooting out just yet. He takes a lot of shots against Samraj. He softens him up quite a bit, but then gets caught out in the open. What a big mistake that was. I don't think so. He knew that Pucar was behind that rock.
No, he did see Pucar as well, because he fired a shot onto him and he then went into hiding. But yeah, it could have been a misread coming in from Skillful. But he should have known that Pucar dropped just behind that rock, because as soon as he fired shots on Somraj, he was being fired upon from that direction. That definitely is a mess up coming in from Skillful. And Genix FM losing a member early on. You can see their faces as well. They're lacking the confidence. And it just keeps getting worse.
I mean, Genix FM, yeah, as you mentioned, it just keeps getting worse, but for them, it really does not matter. They're not even going to be the point of the conversation. At over here, the main point of the conversation is going to be CG, OG, Revenant, iQOO Seoul, and including Kemen Esports.
True. Kevin again, all the way.
And did you notice one thing? Now the production crew isn't showcasing the overall standings. They want to build up that suspense. They like to play with our emotions and not let us know what exactly is happening in the overall standings. Man, cruel production. But imagine if Kemen Esports wins the third game as well.
Whoa. Then they would be the only team who could potentially have a chance of winning the fourth one as well and doubling the entire amount to 4 lakhs.
Imagine if that happens.
Imagine. I would love to see that, and I am really down for it. But
money aside, in the point standings, there will be a big difference.
Yes. Humongous
and Kemen
upside.
Esports might just take over that first spot. Out of nowhere, the challenger, which everyone thought that they cannot stand a chance to lift the trophy, will come in and will have the biggest chance of doing so.
There was a reason why they were on top in challenge season itself. And they showcased multiple play styles. Starting away from shying away from those fights, but wait a second, Mavi is not doing that.
Oh my god.
Ronnie has been brought down to his knees, but GE is far away.
Yeah, they're taking a bath in the water.
But hey, it kinda gives me the same creeps that we saw yesterday on the map of Sanhok.
iQOO Seoul.
Yeah. Alright, that was a good one. I'll give you one for that. Oh, Ronnie. Hello. Should be able to get back up without any problems, but that is if GE do not want to create any kind of troubles for them. But look at the way they are kinda creeping around.
Oh, Gujarat Tigers getting caught in an unknown territory. And for OG, this is what they were exactly waiting for. A good trap set up. OG finding the first knockout. I highly doubt there's going to be any third parties, at least for now. They are looking safe. Shadow, the IGL's knocked out, so that's a big man out of contention. And Shadow should be back up on his feet. GT, they need to make some quick moves on the board. They need to regain the control back in this compound. If they don't, the problems will keep on amping up because there's a chance for the third party from the back. But look at what's happening. There's MJ separated out from the pack. He's a little bit in the outskirts, in the back lines, and MJ can actually be the spoiler for OG, and he is. He finds Ash from the far fray. He returns back, and OG now, they might just be in the receiving end of things.
And this could potentially also be the perfect time for a third party by either iFlix or Blind. They both are creeping ahead. But in the meantime, for now, Clutch God is the one who wants to confirm this flush onto Ash. And you were talking about IGL, the importance. Ash is one of the most important players of OG.
OG, championship matters, boys. Everything's on the line with this one, but what a great shot that was. Wistjod keeping the hopes and dreams alive for OG, and GT now getting third-partied by iFlix. They're here to take the advantage of the commotion that they're hearing, and OG, it's better to keep themselves covered inside of these houses. Utilities being misplaced from the opponents. OG, even they're catching hurt themselves. Wistjod pops up a painkiller that will keep him safe for now. He's got so much cover to work around with.
My God.
What is this? A big mistake from AKOP. OG, they cannot keep on losing out on the man number like this. They need to aim for the championship, and even Trigger goes down. What? A big upset in the lobby. OG, they're choking massively.
Not like this, but again, what a play from Gujarat Tigers. Getting third-partied from iFlix, but still are surviving and still are prevailing. That is the reason why we did see this team prevailing in boot camp. Nonetheless, now they still need to get their men back up. Wixky down, MJ.
Oh, Maverick. Yeah, well, that's the final nail in the coffin for GT, but I would say they've already done the job. They've wiped out one of the best teams from the lobby, OG, a team that could stand a chance to win the championship, but this might just be the deal sealer. And I think so you were the one who locked in the predictions that OG will be the champions. So you guys know who to blame. Maybe Shaishnu is the next Maisie of English test.
What do you mean by next Maisie? That's fun. That's indeed fun. Hey Maisie, I'm a big fan out there, dude. Either ways, I'm not a pretty big fan of what Hydra is doing all the way out in the blue. We're not going to see them right now, but yeah, I'm giving out a few spoilers here. But one thing is for sure, that Team Soul took the lead away from OG in the previous game.
Now look at Hydra's rotation, my friend.
I told you, I was spoiling it.
All the way from the water lines, they will try to breach in from the southern side. All the 4 players in the boat.
No, they're changing it. They were moving towards the south.
Maybe they're moving still towards the south.
It seems that even they are as confused as we are. Never let them know your next move.
Think out of the box and confuse yourself.
Exactly. True that.
Never let anyone know your next move. That's what they say. So they thought that even we don't know our own move. So it has to be the best one.
Yes.
It's the most anonymous game strategy.
But oh my God, look at the amount of finishes iFlix have already accumulated. 6 of them.
Oh no, iFlix. It's a turn on for them, huh? Sanhok?
I've told you.
The rainforests, they love some greenery. And Blind Esports in the smack center. If Blind Esports, they strike this game with a chicken dinner, even they can be back in the contention, but still quite far away from the championship. They will need a 2 back-to-back. Or 3 back-to-back, actually.
Yes.
A 3 back-to-back to lift that trophy.
As the lead kept on increasing again. IQ Soul, if in case they manage to get one for themselves, even if not a chicken dinner, at least a 2nd position or a 3rd position, they would be building a humongous lead against the orangutans. But here we go. Crypto! Oh my God, iFlix!
Oh my God, what happens to the players of iFlix in the map of Sanhok? It's iFlix just charging through, so many bullets being fired to perfection.
Oh my
God. All the 4 players in the same vehicle. I'm not a big fan of this push, I'm not gonna lie, my friend. And even the driving's a little bit shaky. Oh, Team Forever!
Oh
A
my
challenger
God.
approaching! And all the three players strike down in the front. It's time to accumulate these elimination points. iFlix, beautifully done. Another team that could have stand a chance to win the championship. Even they have been taken down early on in this game of Sanhok.
9 finishes. They will confirm one more in an instant, but 9 finishes from this team. That is just immaculate at this point. Just think about the damage they can do in that entire leaderboard. You cannot count them out, but so is WSB doing a lot of damage to Revenant.
I love to see it. WSB finally doing something I like. Trying to get things a little bit heated up, but a great return from Equinox. Armand, and even another player falls down. WSB, this entire push, it's going to come crashing down before it even started. Within a flash, WSB's hopes and dreams in this game too, they do not come true. And Raiden inside of the house, still sitting. Still just waiting patiently. His position's compromised. And Sensei and his teammate looking to breach in. From that breaching point you see as the door, and they find Raiden as well. Even Zerif is making his way towards the house, but he does not even get a chance to look at the enemies.
Yes, that is indeed true. A brilliant defense being done by Revenant. Specifically Equinox out there. I told you this man is a pillar for this team. But for now, a Thorn coming in the form of Entity. It also poses a lot of threat because they were the one who stole away one of the pick on Anuj. That's absolutely fine. Equinox will be brought back up on his feet. Always the last man standing for Team Forever. The team that got early chicken dinner in the first game and a good second position in the second itself. And now facing trouble a lot. Always taken down by Spurs.
Team Forever, hopes and dreams might just come tumbling down. This game of Sanhok has been a dream shatterer for a lot of these teams. But Revenant Esports still keeping themselves alive. They are known to prevail on the map of Sanhok.
True.
With this 3-man squad, they can definitely make it come true.
I told you, Revenant and iFlix would be the one to make a comeback on this map, and that's what's happening. Hydra could potentially be a team that I was not expecting to, but can play as a massive spoiler as Revenant is now trapped between two. Entity as well as Hydra, and Hydra are closing in the gap. But wait a second, even iFlix are out there lurking in the shadows. You cannot count them out.
Without a doubt. Hydra, 4 players, still up and alive. And talk about the center Carnival Gaming that found themselves the best possible spot. Kevin Esports' Fury took a lot of shots against that player. No knockout found. A little bit of a problem. iFlix on top of that hill. Looking comfortable.
They always like to play in those hills, on those hills. And the only team that normally would pose a threat to them was OG, and they were taken out so early on. But again, we've got to focus on the side of Aiku Soul, who are in the Painan. They will need to take the entry and would potentially go straight in maybe if they want to. But they're keeping their options open to rotate either from the north or also from the south if they really want to do that. But Kemin as well out there, the team that has the momentum, can also play as a massive spoiler.
My eyes are just locked on Aiku Soul. And I want to find out what exactly they're going to do. Look at Kemin Esports, that rotation from down south. Even this can be brilliant. That was the exact same breaching point that Hydra took. And I guess Revenant Esports, even they are on the same pathway. And Kemin Esports will breach from the same point too. Oh my God, Hector. He's barely surviving, and he will do so as well. Hector's lucky. He survives on a sliver of HP. How is he even alive?
He's basically the main character of any movie. When you fire those bullets, they always move from left and right, but not through the center.
I mean, he did catch a lot of hurt.
At least he's alive.
The main character never gets hurt, my friend.
You never know, man. Sometimes, yes, you would see a few bullets in his arms and legs, but he'll always be standing there shooting the shots. But for now, Kemin is trying to shoot their own shot against the members of Revenant.
CES Fury has been the man who's been performing well helping the players of Kemen Esports to prevail in the criminal activities.
Oh my god, what?
Oh yeah, Delta PG getting knocked out by the zone. Godsreen, once again, this is not the Godsreen we saw in the Challenge Finals. I mean, not the Challenge Finals, in the Challenge season. The confidence is lacking. The gameplay is, of course, lacking too. The team play is not there. Destro up close and personal, tosses the nade into Watchtower, but he misses that. And maybe iFlix, this can be a breaking point for them. Destro, good catch. Instant flush too. Greedy Destro. This time will not prevail. But even another third party from somewhere else, and they catch a lot of damage. Entity Gaming 2 now, wanting a little bit of piece of that pie. iFlix for them, this game that might just not come true. iFlix is down to a two-man squad.
Ruined. The game is ruined, and I will directly say that it was their own fault for staying in that position for too long, even though the circle was not close to them. They wanted to be the one team who stops any kind of entry from that position for any other team. They got a lot of fire themselves. In the meantime, Carnival Gaming are also trying to get into some of that action, which Aiku Soul has been far away from.
Aiku Soul, safe for now. Kemen Esports, it's Tokyo Drift. They pull out of the vehicle. They try to go for some style points, but instead, they got slapped down. Not today. Hydra Esports says, Kemen Esports, what a big blunder that was. Whoever was driving the car should not drive ever again.
That was so funny to watch indeed, but yeah, heartbreaking momentum break for Kemen. And also for iFlix, as if I'm not wrong, they have been eliminated, if not just one player remaining, but they've already accumulated 10 points. They can just play for the med strat. They get third position, they'll be getting 20 points. Omega, in the meantime, now trying to spoil the game of Revenant as Aquanox has been taken down and out. Wait a second. Revenant have been eliminated?
Oh, iFlix out. They bite the dust. What? But a return fire onto Godsreen 2. It's catching them off guard. This time, Godsreen, for them to recover, is going to be even more tougher because the edge lines are being camped, or being guarded by Entity Gaming. Carnival Gaming, for them, these are some elimination points that they need. Fury knocked out. Can he be back upon his feet? That's the real question.
Oh my
Venom
God.
is going to turn his back on the teammate and try and prioritize the placement more.
It should be an OR game. I'm already spoiling it for a lot of people out there. It should be an OR game given the circle shift and given their position. A lot of these teams will be taking their entry. The fight between OR and Soul that is about to break out is going to be super crucial.
It can also be Aiku Soul game.
Exactly.
Even they will have a solid positioning if they move in around the high ground. And they will do so. The area is quite cleared up, right? I'm not exactly sure how safe it's going to be. It will be filled with a lot of thick and thins. But Genix FM, with a three-man roster, even they're looking to breach inside of the circle. Probably going to be the Guardian Angels off the southern side and make sure no one else is going to be breaching in from that point. Blind Esports, they are going to find the entry too. It's Hirsch leading the pack. We might just see a fight brewing up between Aiku Soul and Blind. Oh no, Kemen Esports to lose out on the last link.
Oh, Manya.
Oh, the fight breaks out. And what? How does Dark Lord come out on top? Straight up just proving the player unparalleled. He gets strike down. Yeah, that's a whole nother point, but still Blind Esports. For them, the floodgates are open, and if they want, they can capitalize on the back of that. Even Ronnie's knocked out. It's a 2v2. Blind versus Aiku Soul, but Blind Esports, they're getting shot at from the back.
Oh
line.
my God!
It's not a good news. Even Godsreen, they try to make the pounce happen. Aiku Soul, they've taken so much damage. Both these teams not in the comfort zone at all. Specifically Skips, he's also taking so much damage from the blue. What can the man do? And now Aiku Soul, they've got the resurrection onto the fallen player. Skips, he might just find the entry. He might just find the opener. Knuckles exposed, even Manez exposed. All it takes is one single spray and both the players will be knocked out. But no, Aiku Soul, they deny that possibility.
OR finally strikes. Waiting for their own opportunity. Aiku Soul again down to just one man standing on his feet. But it's Global Esports down in South. Entity should be going in to try and grab a few of their own points, but Global Esports is doing exactly the same by firing upon Carnival Gaming, who are still trying to breach inside. But oh my god, the positioning of Kamla Boy could be everything. Never mind, he gets taken down by the circle.
CG, I mean, even they're still alive, but unfortunately the man numbers lack in OR Esports. The iron's hot. It's time for them to strike. The stars are aligned, ladies and gentlemen, for OR. And maybe this might just be the comeback we all are waiting for. Iku Soul getting eliminated on the 6th spot. Still a decent position to get eliminated from. Not doing that bad. Even OR Esports, they're going to shut down another man from CG. Even Goblin taken down. Pro, what a beautiful trace that was with the M416. And Global Esports.
Mavi should be taken down anytime soon. Just has got one first aid kit. Akshat as well will potentially fall. Fired upon, and yes, it's Robin who takes him down. It's a chicken dinner for OR Esports. It's about time that Mavi now falls to the blue itself.
Pretty much. But keep this thing in mind, Mavi is capable of pulling off some insane clutch. And this won't be the first time we're seeing this. Mavi slaps down the player, the young man who was disrespecting the OG. And now it's Mavi. Look at him, maybe clutch it out.
Audience wants it.
1v3. The audience is going crazy. Backs against the wall. Mavi going for the patch-up. I don't think so. It's going to stand a chance. It's got no first aids either. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be OR to take over the game of Sanhok. And this might just be the exact game they needed to make it back in the top 5.
One of the brilliant performances from OR, and as soon as that circle formed, I gave out my prediction. It's going to be OR's chicken dinner. Because Iku Soul were in their own fight against Blind Esports. And they were getting pounced upon. It's Blind, you know they're not going to go down without any fight. They will hurt you. And they will hurt you bad. Down south, there were Entity, there were GE. But what an entertaining game it was.
It indeed was an entertaining game. But I'm not going to lie. Mavi recently has been impressing me when it comes to the individual firepower and the individual prowess as well. Yeah, he is one of the most experienced players, but still, with the way things are looking like for GE for a long time in the back, this is not the exact Mavi that I saw a couple of years ago. Mavi is now much more refined and better. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the interview lined up on the stage, so let's move forward and look at that.
थैंक यू सो मच ब्रदर. मेरे साथ है विनर विनर चिकन डिनर करने वाली टीम OR. कांग्रेचुलेशंस. डे 1 बहुत अच्छा रहा. डे 2, डे 3 में चौथा मैच है, जीत मिली है. सबसे पहले बताओ ये जो एंड के मोमेंट्स थे उस समय क्या चल रहा था दिमाग में?
जो उनने हमको फेवर किया और फिर हमने यानी मेरे चारे बंदों ने हमने स्प्लिट बहुत अच्छा था. यानी बाकी टीम के पास इतना ऑप्शन नहीं था और जोन हमको पूरा ही फेवर कर चुका था एंड तक. तो पता था चिकन था, तो मैं बोल दिया था सारे एंगल से जितने किल मिल सके उठाओ, क्योंकि एट दी एंड जो फिनिशेस आएंगे उससे हम लीडर बोर्ड में क्लाइम करेंगे. बाकी कंपोज है हम. बीच में मिरामार गेम में अर्ली कैजुअलिटी खा लिया था, बट यस इस गेम से थोड़ा कंपनसेट हो गया. तो आगे 2 गेम में थोड़ा मोमेंटम और अच्छा है, तो आगे पूरा चांस करेंगे कि फाइट देंगे पूरा ट्रॉफी के लिए.
रॉबिन साहब यही पूछने वाला था, मेरा अगला सवाल यही था. 2 मैचेस बाकी हैं, अभी भी ट्रॉफी के लिए फाइट करनी है या फिर फिनिशेस पे आप ज्यादा फोकस करने वाले हो?
मेन यही है, क्योंकि सबको पता है ये ऑफ मैप है सैनोक और वीकेंडी. इसमें जो अच्छा खेलेगा वो ट्रॉफी लेके चला जाएगा. मेरा मानना यही है. तो पूरा एम है, एक निकाल लिया, दूसरे का ट्राई करेंगे.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. थैंक यू सो मच. लेट्स हेड बैक टू आवर एक्सपर्ट्स.
Agree with Robin, exactly what he said. And I've been mentioning the same thing as well. Vikendi and Sanhok, these are the off maps. And whoever is going to be able to strike when the iron's hot on these maps will probably run away with the championship. And that's exactly what Robin said too. I mean, you can clearly see in the highlights before the game started, the players were getting quite warmed up because they know halfway point of the day is done. We're only 3 more games away from finding the champions.
True.
But then, now that the game of Sanhok is out of the way too, We're only left with 2 maps, my friend. Vikendi and Erangel.
Only 2 maps to find out who is going to be the top 3. And even more than top 3, you know we all want to see who is going to be that first prize holder. The one who's going to lift the trophy. It's a pretty beautiful trophy, I must say. But again, this day has not been beautiful at all for the Apes, for the OG.
It indeed hasn't been. CG, unfortunately, they were not able to secure the chicken dinner because in the end they only had 2 players, which is understandable. But once again, what matters is the consistency. And what matters is how many points you take an exit from the game.
True.
Even IQ Soul, they got eliminated on the 6th spot. Blind Esports got eliminated somewhere around that too. But Blind Esports at this point, I would not really consider them inside of the championship anymore. They have lost the chance to get their hands on the trophy. So you might as well try to focus on those elimination points.
That is true. You know, get as much cash prize as possible. Every elimination is worth 2,500 points after all. By points, I mean the rupees. You can grab that cash. That's what a lot of these players are doing. But again, even in the highlights, we can clearly see how aggressive this entire game was. I was expecting WSB to win out the duel against Revenant, but that's not what happened. And even iFlix getting a little too greedy, being on that edge for far too long and underestimating God's reign. That's not what you need to do.
I mean, Kemen Esports, I had a lot of hopes from this team too. Unfortunately, previous games just did not work out for them, so maybe you can't say it's a little bit of a fizzle down in the momentum.
True.
But 1 game slipped by, it's fine. They've gotten 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, so I would say 1 game slipped past, it's okay. Still the consistency is there on the board. Still the possibilities there on the board. This upcoming game of Vikendi, Kemen Esports needs to perform up to the mark. For
True.
OG, they need a desperate chicken dinner. Now it's a mayday call. Now it will be just panic all across the board for OG.
And it's not just OG, right? Even for Revenant Esports, I'm going to say
Even
the exact
for Team
same
Forever.
thing. Yes, for Team Forever. They need 1 more chicken dinner. They've already had 1, but they've got to double it up now. It's now or never. We have been talking about how day 2 was the day of comebacks, but day 3 is the Judgment Day. I wasn't finding any more cool words for that, but the Judgment Day itself sounds way too cool.
Of course. It is the last day, so it will be the Judgment Day, ladies and gentlemen. Second last game will be beginning soon on the screens as we will step our foot on the icy lands. And as we know, Vikendi is much more of a slower start compared to Sanhok. The pace drops down massively. But before we move on towards the map of Vikendi, we need to focus on the stats from the previous game. Let's move on towards the MVP. It will be Maverick from iFlix. We completely forgot about iFlix, right? iFlix had 10 elimination points till the end.
Yes, and if I'm not wrong, they will potentially have 11 in total, because 10 LMs with 1 position point. They were occupying that 12th spot after all. So yes, it was obvious that Madrek was going to get the MVP, but the best companion is going to go to Clutch God from GT itself. Couple of rescues, only 40 health restored, and they were eliminated early on in the game itself. 7 minutes 12 seconds for the survival time. Not that very high, but damage of over 800 from Madrek was definitely pretty high. And here we go, the match rankings, which we were waiting to see.
Match rankings on the screen. Global Esports, 17 points. Yeah, OR, they got 25. But I'm not exactly sure if OR is still in the contention for that champion. And somewhere down the line, I have a gut feeling that they still are. If they do secure another solid game on the map of Vikendi, they should be able to get their hands on the trophy, and that's what Robin mentioned himself. These off maps are something that can catch the experienced teams off guard, and that's why OR Esports is here to sort of take the advantage.
Yes, because if I'm not wrong, the last time we actually saw the leaderboards, and I'm going to get into my nerdy arena, Orangutan were having somewhere around 150 points. They were being trailed by Aiku Soul on 141. On the other side, OR, they were somewhere between 100 and 115. I can't quite get that right. So on the back of this 25-pointer, they should be around closer to at least those top 3 positions. So just as you have mentioned, 1 more chicken dinner and they will be breaching into the top 3.
And considering even for Kemen, this upcoming game of Vikendi is going to matter quite a lot.
True.
I'm pretty sure these guys, they will have a lot of choice words to speak when it all ends. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, luckily enough for us, we had a chance to talk with the players at Kemen Esports. So let's move forward and look at this video clip with them.
देखो ये बात तो बहुत पहले से चल रही है कि कोई ना कोई प्लेयर इधर उधर हो जाता है, क्योंकि अंडरडॉग को इतने चांसेस मिलते नहीं है, और जब चांस मिलता है, जब बंदा शाइन करता है, तो अंदर ही अंदर उसको भी आता है कि वही है, बड़ी टीम है, बड़ी टीम का ऑफर कोई ना क्यों कहेगा। तो ये चीज़ अंडरडॉग जैसे हम लोग हैं, हम लोग 2 साल से साथ में खेल रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोग अभी रिसेंटली खेल रहे हैं, हम बहुत टाइम से खेल रहे हैं। ऑफर इधर उधर कभी एक आध टूर्नामेंट में कुछ मार लो अच्छा खासा, तो कहीं से आ जाए कि आजा मेरी टीम में आजा। तो ये चीज़ हम ना करके साथ में स्टिक किए हैं और वो दिख रहा है हमें कि सिनर्जी बिल्ड हुई है, तो वो काम आ रही है। और ये अंडरडॉग प्लेयर्स को समझना चाहिए, बट वही है कि चांसेस अंडरडॉग्स के लिए भी कम है, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो अपना भी तो सोचेंगे ही कि भाई दूसरी टीम में अच्छी टीम है, अच्छी टीम से अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। वही मात खा जाते हैं कि जब वो खेलते हैं और अच्छा नहीं खेल पाते तो उनको बीटी होती है आगे चल के। इसलिए और हाँ, रही बात हमारी कि हम स्टिक करेंगे कि नहीं, बट अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, अभी तक स्टिक किए हैं, आगे भी स्टिक करेंगे।
The underdogs over here to make a statement in the name of Kevin Esports, and these guys are doing quite a hell of a job. Of course, it is a big surprise for all of us. It was a mystery package at the start when we saw, but as soon as it kept on unfolding, it just got even better. And that's pretty much the whole summary about Kevin Esports. When they first got inside of the tournament, a lot of questions were there, but once they started performing inside of the challenge season, things started to get a little bit more clear from that blurred vision. And now in the grand finals, Kevin Esports, they seem like a champion roster. Everything just seems like a well-oiled unit.
I would 100% agree with you on that point. It's a very momentum-driven team. And honestly, the way how things started for them, not getting a big win on the off-map, it's kind of fine, right? Because they were also able to get some amazing wins on the main map itself. So I will be hoping to see some good upgrades from them when we will be moving on to that last Erangel. But before that, they've still got one more step. The icy desert that we've been mentioning. The cold desert that I love to call it. It is going to be Vikendi. But before that, Necro,
I'm surprised the fact that our production team showcasing the overall rankings, and Aku Soul still on the first spot. OG not that far away. They're still on the second. OR Esports, they make their entry on the third. Carnival on the fourth. Kemen Esports in the fifth. But look at the drop down from Revenue Esports. It's a big drop in the performance.
that is indeed true. The last time I remember they started this day was on 128 points. They haven't accumulated a lot since then, only 8. And that too in a span of 4 different maps. That's not good. Any team, anywhere over Eminent could enter in that top 1 position as well. On the back of a massive 25-pointer. Yes, any other team apart from that, including iFlix and down from them, I don't think so they have got any major chance to try and break into that top 3, but maybe in that top 8 is where they will be looking forward to. However, I still want to build up on the story of the top 7.
Audience just waiting for the game to begin. Even the VIPs over there just sitting, waiting for the upcoming map of Weekend to begin. We saw the glimmer of the overall standings a while ago, and still things are quite sensitive. Seoul, they have somewhere around 10 points of lead, which is absolutely not enough, because if they do miss out on this upcoming game of Weekendi, which is highly unlikely because Seoul have been quite consistent on the map of Weekendi, but if they do somehow miss it out, then things will be different. But one thing is for sure, the last game of Erangel will be the massive icebreaker.
True. True. Funny how this is the map of ice, but Erangel will be the icebreaker. But yes, it's absolutely as you summarized right now. I will be looking forward to how things are going to roll out. But again, talking about Carnival Gaming, they have been pretty consistent.
They indeed have been, and I'm pretty sure Omega is a man we should look on forward to. So let's move forward and look at this V team.
जो फैंडम की बात है, मतलब कैसा है कि प्रेजेंस अच्छी है हमारी, मीडिया प्रेजेंस बोल लो ऐसा, मतलब एक फेस है जो लोग ऐसा जानते हैं, तो उसमें ऐसा होता है कि प्यार भी बहुत मिलता है. और कुछ लोग ऐसे होते हैं जो क्रिटिसाइज़ के नाम पे ना फ्रस्ट्रेशन निकालते हैं अपनी, कि हाँ भाई आज मेरा दिन से कई चीज़ से दिमाग ख़राब है, आज इसने गंदा खेला है, ये मैच देख रहा था, आज इसको गाली दे देता हूँ. तो प्लेयर्स का ऐसा होता है, जैसे मैं तो डील कर लेता हूँ क्योंकि टाइम हो गया सारी चीज़ देखते हुए भी, और थोड़ा सा मैच्योर भी हूँ मैं मेरी टीम के अगर कंपैरिजन में देखा जाए तो बाकी प्लेयर्स वो मीन कमेंट ऐसा कुछ अच्छे तरीके से डील नहीं करते, तो उनको थोड़ा मेंटली स्ट्रेसफुल होता है वो सारी चीज़. तो थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेस रिलीज़ करने के लिए हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि बाहर घुमाए, थोड़ी सी आउटिंग की, जिससे टीम बॉन्डिंग भी बनी, और फिज़िकल भी थोड़ा सा ऐसा ध्यान देना चाहिए. जैसे कि मैंने भी अभी थोड़े टाइम पहले ही ऐसे ध्यान देना शुरू किया. मैं भी गेम के अंदर पूरा घुसा रहता था, बट एक टाइम पे आगे ऐसा थोड़ा फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग हो जाता है कि अगर तुम कुछ नहीं कर रहे हो, गेम और उसमें भी तुम अगर थोड़ा ख़राब खेल रहे हो तो बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस बन जाता है. तो मैं देखता हूँ बहुत ज़्यादा लोग हैं ऐसे जो इस सारी चीज़ को ऐसा पकड़ के बैठ जाते हैं, डील नहीं कर पाते. तो उसके लिए फिज़िकली थोड़ा बाहर जिम विम करो, थोड़ा गेम वगैरह खेलो. हर एक चीज़ का एक टाइम होता है, चाहे गेम अच्छे जाएँ चाहे बुरे जाएँ. तुम्हें अगर वर्कआउट, तुम्हें थोड़ा सा रनिंग वगैरह, मतलब थोड़ा फिज़िकली ध्यान रखना है. तो अगर इंडिया में भी ये सारी चीज़ इंप्लीमेंट हो जाएँ तो आई एम श्योर कि थोड़ा सा तो फ़र्क पड़ेगा ही, और गेम पे तो बहुत फ़र्क पड़ेगा।
Omega, a man with quite the strong personality. I have been looking at this guy competing over and over again. Of course, in the past, he was competing for Aiku Seoul, but now he's moved on to Carnival Gaming. And yes, he's got a strong personality, and it's quite expressive too. You can see if one single game's being messed up from CG, Omega will be quite vocal on towards his teammates.
Yes, even in one of the first map of Erangel, we also saw the same thing, right? They wanted to get that one flush point on Hydra, but the teammates just were not around. We were seeing his face cam, he was being vocal, and being vocal is a very important key, because every single time you always need to get down to those communications. You need to let your team know what's happening and what's going on around the map. So you have to be vocal, and that is exactly where we are seeing Orangutan struggling. They told they were facing some problems in those basics, and that is happening right now.
OG, I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with them, but they're not too far away in the top 3 still. So OG, I would say they're okay.
I'll probably say otherwise, because yes, you can say they had one decent game, but apart from that, it struggles.
Hey, but you know what? Today we have seen a big downfall from one of the teams in the name of Revenue Esports. Yesterday Sensei had a lot to say, so let's see what he's got to say today.
ये तो बात सही है कि मैंने बहुत सारे लाइनअप चेंज कर लिए अब तक, एंड आई डोंट नो कि मतलब इतने मैं क्यों चेंज करता हूँ, उस सब हम बात पे जाएंगे। लेकिन एक चीज़ जो है मुझे लगता है कि हर एक प्लेयर में होनी चाहिए, वो डेडिकेशन है। क्योंकि टाइम के साथ अगर आपकी गन स्किल, आपका गेम सेंस भले ही थोड़ा कम हो, लेकिन अगर आप पे एक प्रॉपर डेडिकेशन है, आप में डिसिप्लिन है, आपका टाइम स्केड्यूल एकदम सही है, तो टाइम के साथ एक प्लेयर बहुत इंप्रूव कर जाता है। आप अभी देखोगे भी कि बहुत सारे प्लेयर हैं जो पास्ट में बहुत अच्छा खेलते थे, पास्ट में MVP वगैरह बनते थे, लेकिन टाइम के साथ अगर डेडिकेशन नहीं है, गेम में उतना ध्यान नहीं है, तो वो प्लेयर अब धीरे धीरे डेड हो।
Sensei, unfortunately yesterday he was much more confident. Of course, this is not the live interview, but when we took the live interview of Sensei, he was much more confident in the way he was moving towards the trophy. But unfortunately today, the picture just seems completely off. This is not the exact outcome we all expected from Revenue Esports, but hopefully in the upcoming 2 games, something can be established. Maybe at least a podium finish.
I expect the exact same thing from them, but yes, the gap, as you also mentioned when we were watching the overall leaderboard, is that it has increased. Not uncrossable though. One chicken dinner and they can turn the tides. Podium finish is definitely reachable, but again, we're going to have a look at the match schedule as well. That will be up on our screens, because it's going to be the map, the IC map, a Weekendy. It is a very slow-paced map. We see a very slow build-up, unlike Sanhok, that is super fast.
I mean, usually in winters, people are quite lazy, and that's the exact start Weekendy has due to itself. Weekendy, the IC map, a slow-paced map, but then later on, it's just all hell breaking loose at the same time, and it gets so tough to cover the action that we miss out on a lot of those crucial eliminations too. Hopefully the same thing's not going to happen this time. I do not want to miss any single inch of the action. I want to see everything in front of me.
That's just you getting greedy. We might miss some of them because again, the fights will happen left, right and center, specifically when we are talking about those later stages zones. But since we're already talking about the zones, right, I really want to talk about the fact how I think Kemin might get another chicken dinner in this game. What about your predictions?
Kemin Esports is going to be your pick. I'm going to go with the OG.
All right.
That's going to be my pick. It's been a while since I didn't pick the OG boys, the Apes themselves, but I genuinely think so that they will be on the path for revenge. And that's exactly what the Hindi test said too.
I mean, they always come out here for their own cameo, but yeah, we can hear them in the background as well. They just chanted the OG, the every single time we see them going in for that OG. But I really feel that this tournament might be won by Aiku Seoul. I'll tell you the reason for that. We did really see just a few minutes ago, the reason why this entire arena was shouting was because Seoul did their own chant. I think that they've got that momentum. They're already on top of that leaderboard, and with this one specific morale boost, it always ends up helping you.
So you're saying just because they grouped up and they did their chant, they're going to win?
Yes, I'm saying that.
Well, that's a weird way to predict something, but there's only 10 points separating Seoul from losing out that championship, and they need to maintain that constant lead in the overall standings. The upcoming game of Weekendy can be the dream maker for a lot of these teams, considering the top 3 is looking ever so close. Anything can happen in the upcoming game.
And yet again, Just as you have mentioned, I would be looking forward for some spoiling fights, specifically by the teams who are down bottom. We did see Global Esports making their appearance, and it's not always about the prize, because even the 16 spot team will get 25,000 bucks. On the other side, you can get a lot more if you end up getting a lot of finishes for yourself. But since we're talking about finishes, we are also about to finish on this one map of Vikendi itself, and the only one map remains after this.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Second last game of the final day. This is what it boils down to. Get yourself locked up and pumped up. Get some popcorns ready, because the real show is just starting. Final 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. Some spoilers can definitely be played by the teams on the latter half of the board. I'm not exactly going to point out the names, but you guys will see that happen in game itself. Players getting locked in and ready. Sensei needs to back up the word, the statement that he made yesterday. He needs to perform for that trophy you see in front of your screens. That trophy is not just a normal trophy. It's an emotion for some of the players. It's an emotion for some of the viewers that are currently sitting at home and watching their favorite team duke it out against the top 16 teams in the country itself. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna move to the second last game of the day. The icy land is ready and set up. The battlefield getting riled up as the plane's gonna hit the skies on the map of Vikendi. All eyes will be locked on the top 3. Here we go.
We will be witnessing the flight path as well. Just as you have mentioned, the plane is soaring up in the sky. No sun out here. It's all winter and chilly. And this is going to be the flight path we will witness. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, you're up for a treat. It's a very north to west oriented fly path, starting all the way from Cosmodrome, ending between Dobro Mesto and Bihar. All the teams who will be going down south will face a lot of difficulties, but.
Good things take time.
Yeah.
And so will this game of Vikendi before it loads up. Considering it is such an important map, we are making sure that every single player is going to be on the equal page. So the map is being rehosted because maybe some of them were facing some connectivity issues. Blind Esports, at the start of the day, they had the best shot of being the champions too, but then the stubbornness got over them and they lost that chance.
I'll be honest, I mean, Carnival Gaming would be pretty happy that this game is getting rehosted because of the fact how it was a very northern-oriented flight path. They like to drop down south. And I could say the exact same thing for Revenant Esports. Dropping in the areas near Castle. That was quite unreachable as well, but at the same time, you should do exactly what you're seeing on your screen. Sit back and relax.
Exactly. And as I mentioned, a lot of these teams, they're pretty much done.
True.
I would say the teams from 7 to 16, they've got no chance to even look at that trophy. So it's better to just play the spoilers, if you guys do want, and put on a show before you get done with the tournament. And of course, the crowd chanting the fan favorite name, Soul.
I'm telling you, the audience is being the 5th active player. And the more they chant, the more confidence Soul will get. The more confidence they get, the better the chances for them grabbing some good finishes, some good positions. Because yet again, a lot of people predicted orangutans are choking in the most important games, and so is Revenant. That is unfortunate and heartbreaking to see.
One team that will try to go for the blood off the bat will be GT. And look at the faces of Revenant Esports' players. This is not a good sign at all, guys.
True.
This means that they have lost this battle mentally. And somewhere down the line, they have accepted the fate that this entire game is going to be slipped out of their hands. Still 2 more games to recover from this damage that has been dealt on top of them. But both of those games need to be a chicken dinner. Revenant, if they do make it happen, it will be the biggest fairy tale story, or the best comeback story that the century has ever seen.
True, but here's the thing, right? I think maybe Revenant could have a chance, but they would have to strike the iron, not when it's hot. They would have to literally blow up the iron first and then strike it. They'd have to do every single thing because yes, they are pretty far behind. Just one chicken dinner is not going to cut it. But if in case they get a massive one of somewhere around 28, 29, 30 points, I will be having some decent amount of hopes from them. But in order for that to happen, a lot of stars need to be aligned. Specifically, Soul, OG, OR, they need to fall early off.
The arena's packed up, my friends. And I highly doubt there's any type of tickets left anymore. The sitting area near us,
it's full.
I don't see a single spot left over where you guys can sit here. So that means if you guys are joining right now, before the 2 games, well, you will need to find yourself a different spot to sit at. Because this one is completely packed up.
You know what? I can see a few seats left on the other side though. So, again, this might exactly be your last chance. If you are near the Noida Indoor Stadium, you might as well jump in. Free ticket. And just a few more seats remaining. Quickly get here and get that seat. And enjoy the vibes that we are also enjoying. A lot of support being shown from 2019 to now. Always Soul. That's what the person has written on the board.
Everyone just waiting for the upcoming game to start. So much relies on this game, it's crazy.
True.
These off maps are really bringing in that curveballic effect to this entire thing. And it just feels like the other teams are facing Seoul in their home ground.
True.
Low-key, if you look at it, it's sort of unfair.
I mean, that's just Dark Lord now trying to go into that focus mode because, alright, let me be honest and let me be overly ambitious. If Blind gets a 30-point chicken dinner, they're in the race as well. They're at 120 points. Yes, around 44 points behind the table toppers, but only 32, 33 points behind the second, third, fourth places. So, could potentially be a big game for them, but that is when we will be jumping onto the land of Vikendi.
Within a minute, Vikendi will be booting up on the screens where we'll see the plane fly path. Robin, of course, praying for all the good luck that he can get at this point.
True.
Vikendi needs to be converted for OR to be back in the race once again and to at least be somewhere on the second spot. OG is still the big thorn for them.
That is indeed true, but with the way OG have been performing, it seems difficult. And so is for Revenant because this is a must-win game for them.
I mean, Revenant's all the way down on the 7th spot, so I guess they're still just down and out of this entire contention. Now it's just the top 3, in my opinion. Maybe even the 4th, if you'd like to add that Kemen Esports effect onto that. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The plane's going to hit the skies as the IC lands boot up on the screen, and the plane flat path's going to start all the way from Bihar towards Kantra. It's tilted down south. For Carnival Gaming, Aiku Seoul, this will be a good start.
This flight path has taken an entirely different shift for all the teams who wanted to go up north. Oh my god, this is just a horrible positioning. But hey, you will be seeing a lot of happy faces out there, specifically the fans of Carnival Gaming, because they'll be able to reach their area. So it could be said for Revenant.
I mean, we were looking at the player cams a while ago, and the players were not too happy with how the entire games are going on so far for them. You saw the players just overthinking a lot of things.
Yes.
Especially Equinox and Blaze from Revenant Esports. Tough luck, really tough luck. The same thing can be said for Samraj too from Entity. And did we just hear a couple of gunshots? There's no way, right? I don't think so.
I can see all the parachutes out there.
Yeah. Maybe it was just the sound effect that we heard.
Is it?
Yep. Aiku Seoul, CG. That's where they've been dropping from the start, you know. Towards Winery is CG. Aiku Seoul towards Abian Volnovo. No problems. Kemen Esports on the bottom left. Team Forever towards Vihar and Movatra. Once again, moving into the northern side will be a really tough affair. But
True.
Revenant Esports, look at the split they've got. 3 players all the way on the left side. Sensei is all by himself towards right, close towards Volnovo. But he gets his hands on that vehicle and is probably going to try to escape away. What is this zone? Oh my god, the crowd's pumped up after looking at a zone like this.
You always love to see that happen, but in the meantime, WSB, they do not want an early elimination, so they will be shying away from Blind Esports, who are pretty far out though, so might not have heard them, but indeed, I'm going to agree with you on the fact that everyone is getting hyped up for this one specific zone shift down towards southeast, and Orangutan would be super happy. I'll be brutally honest, if in case this is an OG zone towards Hot Springs, I'm expecting they might be able to pull this one. Might. Oh, okay. Ash, Pukar.
Yeah, both the players, they know that there's someone in the territory. So Ash and Pukar, do they really want to go for early game collision? That's where the real question begins. Oh gee, the backup arrives, but Pukar, he pulls back. He withdraws from that situation at the nick of time. So perfect timing from Pukar.
I love it. I love the decision making. OG want to take the fight. They really seem like to be going at it.
I love it. Go for the fight, please. No, they back away.
Not in the same vehicle, please, no.
They done.
Not in the same vehicle. Oh. Are they actually going in for the chase? No, they're going in the opposite direction. All right, they've pushed back the members of Entity, so they're going to have that southern part of the map all for themselves. We'll be going in for some fun loot in Hot Springs and as well as down south. On the other side, though, we will also be seeing the members of Global Esports all the way up north towards Port. They will be looting that area. iFlix as well, just north of Dobromesto. They might not have any major problems, and unfortunately for us, there are no early fights brewing up.
Orangutan. The apes. I mean, that was my prediction, right, for this game?
Yep.
He's wearing the Gojo skin.
Yeah, that was Itadori Yuji.
Really?
Yes. From the same anime, though. I agree.
Yeah.
Same anime, almost the same dress.
Oh, yeah. Gojo has the white hair, right?
Yes, he's got the white hair with the blinds on his eyes, and he's got some pretty blue eyes.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of anime. It's fictional.
Oh, I am.
But Aiku Soul. I mean, considering for them this game also matters a lot. They need to keep on moving up consistently in the overall standings. Other teams will definitely try to target Aiku Soul.
Oh!
Maybe! Revenant Fierce, big knock, GT. They find themselves on the receiving end of things. Elimination point confirmed, and still the Wrath continues. He's taking a lot of damage himself too in return. But he is not overextending and overcommitting in this scenario, so that's a good thing.
I want to see more fights.
Me too.
Shadow slowly creeping up, creeping ahead. Gujarat Tigers want to take the revenge. Oh, Sensei.
Oh my god. Oh, this reminds me of something that happened once in the past, and Sensei now being the assassin. Just moving away. Does not want to be a part of this entire operation that's going on here.
Jeez.
Might as well try to just back away and let the players of GT have their own piece of comfort. Revenant Esports, yeah, it's understandable why they're feeling so many nerves. Because still, as a professional player, you can never give up on any of the games. You got to make it count till the end.
True. But I want to see the support coming up as well from the rest of Revenant. They need to show up to get their IGL back in the safe areas, because that shoreline it's not too hot of a place. Way too cold, because Gujarat Tigers, just as I mentioned, they are out here for revenge for Vixki. Gujarat Tigers all the way down. Even that leaderboard, they're not at any pretty spot. So might as well just try and cash grab. By the way, 2,500 crits being received by Revenant for that one pick that they got. On the other side though, Kibani Esports will be seeing some rotation from their side later on. Team Forever, they've kind of fallen off as well in the past couple of games. Really want to see some fire back in Flock Mafia, Oasis, Shadow. If I'm not wrong, he was the one from Gujarat Tigers who's been getting a few picks left and right, but not a lot, and he is under heavy fire. Fierce is fearless.
Shadow knocked out. GT getting dismantled. The players just getting caught out in the open. And I'm not exactly sure what they're doing, being so separated from each other. Of course, this is what the outcome's going to be. I mean, there's still 2 more players alive from GT, but yeah, at this point, GT, they've pretty much given away, so maybe they're just here to play the spoiler.
Sensei.
Oh, spots him out. And he's going to go for the confirmation, but he unfortunately reveals his position while doing so. Sensei, come on, one more shot. No way.
Oh my god. That's unfortunate. And they got all of that on camera. But all right, his team will be able to get that confirmation on that flush. He gives out the information, and it's down to a 2v4 though. But again, Gujarat Tigers can play for a massive spoiler. Wait a second. They're not shying away from the fight, are they? Just trying to go in for a few of those repositions. Shadow is not going to get the revival, that's for sure. Where are the last few members of GT? Clutch God. They need to clutch this situation whatsoever. The longer this fight goes, the more possibilities of a third party. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, still, we're waiting for the first stage to end. There's still a lot of teams in the outskirts. They need to move inside of the zone. We might see potential clutches too. But what is going on with GT? They step inside into no territory. There's no way they're serious with this. And he still comes out on top in that duel. But yeah, they can't get a lot snatched up. WSP, they will be quick to roll it back.
Anuj gets a quick 2K for himself. On the other side though, there's one more duel I'm pretty eager to watch. The one that's being brewing up north in Dobromos though. As soon as I say it, Crypto gets a knock. And that's not the place where iFlix would want to get knocked out. Gen X FM moving in that one vehicle. I'm not a big fan of it, but they are the ones who've got the numbers advantage.
iFlix, I don't think so they can back this entire thing up with the firepower. And what? This man's prone down. He just gets one. That's all he's going to find, unfortunately. Gen X FM, I mean, for now, they're looking okay. It's all good in the hood for them, iFlix. For them, this is going to be a big turnoff. Even Crypto's dropped. Yeah, iFlix, with that entire problem, their hopes and dreams of taking this trophy are going to fade away.
It's going off 100%, but oh my goodness. God's Rain. Want to try and play as a spoiler. Hydra.
Oh my god, God's Rain. Shogun's knocked out. Still, you've got 3 more players to back each other up. Justin whiffing a lot of shots, and now he's catching some more damage upon himself.
DBS.
Yeah, DBS pulled out into Aura, but he's also getting shot at from somewhere else. He's getting way too chipped up. It's Blind Esports escapes from the back, and the battle in the clotheslines is being won by Justin. But Skips is playing such a massive spoiler. One single bullet onto Justin can be the deal sealer and the difference maker.
I wish someone would use some kind of DMR or maybe some bolt action. I know we don't see that, and I know no one's going to pick it. But I would love to see some DMR action, specifically from the range the fights are going on, as even Starboy was able to fight against Justin, was able to win it. Diora was already deleted. Spray God could be brought back up. But WSB now want to join in the action as well. This is not the Vikendi we were expecting, Necro, I'll be brutally honest.
Pretty much. Hydro official? I mean, at this point, just going for the patch up. What else can you do?
Not the revive, at least.
Yeah, he should be back up on his feet, though. It's not that big of a concern for us, let's be honest.
Look at his position, and look at where Harsh is. He will not let anyone make that cross. Unless, of course, they can try and create a smoke wall. And as soon as I say it, Spray God's been taken down and Aspersh is in a pretty awkward position itself. Anuj in the meantime now want to try and ruin the chances of Aiku's soul. It's WSB who are basically out of the race, now trying to take Soul down with them. If in case they win this fight, I am just jumping out of that balcony.
Indeed, WSB, 4 players in front of you. Aiku Soul, the back lines too right there. And now I just want to know what exactly WSB can do. Because considering with how it's been like for WSB, I'm not exactly sure if continuing this thing will be good enough. All the 4 players right next to each other, just stacked up in that compound. A big threat, a big red flag right next to him in the name of Aiku Soul. And Aiku, of course, they will try to eliminate the players of WSB. These are 4 points just walking in front of them, and who wouldn't want those?
Soul has got everything to lose, but WSB absolutely nothing. The nade does not do anything. I thought it could potentially, but on the other side, WSB, they haven't been looking too pretty in those duels, if we'll be brutally honest. But his powers, HP as well, is now getting depleted. He's got to go for that reposition. But Nakul and Ronnie, the position that both of these players are playing at, WSB, they could potentially walk into a crossfire setup as his power has also gone in towards the back lines.
His power good back away. Does not want to take any type of risk because he knows this game matters so much. Aiku Soul playing much more disciplined. They've got a big split between the IGL and the 3 players.
That is true, but there's also Entity lurking in the backgrounds, right? You know that's going to be troublesome, but of course the spray from Blind is going to be even worth more.
Blind Esports challenging a fight against the opponents that are right up close and personal. And they're also able to find a couple of knocks to kick things off. Adi, of course, the man has been able to get a lot of blood on his hand so far, and he just keeps on continuing the same wrath against the players. Adi taking a bit of a fall damage in that scenario. We'll try to go for the confirmation too, but his position will be compromised at the same time.
That is indeed true. I really want to focus on this fight. Finally, we get some bit of the action, but Pro is going to be taken down, that's for sure. OR losing that momentum. Long range fired shots from Adi, but not even a single one's going to connect.
True that. Blind Esports keep on moving up.
I'll be
specifically Adi. Yeah, I mean, OR Esports, this is such a bad note, man.
Yeah.
This game mattered so much for their life inside of the tournament. And Global Esports now up against Revenant. Some of the teams, for them, this game matters a lot, but they're getting picked off early. And Revenant Esports, they're going to be the one to hit the floor next. It's all down to Sensei. What a big blunder this is. Sensei's going to be disappointed in the boys, that's for sure. Global Esports, a meltdown from them.
But my, oh my, what a fight from GE. GE fighting, and yes, they even are till now. The last 3 games, and they have changed the gears. Trust me, man, if this team ends up somewhere in that top 5 on the back of these last 3 games, that's going to be a humongous leap. Let's hope I'm not jinxed it right now. On the other side, though, I'll be honest, I kind of like the positioning of Entity in this one. They normally play around those edges, but this time they're dead in the center. I was hoping for Orangutan to try and take that positioning early on, but again, they're playing in towards that southern off-center position where they always do. It could be either in the southwest, but this time it's in the southeast. They've got to be worried about OR, who are on their 6. And of course, if in case Carnival decide to go in for their rotation, they'll be in quite of a predicament.
I mean, we're not really going to be seeing the circle make a lot of moves anyway, so for now, once again, it will be the slot zones continuing and the podcast hour continuing. Kim Esports towards Villanova. I'm not a big fan of that position because the majority of the chunk of the land is actually towards the right in the circle.
Yeah.
So Kemen Esports, if they do want to cross over that bridge, it will be way too tough, way too dicey. WSB, even they're right next to the players of IQ Seoul, still this stalemate scenario just does not back away.
True. I mean, they're just, spoiling game left, right, and center, that's all. But I would call it a spoil if they are able to take down the Goliaths like IQ Seoul and Entity. But we know they've got that potential. The only team to hit a hat-trick of chicken dinners back to back. Back in the challenge season. And I still remember the time when this team could literally watch 3 different angles and will come out on top from all 3 of them. And just as you mentioned as well, Necro, most of the landmass was away from Kemen, and the zone has also taken a shift.
Yep. WSP Gaming. I mean, they can see the players of Seoul make the moves, but all they can do is just look at them and play with the intel. And WSP is actually aiming for the chicken dinner. That's a surprise for me,
Not just for you.
Maybe in the last 2 games, just want to leave a mark. But if I was WSB's IGL, I would say, guys, it's time to do something.
It's time to go out with a bang. Get those spoils.
And the players will definitely try to do so. Kemen Esports getting ready for this rotate. You can see them stacking up the vehicles closer to that bridge.
Okay.
Understandable.
AK. Ironic how AK uses M4.
Pretty much. OG from the top. They can't gather so much intel. It is indeed quite crazy. Entity Gaming right now in the smack center. They've got a really good position. Omega stuck behind this rock. This is not a good news. It's the IGL all by himself. If he even catches a bit of hurt out of nowhere, it can hurt the entire team, not just himself.
Oh, he just took a drop in the water. But AK has also spotted out Goblin. We did also see Wisjot going there, but in the meantime, Carnival Gaming, the troubles just do not end because Kemen Esports is where they're going to land in the clutches of. As Venom gets a quick knock. And this should be a quick flush as well. It's again down to Hector, and this man has not been able to perform a lot today.
Absolutely not. Look at CG Akshat. This fight is now escalating a little bit too much. Kemen Esports, they've already got the upper edge in the fight. There's a man in the smokes too. And you can see him just going for the spams. He can hear the man up close. And now he finally spots him. Hector, unfortunately, was not the one to react quick enough. And he gets devoured by Kemen Esports. The only thing that's going to left on the ground is going to be the loot crate that Kemen Esports is looting up. 13 teams still alive, ladies and gentlemen, in this game of Weekendi. We're Entity, Global Esports, Team Forever in the prime spot. But this game matters a lot for Team Forever.
Oh, wait a second. Are OG all in the exact same vehicle? They will be taking the fights against WSB. If that happens, that's going to be insane. As AK already goes down, and now it's down to Serif to try and get even more damage on the Apes.
Oh, this fight escalates. OG, they push up against the players of WSB. I'm not sure how well this is going to pan out, but WSB, even they're crumbling down. This two-man RV from OG is actually making sure that WSB will collapse. What a big meltdown that was! OG, the shutdown of the century. WSB, a four-man squad being eliminated by just these 2 players from OG. But then Kemen Esports, they take advantage of this commotion and they move up close and personal.
Look at the amount of damage. 4 orangutans, just down to 2. Wisjot and Trigger. That is one of the most horrific ways, but yes, at least in one thing, they got all 3 players from WSB on the back of a support that was also provided. Yet again, I really love the rotation of Team Forever because they've got one of the most prime positions in this circle, along with Remnant. But look at this slow and steady approach from Kemin, just like snakes trying to slowly choke their opponents.
It's the death grip, my friend.
Yep.
And it's closing in as each and every single second keeps them passing by. And Kemin Esports, they have surrounded OG. Just waiting for the public execution, which might just come through anytime, any moment. Trigger and his teammate with their eyes open. This fight between the players of Kemin Esports and OG, it is on the horizon. It either might not pan out well for OG, or this might just be the perfect team start that OG needed. Wiz, he fights the first. Kemin Esports, no, this is a big blunder. They're collapsing against the Apes, and they're somehow able to slap down the entirety of Kemin Esports. Kemin Esports, what a big blunder that was. Soul, they take the opportunity, and they move inside of the zone too. And it's going to be ramming against the players of Entity Gaming. And Iku Soul, no, they fall in their own death trap. Two players snap down. And this is where Entity Gaming, they're able to do a fantastic job in making sure the players of Iku Soul, they will crumble apart in front of them. As Power, the only man left alive, Pakar, he's on fire. He's getting burned to his death. And as Power, still just playing around the house. He knows it's all down to him. Iku Soul, they need to survive inside of the game. It's not a good position to get eliminated from because they do not have a lot of points accumulated. And S-Power still somehow is keeping himself up and alive. But eventually, he will be taken down by Pakar. That nail in the coffin for Team Soul is not a good news. They had the advantage in the overall standings of 10 points, but that will be compromised now.
Orangutan now just need to play for survival to get some extra points, because the teams above them, there are only a few who can actually pose a threat. Most of them are the ones who are bottom in that table. All the top dogs have almost been taken down, and Mafia will also follow almost a similar trail as Team Forever. Out in the blue are now taking some heavy fire.
Oh my god. Team Forever, 2 players lost, but Omega is trying his best to retrieve. Adi in the front lines, even he's chipped up. Blind Esports, they're quite a stubborn team when it comes to firefights. They're not going to back away like that, but Adi shut down too. Wall of Death moving up as well. Backs against the wall for Blind. It's a mayday situation. Something needs to be done. But what? Omega gets spotted and shut down his Hydra with the third party. That an intentional help for Blind Esports is going to mean a lot.
Indeed true, but it still is going to come with some problems as the blue is going to move forward. Mafia gets finished off. Now the next person is going to be Flock. Question is, does he have those kids? Does not seem to be the case. OR has been taken down, and so is Gen X FM. Trigger will fall too, but only after both of those players. So that's some crucial position points coming in. Still 6 teams out in front of us. Flock in a 1v2. Blind Esports, they need to find this one more pick. Can definitely ruin the game. And Harsh will do the exact same thing.
The shutdown. Hydra officials. The nades keep on tossing up as Blind Esports, the death might just keep on approaching them. But still, this fight between Blind and Hydra, it continues. For Blind Esports, they still do have a chance, only if they're able to convert this game into a chicken. But a really teeny-weeny chance to even have that podium finish.
Doubtful, highly doubtful, but one thing is for sure, if Entity grabs this one massive chicken by getting almost all the elimination points that's in the zone that are in front of them, they could potentially be in the race of top 3, but they need to win against GE. But for now, Hydra and Blind, that is where our eyes are sticking on to.
2 players from Blind just being trapped. What can you do? Even the Wall of Death is now starting to move.
Oh my god.
They pull out the buggy. Unfortunately, they rammed their vehicle on the wall, but they still somehow pulled that safe rotation off. But they're taking too much damage. Blind Esports, they're not going to be able to withstand the rats for too long. In Global Esports, they convert those players into looting crates.
They are also being taken down. Sensei did play as a spoiler though, because Somraj was taken down on his knees, so he's out in the blue as well, as Hydra will be making their own way inside the circle, but it's Global Esports who should have the advantage.
Top 4 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. For Entity, this matters a lot. For Revenue Esports, this matters a lot. Sensei is probably going to go for the med strat because he's all the way engulfed in the blue. And Sensei, all he needs to do is secure his team that second spot in the overall standings. Hydra, Starboy's performing so well. And he's going to play the spoiler, spoiling the game for Entity Gaming. It's all down to that one last man alive, but eventually he will be strike down Global Esports. This is the Global Esports we wanted to see through the entire day, through the entire grand finals, but unfortunately they were not there. And now Global Esports out and over. They're just playing so well. Even the game of Sanhok was a nice one. The game of Weekendy, the momentum has been converted. And maybe Global Esports can probably secure the chicken dinner. The nades are tossed in way too up close. And Sensei has got his final 2 first states. He needs to do something. He'll probably be taking an exit on the 3rd spot. The final first state will be utilized. And maybe before getting taken down, try and strike down the entire Entity. And he probably can. The pressure softened up. Sensei goes for the peak. And he will eliminate the Entity. No, unfortunately, does not come through. All he needs is one more bullet. But no, he misses the opportunity.
Feels so very bad for Sensei, but he did all he could. And again, ending up at 3rd position. A massive one for the Smalley. Could be even better. It was a frag that does the job. And Global Esports are finally moving up on top, at least in those chicken dinners.
I mean, 50K in the pockets, and that's the first chicken dinner for Global Esports in this entire tournament. Global Esports, they're out of the contention, but now it's time to focus on the usual suspects once again. Revenue Esports, they were on the 7th spot before this game started. They took an exit on the 3rd spot. That means they got 10 placement points in total. I'm not exactly sure how many points they had when it comes to finishes. I think so they had 3 points, so that means 13 points accumulated. They will be close towards the top 5.
It does seem to be the case, but you know what? We still have got an interview lined up for Global Esports players as they got the chicken dinner, so we might as well just throw it directly to that.
Finally a chicken dinner for the team Global Esports, जो जनता की बहुत फेवरेट थी जब इस टूर्नामेंट की शुरुआत हुई. Everyone was chanting Global Esports. Thug यहाँ पे खड़े होके बोल रहे थे यार I'm waiting for the beast, I'm waiting for the beast. Global Esports बाजी मारेगी. 2 दिन बाद ही सही, लेकिन एक चिकन डिनर में रहा. How are you feeling, brother?
अब तो मजा नहीं आ रहा है, शुरू में आना चाहिए था, अब इसका कोई फायदा नहीं है.
See, टेबल टॉपर तो नहीं हो सकते, that is so clear. But you can be a party spoiler for many others. You want to be a party spoiler, and if yes, then specially कोई टीम है जिसके लिए?
नहीं, पार्टी स्पॉइलर तो नहीं, हम अपना रैंक ऊपर लाने की ट्राई करेंगे जितना ज़्यादा ऊपर आ सके तो.
What's your target position?
5th के आसपास.
चलिए, ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स कोशिश करेगी 5th पर आए. फिलहाल चलते हैं एक्सपर्ट्स के पास और उनसे जानते हैं क्या ये 5th तक आ सकते हैं.
Well, that's a really good question, right? Are they going to be there in the top 5? And that might just be too much to ask for because Global Esports, they might need a chicken dinner on the last game too. But for now, the main focus should be on teams like Kemen Esports, IQ Seoul, and also OG.
True. And I still do not want to miss out on the fact how Revenant still got 13 points. Crucial one as well. So they could also be in that potential podium winning contestant. I still feel that on the back of the last Erangel, they could potentially do it, but there are a lot of teams that we still have to talk about.
Podium finish can be there. Maybe top 3, yes, they can. But first spot, no, it's out of the hands. Even if they do get 30 points, there's just no way. Let's be honest.
True, that is true. I mean, first spot, yes, not in the contention, but at least a podium. You still would be able to get a lot of money after all. There are every single finish that's going to be counted. 2,500 bucks in your pocket. And there were all the players who were preparing before that game. And the map of Weekendy was not at all how we hoped it would be. We did see some early aggressive plays. A lot of these teams playing the spoilers. Specifically Global Esports, WSB, Hydra Official.
I mean, who would have thought that this is how things will be looking like for Seoul, right? Because personally, I thought that IQ Seoul will once again finish things off on a consistent note, considering Vikendi has been their consistent point.
True.
But unfortunately, IQ Seoul, their party was spoiled quite early in that game. So that was a big downfall, in my opinion, a big letdown. But I still think so. Their podium finish still should remain with them.
They were the ones who were on top just before that map of Vikendi, so of course they are in that run for the first place. I mean, the bets are always going to come down on that one last game. And you always love to see that happen. However, the only reason why OG are still in that race was on the back of that one clutch that we saw.
Without a doubt. I mean, specifically, even this from Starboy could have panned out so bad from Entity Gaming.
True.
Unfortunately, Sensei just could not find that one single bullet connection. If he would have done so, things could have been different. Sensei would have ended things on the second note. He would have gotten 2 more elimination points, so that would have been 5 in total. And imagine 12 plus 5, how much is that? 17. Exactly, 17 points. That's a solid outcome from a game. Unfortunately, Sensei could not get those points in his hands, which is completely fine, though. Still, 10 plus 3 is 13 points.
I still think, yeah, that is pretty fine, but it will always bring things back down to on that last map. And we have been talking about so early on so many times that you should not let things go down to that one last map. But we as the entertainers, we love to see that happen. We want to see some action.
Of course, we want to see the action, and it will be resumed soon. But before we move on to the last map of the day, MVP is something we need to find out. Who was the MVP from the previous game? It will be Spurs Show P. A little bit of variety as the tournament keeps on ending, and this is what happens usually at the end of every single tournament.
I mean, the pressure is entirely off from all of these teams, on all of these players.
Pretty much.
The IGL would also be like, you know what, do whatever you want to do, guys. Only listen to my calls and then just find out those frags. Find out as many players and bodies as you can. On the other side, Beast getting the best companion as well as the finisher. He's got the 3 finishes for himself as well. So finally, Beast waking up, but a little too late.
Yep. I mean, he is the finisher, considering he was the one who snatched away the last elimination point. And as I mentioned, Ninja Boy has been completely deactivated from Global Esports. It is Beast who's been performing from the start of this Grand Finals till the end. Unfortunately, I had so many expectations from Ninja Boy moving in these Grand Finals. I had a lot of expectations from WSB too. But of course, if you're going to see some great moments, there will also be some bad moments to follow it back up.
It is heartbreaking to see, I would be brutally honest, but yet again, there is fight remaining for so many of these teams, and it's always fun to watch because I would not want to count out Entity as well on the back of it.
You could see the players just chanting Seoul's name, considering the upcoming game will be the last game, and every single person in the arena, not every single, but the majority of the people in the arena, they want Seoul to come through victorious. And they are super close as well, ladies and gentlemen.
True.
All it takes is one single step to move on forward and just get things rolled up. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the last game of the day, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, which is, of course, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
I mean, that amazing mobile phone is what gets you going, and it also has got such a brilliant performance on the back of a massive battery life, an all-day battery life. What else do you need?
And they're also our presenting partner, ladies and gentlemen, providing gamers with a game-changing combination of speed, power, and mobile AI. It's definitely a phone, a device you guys would want to get your hands on, considering the design, as you mentioned, slick, smooth, even the camera, perfect. And it's something a gamer admires. It's something a gamer really needs. 120 FPS, that sounds smooth as hell. But now, getting back inside of the game once again, last game, man. Soon you will need to lock in the predictions too. Which team do you think?
Don't ask me that question right now.
Now this will be the prediction for the championship.
You know which team's name I want to take. You have known that from the starting itself, from day one itself. I have been always saying that I think OG is going to win this championship. I have been taking a few names here and there, talking that, yeah, all right, this is the team that might actually win out this game, that can get the chicken dinner. But OG, they need to be the one to get this championship home to break the curse.
Imagine if Seoul get eliminated off the rip. If they get off the rip, if they get targeted, that will be a big thing. Anything can happen, man. Anything can happen. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not sure. I'm just making some speculations over here. I'm just standing here making some speculations. But yeah, audience, just waiting for the upcoming game to start. Now for Seoul, this game matters too much considering Vikendi was a big mess up.
True.
They cannot afford to mess up at all considering the room for error is next to none for the teams in the top 6.
Yes, that is true. And adding on to that one important point, we also heard Soul talking about the fact how they're only playing at the 40% potential. The reason for that is that Espower has not been able to perform that very well, and we already know what has happened with Knuckle. So yeah, it's not a very good position to be at mentally, but man, that guy is so very strong. You really need a lot of mental resilience to be on this stage and be so very strong. Yet again, I'll be looking forward to how this last map goes.
Exactly. Last map, ladies and gentlemen, will be the map of Erangel, where it all will be decided. A comfort zone, a home ground for every single team. This is where every single player in the arena right there has started their pro career from. This is the map where it all started, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is exactly the place where we will end all the things. I know we are waiting for that map schedule. We'll also be having a look at which team got the chicken dinner and with how many points. I believe the maximum one that we've seen today has been 28, if I'm not wrong. It was one of the map of Erangel itself. But again, at the end of the day, none of that matters now. Whatever has happened, has happened. It's all in the past. We had the exact same schedule for the entirety of the challenge season and now for the entirety of the finals.
Exactly. The schedule will be popping up on our screens anytime soon as we get closer to booting inside of the map. Erangel, as I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the last map of the day. So make sure to lock in your bets. Which team you guys think is going to be the one to take the championship home? Only one more game away and not a lot of points differing from that championship slot. Soul, they can't fizzle out, and if that does happen, it will be a big upset. But if that does happen, who will be the one to take the trophy over?
Okay, I think it's going to be Orangutan.
Okay, well, I think it's going to be Aiku Soul. All the monster energies stacked on the same block right here. But do let us know, which team do you guys think will be the one to take the championship home and that beautiful trophy right there on the stage. Just one more game away from crowning the champions, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of spoilers too. Another team that we haven't spoken about is Kemin Esports, my friend.
I mean, I'm still surprised that no one is actually predicting it could potentially be Kemin, it could also be Revenant, but at the same time, look at the chance out there.
Of course. Aiku Soul, that's what the fans are saying. And that's what the crazy things are going on, ladies and gentlemen.
That is true. I am just loving all the vibes out there. I'm enjoying this entire arena. I feel so very bad for the players who were living around Noida but could not join for us. I feel sad for them, but at the end of the day, you all are having a great action all in your homes, on your screens, and you might as well just drop by and say hi if still possible. It's going to be a long match.
I would say it's too late. If you guys try to make it over here by then, the tournament will be done. So don't listen to this guy, okay? He's a meanie. He's a meanie. He wants to troll you guys. He wants to tease you guys. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, things will definitely be quite interesting and spiced up soon enough. I just can't wait for that one last game to begin, man. Just that one last game from separating the championship, especially if you remember what exactly happened yesterday.
True.
Things were set up so perfectly. It was such a chaotic day, but it was entertaining as hell. Circle was taking some drastic shifts after shifts. Today we saw the downfall of Revenant Esports. Unfortunately, something none of us expected, but Sensei is definitely going to have a lot of words to talk with the players when they go back to their boot camp.
And this entire time that they're getting right now, you know, it is also going to be super important as well, because you need a momentum breaker. If in case you're not having a good time, you really need this one gap, this one space that they're kind of having. I still feel that they're kind of lucky that they've got an in-game leader like Sensei, because he's got that experience. He needs to put it all right now, right here. There's still one game.
Oh, well, the torch is out, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone just flashing their flashlights.
see how you do under pressure. Yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Loot it up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Ever so close from crowning the champions on the stage. One more game left, and the players have loaded in the lobby. For some, the nerves can be felt. Even for the fans, they can feel the goosebumps. This game is something that will be the lifesaver for some, will be the dream shatterer for some.
It might definitely be a dream shatterer for some, but for the others, a possible prelude to even a greater glory. And I love to always bring this on the table, how when you're down and out, that's the best time for you to rise and shine.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final game is going to be on the way as the plane's going to take off for the one last time in the Snapdragon Pro Series. As the last day is almost to an end, as the plane flat path starts all the way from shooting range towards nowhere deploy. The plane flight path is not cruel once again on the classic grounds, so all the teams will have a chance to start things off on the equal note. Let us know which team you guys are supporting and which team you guys should think should come out on top and take the championship.
Let's hope we don't see the exact same thing that happened with OG in one of the previous tournaments happen here right now, because this is a different arena, this is a different field, and this is a different plane fly path, though still very centric, so almost all the teams would be able to go on their natural drop locations. GE towards Savani, not having problem. Genix FM towards Georgia City. Gujarat Tigers towards George Ball Containers. Kemin will be moving towards Yasnaya Poliana along with OR. On the other side, Carnival Gaming towards Gatka. Where is OG going though? That's the most important and the most crucial question.
Are we going to see any drop locations being changed?
Possibly. Ferry Pier is far away, and they have switched things up. Maybe they want to try and grab a few vehicles from the down south military base island and then move towards Ferry Pier.
We'll find that out. OG, once again, the classic drop location towards Ferry Pier, and one man will be on the military island. Nothing really out of the ordinary. The classic grounds is what's gonna happen over here.
True. This time though, Trigger is the one who is separated from his team. AK, Ash, Wiz, all of them together, and oh my goodness, this zone is one of the most entertaining out there, taking a hard northwestern shift. So all the teams who are down south and southeast.
Entertaining? It's a standard zone.
We normally see it centralized.
No.
Let's hope it goes all the way towards north.
No, I feel like it's going to end somewhere near either Georgia Pool Hill. You see that big boy mountain? That's where it's probably going to end towards.
So, Gujarat Tigers are going to have a fun time. They always play on that Everest.
But it doesn't really matter for them.
True.
We're over here counting on the top three teams, and Sensei and the boys, they're locked in. Sensei right now is just not expressing a lot from his face. And yesterday he made quite a lot of statements, so I just want to know what exactly will be going through Sensei's mind.
Probably after this match we will definitely witness some. However, Aquanox out there in front of our screens, the man that uses 6-finger claw, and I believe he's only one of the few players who actually play like that.
I mean, the way he plays is quite different.
Yeah, he's got the phone screen tilted in front of him.
I mean, hey, it works out for him, and he's also quite quick on those reflexes.
That is true.
OG, I guess they're done looting up too. Or maybe they're just going towards the drop spot right now.
Yes.
Yeah, they're moving towards their drop spot just now. So they're probably going to start looting up. Aiku Seoul towards their classic drop grounds as well. Where exactly is WSB? They've dropped in towards Lipovka. Secondary drop. It's actually their tertiary drop.
Oh, right, yeah.
Primary was Pachinki. Because of Entity Gaming, they did not go there.
Yep.
Secondary was Primorsk. And then the tertiary now is Lipovka.
Yep. Even sometime in between, you know, we saw them taking control of the entire western area of that road and those compounds, anywhere between Primorsk and Hospital. But hey, it used to work out for them. Not in the challenge season though. Pretty slow approach coming in on this map of Erangel. The podcast hour begins. And so is the time of predictions for all of you people out there. Type in the chat, who do you think will be the one to lift the trophy? And also, who do you think will actually get the chicken dinner in this one? Because all the people out in the arena, they've got their favorites. And there are two of them. Half of them are chanting Soul, half OG.
Yeah.
And those are the predictions of we both as well. I chose OG, you went with Soul.
I'm still having some second doubts, man. I really want to support Kemen Esports too. It's really tough to pick a team.
True.
Everyone's been working so hard.
True.
I feel like Seoul, they've already won one official tournament, so maybe they can't spare this one. Fans, don't get me wrong, but they're still the undergods or the underdogs that are trying to make their name. And when new teams will rise, that's when the scene will grow even more.
True.
That's when new young talents like you guys who are currently watching will have a chance to play professionally as well. So you all should support the new teams.
You know, there's one thing for sure. No matter who lifts the championship and no matter who gets the prize pool, seeing everyone out there and seeing how they all are supporting and seeing all the people who are in the comment section, this is a big win for esports itself.
To mention, it is a big W for esports. Revenue Esports towards Milta, Hydra, Milta Power. Just want to see some early clashes, man. CG going for the ruins control. Oh, I love this. CG, they're going to take the high ground control of the ruins.
You always see them taking that area for themselves whenever the circle shifts like that. But they might be contested by Aiku Soul, and I will be down for it. Because Soul never shies away from a fight, and Carnival Gaming will be trying to take some of that revenge for themselves. Though, it's not brewing up right now, but there is a potential, Necro. And on the other side, iFlix again down south in Novorepnoy will be taking their late rotation. Though, the question is OG going to try and gatekeep God's Reign?
Good question, and only time can answer that. CG, as I mentioned, they're going to go for the higher point, and they're also controlling a lot of their land terrain towards ruins. And this hill right here that CG has gone in their hands, it is such a good spot to be in. It can give you so much advantage.
True.
Because you will be able to wrap up a lot of info, of course, and considering now this is also the centric spot inside of the circle, Carnival Gaming, they will be looking quite phenomenal.
Yep.
Is Carnival Gaming still in the race?
Maybe for the podium, yes. For the podium, they were. They were somewhere around 150 points. 153, if I'm not wrong. Just a couple of points shy from the second and third. But based on what happened in the previous game, I'm not quite sure. Could still be fairly away, but I am hoping for them to end up on a podium if in case this game goes really well for them. Here's the thing, right? A lot of these teams could steal away the second, third position. A lot of these teams could also potentially fight for that first spot if in case Aiku Soul are removed, if in case OG are removed. But for now, it seems
Oh my God! Arman, WSP. Yeah, just back away. And then he gets caught by the other player, Hirsch. Okay, well, you get out of one tricky situation, and then you get caught in the other. At Blind Esports, you can see that instant sending moment. Blind Esports, they're here to put on a show, and that's why I respect and love this team so much. You always see them taking the firefights head on. M16A4 pulled out from Dark Lord, needs to back away in the nick of time, and that's what he's doing.
Okay. He does have an idea where to throw that nade just on the wrong floor, and Anuj 2OP gets a pick on Adi already.
WSP. Oh my God, too many nades. Anuj can't stand a chance. Blind Esports at this point just proving the players unparalleled, but Skids gets caught with that beautifully placed nade. WSB might just have a chance to reply back in a great fashion. Blind Esports, it's just down to a two-man squad. WSB's utility utilization has been on point so far. Adi all the way in the back, making sure that no one's going to be jumping up against these players. And Blind Esports, they strike down Raiden 2. WSB out of nowhere, once again, they start losing out on the man number.
The friendly fire! If I'm not wrong, that was Zeref's nade.
Oh my god, good strike. Blind Esports, they get denied once again to make the push happen. Zeref is going for the resurrection. And Blind Esports at this point, they just do not care. Yeah, they just do not care. They've given up on this entire thing. And yeah, they're just sacrificing themselves. Blind Esports, maybe they just want to sit back, relax, and watch the games. And probably have fun, considering it is the last game of the day. And they will be wiped out completely from the game. WSB with the first squad wipe. It's out of the game off the bat in the last game.
Too late though. Way too late. But hey, they can have some fun now. But I personally feel that Dark Lord, he was there to kind of, you know, be like, all right, boys, throw an 8 here, cook one perfectly, here's all the players. But nah, that's just not what happened. At the end of the day, it kind of looked funny. Dark Lord moving towards WSB. Hey, give me a revive if possible. Haiku Soul.
Hear the chants.
I'm hearing it.
Crowd getting heated up, getting riled up for Haiku Soul. Will that actually come true or not? They are on the podium or on the first spot for now, but all it takes is one single slip up for the other team to move on and take over.
Entity was also in the race long back, but have been thrown out. And one of the main reasons that I feel is because of the fact how Troy was shut down every single time. We were not able to see this guy perform on top of his nerves for so very long. And it feels super sad.
Indeed. Entity Gaming, for them, it was quite an interesting last day. Ups and downs, tumbles all across. Path filled with a lot of thorns. And unfortunately, Entity Gaming, they lost their chance to do anything.
Yeah.
And now they're just over here to pretty much do something.
I mean, you know, they can still try for the podium finish if possible. But lifting the trophy seems difficult, but again, we'll have to see. Zeref will be dodging the shots. Couple of them connected.
This fight is sort of like the unimportant fight.
Yeah, true that.
It's really not needed.
But it's at least entertaining for the audience out there.
Yeah. As soon as I hear the shots, it is quite entertaining indeed.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? There are a lot of secrets that are being kept from us.
Oh, there we go. That's going to be the chain breaker.
Yes.
First man down. Maybe we're going to see the domino effect. Armand instantly down and dusted, devoured. WSB, rough luck.
Yeah, and they'll probably end up in the clutches of God's Reign if they keep on going on the same tracks. If not, directly into the water, which I highly doubt is going to happen. But yeah, a lot of secrets being kept from us since we have got no idea about the score. I still feel it could be possible that anyone could topple over in that top spot. So no guesses made. On the other side of the spectrum, this is possibly the first time that we are actually noticing OG play like that. just in between the blue as well as the zone. And as I was previously mentioning, WSB are kind of going to rendezvous around God's Reign. And as you've already mentioned previously, kind of unimportant fight. That's going to be it as well. But at least a team would be able to grab some cash prize for them. 2,500 bucks for every pick.
Oh, GT on the Big Point Mountain is clutch card. And yeah, still teams playing it as safe as possible. I'm not sure what GDR is doing, bro. I guess they're just playing to save the day for themselves. I guess they're just playing for the pride. If they do end things on a chicken dinner, maybe something can be saved for them. But Genix FM, they start off with a knockout against one of the teams.
Yep.
Yeah, Gujarat Tigers, Shadow OG getting knocked out. Once again, the same problem in GT as well. Now, Shadow used to be the member of Godlike in the past. And the same thing used to happen with Godlike too. Shadow is the IGL. And the same thing used to happen with Godlike. Shadow used to move up and he used to get knocked out, and then Godlike used to be left with just a 3-man squad. And the same thing is repeating in GT as well.
A lot of question marks will be raised, and not just on one team, but a lot of these teams. And that will need to be answered. Yet again, I would still say this is only the first major tournament, but indeed a major one. Massive prize pool. Quite a lot of ways for you to grab that cash. Which of course, OG is also trying to do. Rotating all the way out from the western areas would potentially end up on the 6 of Gujarat Tigers as well, who are being fired upon by none other than Genix FM, the team who was down bottom on the 16th spot. On the other side of the spectrum though, a team that basically lit a fire of hope in their fans' heart, Team Forever, were kept quiet after those two important games. For the next 3, they're kind of moving on the downhill, but this zone keeps on shifting uphill.
Yeah. CG once again in a solid spot. Genix FM right next to him on the top left.
Oh.
And yeah, Global Esports making that big rotation too. All the way from the Netherlands side. Global Esports is going to have such a big lockdown onto that bridge. No one's going to be able to even trespass through Global Esports. They've got the dream positioning. Entity Gaming as well. They might want to book the same slot, but they instantly back away at the nick of time. They know it's impossible.
But I still feel that there was a potential fight brewing up between Entity and Haiku Soul, but Entity just went in to try and grab the position that GE is holding. Now, let me remind you, I'm getting a flashback of a situation where this was the exact location GE was holding back in the challenge season on this map. And on towards the right side where Entity is right now, that is where Godlike was playing. And both of these teams were the only last 2 remaining survivors. But this circle could very well shift down south. But hey, Carnival Gaming is not alone. They've also got Orangutan just on towards their left. But they are in between quite a few teams. Gujarat Tigers, if they decide to move downwards, OG will be caught off guard. Oh my god, Gujarat Tigers can have a big win over the Apes.
Indeed.
I'm not a big fan of their position.
Team Forever, Omega. Even he's knocked out.
No.
Oh my god. Godsreen Destro taking a lot of shots. Even Revenant Esports, they lose out in Blaze. That is rough luck. Revenant, what can they do? Now it's time for the Mayday. They're moving in towards the Water City. At least they're going to find some compounds left open and free for themselves. And they do get their hands onto that. Compound taken over. Revenant Esports. Aquinox and the boys in the back. Godsreen. They spot out Hydra, Starboy. A lot of shots taken. Every single team is playing super safe. Even the teams on the latter half of the board are going for the safe approach. Godsreen now. Justin pulling out that nade pin. will probably try to cook it up to perfection. Both of the players spotted out in the front. Tosses the nade on the left. It's not going to deal any damage onto anyone. Starboy's okay for now. But Justin, he might just be taken down by that nade. And Justin blows himself up. What a big blunder that was. Godsreed. That's literally pressure surmounting on top of these players. And then Destro, he goes for the thirst once again, but he loses out on that life. Godsreed, these blunders really playing against them. And now Delta PG, this nade should find the confirmation. The re-knock, it does. It's a 2v2 scenario. Hydra, Spurs, Shobi, and Spray God up against Shogun and Delta PG. And Godsreed, even there, just moving around the corner. Spurs, Shobi gets the first. He might just close it out for the 1v2 faction, but no! Shogun will make that statement false.
But how long? That's the question, as Revenant now want to grab a few flushes for themselves. No, wait, what? Why? Yeah, there's a zone coming, I understand that, but that was some important flush points they could have got, at least closer to the podium. Nah, I'm not a big fan of that decision, I'll be honest.
Oh, man. GDR. I mean, it's done for them. It's out of the circle. There's two teams in a big comfort zone so far. Entity Gaming is one of those, but now it's a huge wave of vehicles moving inside of the zone. The big issue here is that so much area is actually covered by the water. And there's a lot of unplayable area.
It could potentially be a game of either Kemen or Entity. Entity because they've got some good compounds, but Orangutan.
OG against GT. This matters a lot for OG. If they do lose out in this fight, it will all come crumbling down. Miss John was called out. He gets taken down, but OG, they instantly back away. So they've still got 3 players up and alive.
That is horrible for the side of Orangutans, and I don't think so they will stay alive. Carnival Gaming will be the one to ruin things off for the side of iFlakes. They fall off after giving us some glimmer of hope on the day of comeback. That was day number 2. They crumbled down. OR though, this is again a team that could potentially take away that first spot.
iFlakes still, they have played phenomenally well. And CG on top of this hill, all they can do is play for intel, and that's what they've been doing so far. The majority of the circle is still on the northern side, and look at what Kemen Esports has been doing. You guys do not have the map feed available, but Kemen Esports, they have rotated all the way from the northern side, and this is what I'm talking about. OR Esports right in the back, just trailing them down. They're on the chase, OR. Do they really want to force this fight, though? That's what the real question is.
That's going to be the question. The one who loses this fight will be losing the race to the first spot, to the podium finish. Just one good pick. That's going to be the name of the game. Entity as well are in that race, and they get a pick on Team Forever. These are the picks that are going to matter. Troy finally showing some fire.
It's an uphill battle for Venom. You better back away.
True that.
It's a not good spot to be in at all. But I guess the players of Kemen Esports are just desperate at this point. Phantom needs to find at least one opening. But Gamla Boy with some good smokes. He's going to deny Phantom's vision and also the possibility to find the picks. Another fight brewing up, and look at this side of the map. So many teams colliding against each other, and this time it's also going to be Genix FM crashing on side of the party. A big party crashers. Revenant Esports, even they join along. OR Esports, they've been eliminated within a flash, but Revenant Esports, the same thing can happen with them too. Genix FM, a couple of elimination points flooded up. Another nade tossed in. Genix FM might just be wiped off from this entire game, and yes, they have been. Revenant Esports, even they're taking too much of the damage. Equinox knocked out. Confirmation not there just yet. Sensei taken down and dusted from the game. Revenant Esports, what a big blunder that was. It's all down to Fierce. Can he make it happen?
A question that's going to be left to be answered, but Carnival Gaming is again the team. You mentioned it previously. This is a prime spot. This is a prime location, and they have already accumulated 7 finishes. This team is very well in the race of that first spot. And if they get the chicken dinner, they will be stealing away all the limelight.
Soul. Interesting way to play around, but unfortunately the vehicles collide.
Oh my
that
God!
That could have actually played against them. It's Soul. That's what exactly happens. Manya knocked out. The IGL cannot go missing, but he does. Knuckle ejects out in the same spot. I'm not sure if this was a good outing from them. But IQ Soul, even for them, this game might not pan out that well. What is going on? The outcome might just be something we all have never expected. And once again, Knuckle gets back inside of the vehicle. It's time to pull out from this spot, withdraw away, and that's what he's trying to do. But unfortunately, Knuckle cannot stand a chance to back away. He gets caught.
And it is team forever. But Carnival Gaming have also got to go in for their own rotation because they are using the waters to go there and they will be met with resistance. It's Orangutan up against Carnival Gaming and Orangutan have been wiped out. This team is not getting the prize.
CG, this might just be the place where the stars are aligned for them. Akshat, Goblin, Hector, three main pillars for this team's success so far. And Goblin has pushed up close and personal against the last man of WSP. One more nade away from that elimination, and no, CG, they drop down. This is not good. Akshat knocked out. Zeref up close and personal is causing a lot of issues. CG, they need to retain that man number. They need to retain all the players. If that's not possible, then Kemet Esports might just run away with the championship. CG, there's still some big chances alive that they can't be the one to come through victorious. It's way too up close.
True, with basically a game of survival between Soul, Carnival Gaming, Team Forever have been thrown out. Entity Gaming is also the team that can potentially get that chicken as well as the championship. Kemin is also in that race.
Too many teams. IQ Soul, a big blunder. This is not good. The fans are not happy. WSP Raiden can't be the spoiler in the party, but he's now getting pounced on. CG, all the four players up in the front, and they might just have the advantage that was needed. Raiden strike down. Goblin's going to be the one to come out on top. CG, Carnival Gaming looking stronger than ever before. 10 points accumulated. CG here to make the statement, and Goblin spots out Seraph 2 with the backlines. A lot of shots taken, the man's chipped away. All he can do is just back away from that spot, but still Akshat 2 has been knocked out now. Carnival Gaming, they're losing out on the man number, and it's not a good news. Ronnie, the shark in the water, is just looking for that right moment to strike, and Hector's in the front. Can Hector stop the mischievous moments from Ronnie? He does. Another man to peek out from the same angle. It's going to be S-Power, and 416 pulled out. The duel comes in, and S-Power's been strike down too. It's CG. They come out on top in all that situation, but the amount of elimination points they got, it's been insane so far. Even Entity Gaming, we completely forgot about them.
Yes, they've got 10 finishes for themselves and now will be pushing up against Global Esports, who seem to be playing as for a massive spoiler in this game. But in the midst of it, it's Kemet Esports as well up towards that north that can find some entry point and timing. But it seems Entity could be the one to win this game.
This is getting way too up close and personal, ladies and gentlemen. Way too close. Kemet Esports can actually run away with the championship too if they do win this chicken dinner. They've got 5 finishes in total. But Carnival Gaming, if they squeezed away a lot of elimination points, anything can happen. Even Entity Gaming, they've got a lot of elimination points. Who's going to be the one to be the winner? Global Esports wiped out from the face of this planet. 11 elimination points secured by Entity Gaming. It's a 2v3 incoming as one man has been strike down from Kemet Esports.
That is indeed true. Again, just as I said, a 2v4. Troy taking a few shots, but not anything lethal. It's going to be Venom and all two. They've got to make their progression. It should be Entity with the chicken, and if they get it, they will be the champions.
It's now time for the victory dance. Entity with the man number and the man advantage, with also the circle sort of favoring the lads. Patience is going to be the key for success, and none of these teams should overstep any of the boundaries.
True. That is indeed true, but yet again, Venom can play in an off angle, but they are not being able to rotate, not given any room.
Oh my God, Pakar gets spotted. He's way too low. Altu taken down. Kemet Esports' hopes and dreams, they might just come crashing. but at least they have got such a solid finish in the end. Venom all the way in the blue. It's done for, ladies and gentlemen. Last game will be secured by Entity Gaming when it mattered the most. And still the question remains, who's going to be the one to be the champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals? The grand finale so far has been perfect. Hold on, Venom. He wanted to squeeze away one elimination point, but Entity Gaming, they secure the last game. And what? The boys are hyped up. Are they the one who won the championship? The question is still there.
It could be either Entity or Carnival. Totally depends.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much stuff to figure out. We're gonna move on to the stage.
Come on, everyone! Make some noise! It's the finals of Snapdragon Series BGMI Challenge. क्या लगता है जनता? किसने मारी बाजी? Is it winner chicken dinner for Entity? Is it Entity? Or is it OG? Or is it Carnival? Or is it Soul? Come on, make some noise. कौन होगा? कौन होगा? कौन होगा? तीन दिन तक लगातार बेहतरीन कंपटीशन हुआ 16 टीम्स के बीच में 18 मैचेस फॉर दिस ब्यूटी. बहुत ही जल्द मैं आप लोगों को बताऊंगा कौन होगा यहां पर विनर. मैं यहां पर खुद को देख रहा हूं, लेकिन यहां पर मैं देख रहा हूं टीम्स में काफी ज्यादा नर्वसनेस है. इट्स कार्निवल, इट्स एंटिटी, इट्स सोल और इट्स द टीम ओजी. इन चारों के बीच में बहुत टफ कंपटीशन चल रहा था. लीडर बोर्ड में काफी उथल पुथल मची हुई थी, लेकिन एंड में एक टीम ने मारी बाजी. कौन सी होगी वो एक टीम जिसे मिलेंगे पूरे 25 लाख रुपए? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now it's the time of truth. The winner of Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Finals is Team Entity! Give it up for Team Entity! Hands up in the air, everyone. Team Entity. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for Team Entity. बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन, especially that last match, that last winner chicken dinner changed the whole game. किसने सोचा था Team Entity यहाँ पर आएगी, ट्रॉफी लेके चली जाएगी. Day 1 table toppers OGs थे. Day 2 Aiku Soul and Team Entity. Congratulations. Big congratulations. Finally chicken dinner किया. अब ट्रॉफी, अब तो मुस्कुरा दे मेरे भाई.
हम एकदम ऑल इन खेलने के लिए आए थे. हमने कल सोच लिया था कि आज पूरा ऑल इन कर देंगे अपने आप पर. हमने कर दिया आज.
Now it's the moment when you lift the trophy. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for Team Entity. Come on people. तीन दिन तक 18 मैचेस चले 16 टीम्स के बीच में और अंत में आई एक विजेता जिस टीम का नाम है टीम एंटिटी. इससे बेहतरीन अंत क्या हो सकता है? आखिरी मैच किया चिकन डिनर, सारे विरोधियों को हराया और बन गए BGMI चैंपियन टीम. Give it up for the champions of Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Finals powered by Samsung Galaxy. Thank you so much team. मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज आप ट्रॉफी फिलहाल यहीं छोड़ दीजिए. Thank you so much guys. Thank you so much for coming on stage. आप ट्रॉफी ले जाइए, ये आपकी है, मैं आपसे वापस नहीं मांगूंगा वरना बाद में मुझे आपके फैंस सोशल मीडिया पे बहुत ज्यादा डिस करने वाले. But just give me some last words. What was going on in your mind during that last match? Because यही वो मुकाबला था जहां पे either make it or break it था.
हाँ जरूर
ये इतना अच्छा जवाब दिया ना। मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये लास्ट मैच चल रहा था, क्या चल रहा था दिमाग में? अगर ये हार जाते तो फिर ट्रॉफी नहीं मिलती।
पहले 2 दिन हम लोग आए, खेले, हम लोग सब बहुत चोक कर रहे थे, लिटरली हम लोग बहुत चोक कर रहे थे, हम लोग सब बहुत अलग हो गए थे। पर फिर हम लोग 2 दिन बाद रियलाइज़ किए कि हम लोग टीम जैसा नहीं खेल रहे हैं। हम लोग जैसे घर पे खेलते थे वैसे हम लोग नहीं खेल रहे हैं। पर तीसरे दिन हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए। तो बस जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली। बहुत लोगों को लग रहा था कि हम लोग जीत नहीं पाएंगे, मतलब हम लोग लीडर बोर्ड में बहुत नीचे थे। दिन में हमें एक टीम ने बोला भी कि तुम हमसे तो ऊपर नहीं आ पाओगे, पर आज अभी नहीं पता वो कौन से पोजीशन में है। हु हो गया उनका। ठीक है, ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द नेक्स्ट इवेंट। थैंक यू नॉटविन गेमिंग, थैंक यू एसएल, बहुत अच्छा इवेंट आप लोगों ने कराया। हमें होस्ट करने के लिए बहुत मैं ग्रेटफुल हूँ आपका। थैंक यू एवरीवन।
Give it up for the winning team, Team Entity, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, guys. Take the trophy very soon. I'll call you back for that 25 lakh rupees check. फिलहाल अब मैं स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगा हमारे स्पेशल गेस्ट मिस्टर विशाल गुप्ता, असिस्टेंट वाइस प्रेसिडेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स एंड प्रोडक्ट नॉटविन गेमिंग. Give it up for Mr. Vishal Gupta. Because now it's time to give the award to the team who came on the 3rd position, 2nd runner-up. Hi Vishal, how are you, brother? Okay, the team जो 3rd position पे आई, name is Kemin Esports. Give it up for Kemin Esports. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for our 2nd runner-up, Kemin Esports. They will be getting a check of 4 lakh rupees. Come on, Janta, तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. This was a very amazing tournament. 18 amazing battle. There's a check for Kemin Esports worth 4 lakh rupees. Congratulations, brother. You said, I would like to request all of you to please come in the front. जब जब चिकन डिनर निकाला, Kemin Esports ने बोला था टॉप 3 पे जाना है, टॉप 3 पे जाना है, and they did it. Okay, for the next award. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Now the next award is for the first runner-up, and to give that award I would like to call on stage a man with an amazing name because his name is Kunal, just like me. Mr. Kunal Singh, Assistant Vice President Content India, Nodwin Gaming. Nodwin पे जितना भी content आप देखते हो, it all belongs to this man. It's because of this man. Hi Kunal, how are you? Okay. So the first runner-up of Snapdragon 4 Series BGMI Challenge is... Any guesses? Yes, it's iQSoul! Come on, तालियां हो जाए for iQSoul! iQSoul को मिलता है पूरे 10 लाख रुपए का चेक. Great performance by team iQSoul. Day 2 पर they were the table toppers. Day 3 पे भी बहुत लंबे समय तक रहे ये टेबल टॉपर्स, लेकिन आखिरी के कुछ मैचेस में पूरे गेम में हेर फेर हुई और बाजी मार गई. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for iQSoul. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, team iQSoul. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we call on the champions, it's time to give the award for the most valuable player. देखो, वो कहते हैं ना, मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर कौन होता है, जो सबसे ज्यादा असॉल्ट करता है? यस इससे पहले कि मैं उसे बुलाऊं, स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगा टू गिव दिस अवार्ड मिस्टर मर्लिन वेटकिंग, CEO Nordwind International. Give it up for Mr. Merlin Wetking. 64 players, everyone is a swagger, but there's only MVP. He is the ultimate fragger. And the ultimate fragger, the MVP is AKOP from OG! Give it up for AKOP from OG! AK! AKOP gets a check of 50,000 rupees for becoming the most valuable player. Pro, day 2, day 3 was not your day.
बहुत शौक की है. Without coach, first land था. Next time, there's always the next time. So next time, जीतेंगे.
Give it up for AKOP, everyone. Amazing performance. The most valuable player of this tournament. Okay, now I would like to call on stage Mr. Ekansh Arora, COO of Nordwind Gaming. Give it up for Ekansh Arora, COO of Nordwind Gaming. And now it's time to call the champions on the stage. It's time to give them a check of 25 lakh rupees. It's the team entity! The champions of Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge for 3 days, 18 matches. The final chicken dinner by the winning team, Team Entity, gets a check of 25 lakh rupees. Come on, everyone. Taaliyan ho jaye for Entity. Did you guys enjoy it? Did you guys love it? Then make some noise for Team Entity. Thank you so much, guys. Please take this beautiful trophy. You deserve every bit of it, and 25 lakh rupees check. You want to say something? Final bye-bye to all the fans?
इस LAN इवेंट में पहली बार मैंने देखा कि कुछ 5-6 लोग आए थे हमें सपोर्ट करने. थैंक यू. और जो भी जिनको भी हमारा परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा लगा, प्लीज़ हमें सपोर्ट करना. और बस थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. They are the champions of Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge. And to all the people जो नोएडा के इस इंडोर स्टेडियम में आए, 3 दिन तक आए, जितने भी लोग घर पे देख रहे हैं, एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए खुद के लिए. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए Nordwind Gaming के लिए, and for all our experts and casters. That's Krat, Fixes, Maisie, Thug. Then we have Varun John. Then we have English panel, we have Neeraj, and we have Saishanu. Big thanks to everyone, and jate to all the young upcoming gamers. All I want to say is get a good Samsung device, work on your game, and you never know, next time kya pata aap is arena mein ho. I am Kunal Saluja. Thank you so much. You have been a lovely audience. Thank you.